In my past life, I possessed a fortune of hundreds of millions, but only on my deathbed did I learn that the woman I had pushed away had already given birth to triplets for me. Part 2. Faced with the decision to lower prices, internet cafe owners protested. Wang Tianqing, however, coldly warned that without lowering prices, they would lose business, and no one would be able to make money peacefully. Although the crowd was unwilling, they were wary of his methods and eventually bowed their heads one after another, agreeing to cooperate in this price war against Jiangzhou. Just as Wang Tianqing was plotting how to bring Jiangzhou down, Jiangzhou received a call from Li Wenchao, the president of Hunan University. Li Wenchao first thanked him for helping a large number of students find employment, then invited him to a private salon and said he would introduce him to some old friends. Jiangzhou sensed that this gathering was not ordinary and immediately agreed. The next evening, he arrived at the agreed hotel 10 minutes early and took the elevator to the 9th floor. The men and women in the private room were well dressed and spoke with great manners. As soon as he entered, all eyes were on him. Li Wenchao warmly greeted Jiangzhou and introduced him to everyone as the owner of Want Company. Upon hearing that he was so young, yet already running a website, software, and online game business, everyone stood up to shake his hand and offer their praise. Jiangzhou didn't take the opportunity to boast. He simply responded politely, displaying remarkable composure. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Wenchao led Jiangzhou to a corner and introduced him to his old classmate, Sun Hao. Upon learning that Sun Hao was the secretary to the top official of Hunan province, Jiangzhou was slightly taken aback, but remained composed. He understood that Li Wenchao had invited him here to help him establish this important connection. Sun Hao initially took Li Wenchao's praise as mere politeness, but when they actually started talking, he discovered that Jiangzhou had a clear understanding of the internet, website construction, and software development. Jiangzhou also mentioned that the company is introducing online games and will gradually develop products that are more suitable for domestic users. Hearing this, Sun Hao suddenly remembered that his daughter had been using a chat software called Wang every day recently, so he tentatively asked if it was Jiangzhou's product. Jiangzhou nodded and explained that Wang was just launched this year and had recently merged with QQ, mainly for instant communication. Sun Hao then realized that the software his daughter used every day was also from Jiangzhou's company, and his opinion of him immediately improved. Jiangzhou attributed the success to the team, and this humility was all the more admirable. Before the salon ended, the two chatted amiably and even exchanged phone numbers. Jiangzhou said goodbye to Li Wenchao and went to the parking lot. Just as he was about to get into his car, a woman's voice came from behind him. The person was Zhao Ying, the head of the advertising department of Hunan Provincial Television. Jiangzhou had dealt with her in his previous life, but he hadn't directly confronted her, only politely addressing her as Miss Zhao. Zhao Ying said her tire had blown out and it was getting late, so she wanted a ride home with Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou readily agreed, and on the way, they chatted about company promotions. Zhao Ying brought up Happy Camp and said that Want Company could contact her if they wanted to advertise in the future. Jiangzhou, of course, wouldn't miss the opportunity and immediately asked about the advertising fees. Jiangzhou was well aware that this program was currently very popular. Just one advertisement on the show would boost the company's brand awareness and give them greater influence in the domestic market in the future. This collaboration was worth serious consideration. Zhao Ying then explained that the station currently charges according to market rates, with each advertisement costing approximately 20,000 yuan, and even more during peak times. She could tell that Jiangzhou had big ambitions, and as long as the advertising was effective, he would definitely continue to run the ads. Jiangzhou didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to go to the TV station another day to discuss the details. Zhao Ying was overjoyed because the previous sponsor's contract was expiring in half a month, and the station was worried about not being able to find a new advertiser. She didn't expect that her casual attempt would actually lead to a deal. After a few more polite exchanges, Zhao Ying assured Jiangzhou that the show's popularity wouldn't disappoint him. Jiangzhou, trusting her abilities, personally escorted her downstairs. Today's salon was worthwhile. He had met two important figures who would be very helpful for his future development. Jiangzhou drove back to his residence. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Wanchue and her 3 little girls huddled in the middle of the living room, the table piled high with colored paper, scissors, and failed attempts. The 3 children immediately looked up and called him Dad, as if they had finally found their savior. Su Wanchue handed him hot water, only feeling relieved after confirming he hadn't drunk much that night. Jiang Zhou noticed it was getting late and asked why they weren't asleep yet. It turned out the kindergarten had assigned a craft project, and the 3 children had been struggling with it for ages but still hadn't finished. Belle said the windmill was too difficult, Bauer said she couldn't draw the picture, and Xianger also brought her materials for help. Jiang Zhou patted their heads and told the children to study it slowly first, and he would help them after he finished taking a shower. The 3 little girls immediately pressed their father to tell them if he knew how to do it. Jiang Zhou smiled and agreed. After showering and changing, he quickly returned to the living room. Bauer wanted to copy a picture, Bayer wanted to make a small windmill, and Xianger wanted to make a fan. Looking at the pile of failed attempts beside him, Jiang Zhou couldn't help but tease Su Wanchue that even she had things she wasn't good at. Su Wanchue blushed. Jiang Zhou had already taken Bauer's drawing paper. He laid the white paper over the original drawing, held it up to the light, and the lines underneath immediately showed through. Bauer traced along the edges, quickly figured it out, and excitedly called her mother over to see. Next, Jiang Zhou checked Belle's windmill, redrawing a clear outline on the paper and letting her cut along the lines herself. Belle clapped her hands happily and immediately picked up the scissors to start cutting. Afterward, Jiang Zhou sat down next to Xianger and taught her how to fold a fan step by step. The 3 little girls busied themselves around Jiang Zhou, while Su Wanchue sat beside him handing out materials. The craft project that had given them a headache for so long became very simple in Jiang Zhou's hands, and the living room became lively again. Half an hour later, the 3 children finally finished their craft projects. Looking at the finished products on the table, Su Wanchue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Jiang Zhou is really amazing. The projects they struggled with for so long were all finished by him in just half an hour. The others had spent a full hour trying to resolve the issue, but Jiang Zhou quickly solved it upon his return. The next day, he gathered his legal and business teams and headed directly to Hunan Provincial Television to formally sign a year-long advertising deal for Happy Camp. Jiang Zhou contacted Zhao Ying on the way, and she immediately prepared the materials and personally greeted him at the entrance of the TV station. After entering the conference room, the 2 sides did not exchange many pleasantries and directly finalized the advertising price, placement time, and cooperation period. Jiang Zhou's only concern was when the advertisement would go live. Zhao Ying guaranteed the broadcast would take place within a week, while Jiang Zhou decided to sign a 1-year contract. After the contract was drafted, he first had it reviewed clause by his legal team to ensure there were no issues before signing it. The remaining advertising content and placement details were then handled by the business team. Jiang Zhou knew that the popularity of Happy Camp would continue to rise, making this collaboration very worthwhile. After returning to the company, he went straight to the recording studio, where he saw Jiang Xiaolan practicing singing under Lu Yan's guidance. He then asked her to stand in front of the microphone and sing the entire song. Although Jiang Xiaolan was a little nervous, her voice was clear and crisp when she opened her mouth. The first half of the song was gentle and calm, while the second half gradually became heavier and more powerful, perfectly conveying the passion and drive needed for Legend. After listening to it, Jiang Zhou immediately decided to make it the game's theme song. Jiang Zhou urged Lu Yan to finish recording as soon as possible, and then told Jiang Xiaolan privately that she would receive 50,000 yuan as payment after the song was recorded. He added that once she gained fame, she could participate in performances and earn even more money. Jiang Xiaolan was so excited that she quickly promised to practice diligently and seize this opportunity. After leaving the recording studio, Jiang Zhou began to consider the company's management issues. With increasing business, he couldn't personally oversee everything, so he instructed Jiang Yun to publicly recruit an executive president with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. At the same time, he registered a film and television media company to prepare for Jiang Xiaolan's future debut. 5 days later, more than 20 candidates came for interviews. Wu Yun was experienced and answered frankly, but he didn't really impress Jiang Zhou. Chunwon was young and capable, but appeared overly confident. After interviewing many people, Jiang Zhou still hadn't found the most suitable candidate. The last to enter was 24-year-old Li Xiner. A Cambridge PhD, she had been involved in the family business since childhood but insisted on developing her own skills. Faced with the question of what to do when the company was on the verge of collapse, she proposed that everyone work together, maximize their strengths, generate profits as quickly as possible, and do everything possible to avoid bankruptcy. Jiang Zhou saw that she had a clear mind and a firm attitude, and decided on the spot to hire her as CEO. Just after the interview, Zhao called to inform him that the advertisement for Legend would officially air that evening on Happy Camp, and Jiang Zhou immediately spread the news throughout the company. After get off work, Jiang Zhou returned home to find that Su Wanxue had prepared a large table of food. Jiang Haixing, Lin Yuehua, Jiang Yun, and Lin Xiao arrived one after another, ready to watch commercials while eating. Everyone sat around the table, chatting and laughing. Jiang Yun took the lead in raising his glass to toast, and everyone followed suit, the crisp sound of glasses clinking together filling the air. Su Wanxue cooked the meal herself, and Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing ate with beaming smiles, constantly praising her cooking skills, which made her blush. After the meal, the family cleared the table and sat down in the living room, quietly waiting for Happy Camp to air on time. Half an hour before the program started, Su Wanxue called Li Mingyao to remind them to tune in to Hunan Channel that evening, as Legend would be featured on the show. Li Mingyao was delighted and immediately pulled Su Mingzi to turn on the TV. Midway through the program, He Jiong and Li Weijia formally introduced Legend, and many guests on stage raised their hands, indicating that they had already played it. Immediately afterwards, the game footage was displayed on the big screen, and the clear scenes and exciting gameplay instantly captivated all the viewers. Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise Jiang Zhou for his brilliant advertising campaign. After the show aired, Legend would definitely become even more popular. Jiang Zhou simply smiled faintly. He had already anticipated the outcome. On the other side, Su Mingzi was both surprised and delighted, his pride almost impossible to contain. Meanwhile, in a noodle shop in Shanghai University Town, Zheng Hui was also drawn in by an advertisement on TV. He quickly finished his noodles and ran back to his dormitory, turning on his computer to download Legend of Mir. As soon as he entered the game, the clear interface, equipment settings, and combat feel immediately captivated him. Zhu Zheng, Zhu's roommate, had initially just been watching from the sidelines, but he became increasingly engrossed. When the other roommates returned, they all gathered around the computer. The group was so excited that they decided to go to an internet cafe for an all-nighter. That very night, the popularity of Legend of Mir skyrocketed, nearly crashing the servers. The following evening, Jiang Zhou was doing crafts with his 3 daughters when Sun Hao suddenly called, inviting him to a business gathering the day after tomorrow. The attendees were all prominent business owners from Changsha, which would be very helpful for him to expand his network. Jiang Zhou wasn't particularly interested, but he agreed anyway. On the day of the gathering, Jiang Zhou arrived at the hotel according to the address. 7 or 8 business figures from Changsha were already seated in the lobby. Some of them immediately shook hands with him upon hearing that he was the owner of Want Company, while others merely nodded indifferently. Jiang Zhou noticed this, but did not make a fuss about it on the spot. Soon, Deng Jian, chairman of the Deng Group, deliberately started a fight, pretending he had never heard of Want Company, and mocking Jiang Zhou for only running a small company and having no right to be in this kind of setting. Several people nearby who wanted to curry favor with him immediately joined in the jeering, their every word belittling Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou remained calm throughout. Only when Deng Jian told him to get out did he casually remind the other man that he was there at the invitation of Secretary Sun, and that his presence tonight was out of respect for Secretary Sun. As for the others, he didn't care at all. These words immediately left Deng Jian speechless and his face stiff. Seeing the atmosphere spiraling out of control, Xiao Wang immediately stepped in to smooth things over. He knew very well that Jiang Zhou had been personally invited by Sun Hao, and for Deng Jian and the others to humiliate Jiang Zhou was tantamount to slapping Sun Hao in the face. The others quickly changed their tune as well, and the previous mockery was soon drowned out by a flurry of polite remarks. After Xiao Wang spoke up for Jiang Zhou, many businessmen present, out of respect for Sun Hao, echoed his sentiments. Deng Jian wanted to continue his attack, but was stopped by those around him. Since everyone still needed Sun Hao's help in some areas, they naturally didn't want to escalate the situation completely, so they could only suppress the conflict for now. After the atmosphere eased slightly, someone curiously asked Jiang Zhou what projects his company had undertaken and why its value had increased so rapidly. The surrounding people immediately fell silent, and Deng Jian also stared at Jiang Zhou, wanting to see what this young man was capable of. Jiang Zhou only mentioned that his company had done a few small projects, but a boss next to him who had attended Li Wenchao's salon immediately pointed out that the now nationwide hit Legend was a product of Want Company. The moment the news broke, the entire room fell silent, followed by gasps of surprise. Everyone initially thought Jiang Zhou was just an ordinary entrepreneur, never expecting that Legend was his creation. Some said their children played the game every day, while others praised Want's technical prowess. Faced with the continuous praise, Jiang Zhou remained calm and didn't take the opportunity to boast. Although Deng Jian was shocked, he refused to back down. In his view, Jiang Zhou had only gotten lucky with one game. Without a background or foundation, he would inevitably encounter a bottleneck sooner or later. He adopted a senior's attitude, advising Jiang Zhou to develop more projects and even offering Want a cooperation opportunity. Jiang Zhou refused without hesitation. Seeing that Jiang Zhou wouldn't accept his kindness, Deng Jian's face darkened, and he directly mocked that a small company like Want might not survive in the end. Jiang Zhou calmly replied that if there was any future need for cooperation, they would first have to see if Deng Jian's company was qualified. This statement was tantamount to publicly breaking off relations, and the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Just as everyone was wondering how to handle the situation, Yang Ming suddenly walked over and publicly stated that Want could definitely hold on, because Jiang Zhou had far more projects than just Legend. Yang Ming publicly stated that Wang Software and the dating website Qingyuan Yixianqian also belonged to Jiang Zhou, and both platforms were currently cooperating with their company. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement again. No one had expected that the three hottest internet projects of the moment were all in Jiang Zhou's hands. Upon learning that both Wang and Qingyuan Yixianqian had a large user base, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Zhou completely changed. Developing popular games, creating two major online platforms, and successfully facilitating the merger of QQ and Wang, this wasn't just luck, but genuine business acumen. Jiang Zhou simply smiled calmly, while Deng Jian's face was extremely grim. He had just thought his company was far superior to Want, but now he realized they were not even on the same level. The cooperation opportunity he had talked about now seemed like a self-humiliating joke. Many people around were secretly pleased to see Deng Jian get the short end of the stick, but because of his status, they only dared to whisper among themselves. At the same time, in a hall on the second floor of the venue, a man who had seen everything that happened downstairs took a sip of red wine and said with a smile, "This young man is quite interesting." Sun Hao watched the entire conflict from upstairs and commented with a smile that although Jiang Zhou didn't talk much, he wasn't intimidated by so many business owners. In contrast, Deng Jian, relying on his status, made things difficult for a young man at every turn, showing a lack of magnanimity and ultimately making himself lose face. The man next to him paused slightly after hearing this, then shook his head and laughed. He was Li Zhilong, the secretary of Shanghai's top official and a close friend of Sun Hao. Li Zhilong had only come to the party, but he hadn't expected to witness such a lively and confrontational scene as soon as he arrived at the hotel. Li Zhilong became interested in Jiang Zhou. At present, there are only a handful of truly well-known websites in China, such as Sina, NetEase, and Sohu. Although Jiang Zhou's internet company isn't top-tier in scale, it already boasts millions of users, which is definitely not to be underestimated in this era. More importantly, Jiang Zhou is still very young. Given a few more years to develop, he might very well catch up with those established websites and become one of the top figures in the internet industry. Sun Hao also nodded, indicating that Jiang Zhou's abilities were far greater than what outsiders perceived. Sun Hao told Li Jilong that Jiang Zhou had no family support. Several years ago, his parents' business went bankrupt, leaving the family with millions of yuan in debt. He had to drop out of school and work for 5 years before finally coming to Changsha last year to start his own business at an internet cafe. Li Jilong was quite surprised. He had assumed that Jiang Zhou's ability to build such a large company in such a short time was due to some kind of backing, but he hadn't expected that Jiang Zhou had started from scratch. The fact that a young man with no connections could achieve what he had in just 1 year was enough to prove his vision and ability. As the two talked, they arrived on the first floor. Upon seeing Sun Hao and Li Jilong, everyone immediately stopped talking and rushed forward to greet them. Jiang Zhou, standing in the crowd, saw Li Jilong and was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to meet this future big shot here. In his past life, Jiang Zhou had dealt with Li Jilong and knew that this man was no ordinary person. Li Jilong was currently just a secretary, but he rose through the ranks to become the top official in Shanghai, and eventually even entered the capital. Establishing a relationship with him beforehand would greatly benefit Jiang Zhou's future development. Li Jilong asked Sun how to introduce him to Jiang Zhou. Xiao Wang quickly relayed the message. After bidding farewell to Chun Ming, Jiang Zhou calmly approached the two men. Sun Hao introduced them, and Jiang Zhou politely greeted Li Jilong with his hand. The three sat down on the sofa, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The business owners looked on with envy as they saw Jiang Zhou speaking privately with his two secretaries. Deng Jian stood at a distance, his face grim, but dared not cause any more trouble, for this was, after all, a gathering arranged by Sun Hao. After learning that Jiang Zhou had built his business from scratch, Li Jilong praised his abilities to his face. Jiang Zhou didn't take the opportunity to boast, but responded humbly, his expression remaining calm and composed. Li Jilong observed this and nodded secretly, his opinion of the young man rising even higher. Sun Hao smiled and chimed in, saying that Jiang Zhou was being genuinely polite. They had all witnessed the conflict between Jiang Zhou and Deng Jian earlier. Deng Jian had always been far too arrogant, and Sun Hao had seen many of his faults before. After Sun Hao finished speaking, he reminded Jiang Zhou, "This is the first time I've seen him get embarrassed in public. You'd better be careful in the future." Jiang Zhou nodded. Sun Hao intended to introduce him to Li Jilong. He then made an excuse to leave, leaving the two to talk alone. Li Jilong watched Sun Hao walk away, then turned and asked with a smile, "President Jiang, I heard from Secretary Sun that you also opened your own internet cafe?" Jiang Zhou responded. Li Jilong remarked, "Running an internet cafe is tough these days. Many people can't survive. It's truly remarkable that President Jiang has managed to make it work." Jiang Zhou simply said he was lucky and happened to be on the right track. Li Jilong smiled and praised him, then mentioned his website and software development projects, believing that once these projects were promoted, their reputation would definitely rise even higher. Jiang Zhou followed up by saying that he was planning to promote them and had opened an internet cafe in Shanghai this year. They also planned to develop a group buying feature for their dating website in Shanghai. Upon hearing this, Li Jilong immediately became interested, saying he was also very interested in this area and could discuss it further once Jiang Zhou arrived in Shanghai. The two quickly exchanged contact information. As the dinner was drawing to a close, Sun Hao returned and asked how the conversation had gone. Li Jilong jokingly remarked that Jiang Zhou was a very good person. Seeing that it was almost time, Sun Hao asked Jiang Zhou if he had a car and if he wanted his secretary to give him a ride. Jiang Zhou politely declined, said goodbye to the others, and drove away. The next day, Jiang Zhou received a call from Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan sounded anxious on the phone, saying that the internet cafe business was getting worse and worse. After they lowered their prices, the nearby small internet cafes followed suit, and even came up with a system where members could use the same services. Students have limited spending power, so most of them go to cheap internet cafes. Now, only a few with better financial means still choose Wang Internet Cafe. Jiang Fan is worried that if this continues, the internet cafe will have to close down sooner or later, and the losses will only be greater. Jiang Zhou reassured him, "I understand, brother. Don't worry, I have a plan." Hearing his brother say this, Jiang Fan felt a little relieved. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhou called Li Xiner over. During this time, Li Xiner had been familiarizing herself with the company's business and was gradually getting the hang of many things. After asking a few questions, Jiang Zhou directly instructed her to build a team and promote the Wangwang Internet Cafe Management System. His requirements were clear. Start with the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions, providing free access to local internet cafes. Previously, after Chun Wenhao established Want, Jiang Zhou had them upgrade the Internet Cafe Management System. Now, the system was mature enough and had comprehensive functions. Li Xiner immediately agreed and turned to make the arrangements. After finishing these matters, Jiang Zhou went home, told Su Wanxue about what happened in Shanghai, and then flew directly to Shanghai. Upon arrival, he called Li Zhilong and jokingly invited him to dinner that evening. When Li Zhilong heard he was in Shanghai, he immediately said he couldn't let Jiang Zhou make the arrangements and would have someone book a place right away. That evening at 7 p.m., the two met at the hotel restaurant and talked for a long time in a private room before leaving. The next day, all internet cafes in Shanghai were suddenly subjected to a major inspection. Fire safety, tax, and business registration authorities were all mobilized, and the entire industry was thoroughly rectified. Jiang Fan quickly received the news and found that his own internet cafe had not yet been investigated. He immediately called Jiang Zhou and said that all internet cafes in Shanghai were being investigated and many had already been shut down. He asked them what to do. Jiang Zhou said calmly, "Don't panic. We have all the necessary paperwork, and the fire department is fine. They won't find anything." This was the card he had played. Jiang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wangwang Internet Cafe has always handled all its paperwork properly from the beginning, so it's not afraid of inspections. But the smaller internet cafes in the surrounding area are a different story. Many of them lack proper permits, and if any of the fire safety, tax, or business registration issues are discovered, they'll face serious problems. The only outcome awaiting them is closure and seizure. Chapter 211. Wang Tiancheng is shocked. Wang is all right. On Wang Tiancheng's side, the internet cafe was undergoing an inspection, and it failed both fire safety and tax inspections. The person in charge immediately demanded a complete rectification and that all taxes be paid in full. Otherwise, the internet cafe could not continue operating. After seeing the inspectors off, Wang Tiancheng immediately called his brother, Wang Hongshan, pleading for help with a tearful face. "Brother, you have to help me." Wang Hongshan asked him what had happened. Wang Tiancheng quickly explained that the internet cafe had been inspected and was required to suspend operations for rectification, and hoped that his brother could help him plead with the higher-ups. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, Wang Hongshan told him that this time it wasn't something anyone could plead for. A clear document had been issued from above, ordering the regulation and rectification of all internet cafes in Shanghai. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiancheng's heart sank. Finally, Wang Hongshan gave only a few words of advice before hanging up. Wang Tiancheng grew increasingly frustrated and slammed his phone on the table. The internet cafe was suddenly forced to close for rectification, which would undoubtedly result in significant losses. But if they didn't rectify the situation, the internet cafe would have to shut down. Seeing that he was furious, Abao quickly advised, "Brother, don't be so anxious. Maybe Wangwang Internet Cafe is in a worse situation than us." Wang Tiancheng was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Yes, Wangwang Internet Cafe just opened. He doesn't believe they could have completed all the necessary procedures. If Wangwang also has to suspend operations for rectification, they'll lose money too. Thinking of this, Wang Tiancheng immediately sat up straight and instructed Abao, "Go and find out about Wangwang Internet Cafe right away." Abao responded and immediately ran out. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Tiancheng felt a surge of anticipation. If Wangwang is unlucky this time, it might not be able to continue operating. Not long after, Abao returned. Seeing Wang Tiancheng's expectant look, he hesitated to speak. Wang Tiancheng hurriedly asked, "How is it? Is Wangwang Internet Cafe in a terrible state right now?" Abao lowered his voice and said, "Brother, everything at Wangwang Internet Cafe is perfectly regulated. They don't need to shut down for rectification." "What?" Wang Tiancheng suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief. "No need for rectification? How is that possible? Did you find out the wrong thing? Bao explained in a low voice that he had indeed found out that Wang Internet Cafe had no problems. Enraged, Wang Tianqing kicked over a chair next to him, which slammed against the wall with a loud thud. He gritted his teeth and cursed. I refuse to believe their internet cafe has no problems. I'm going to deal with them right now and make sure they can never open again. After saying that, he turned to leave. Bao quickly stopped him, advising him to calm down, saying that rushing over like this would be pointless. But Wang Tianqing was in a fit of anger and wouldn't listen, striding straight out of the internet cafe. Just then, Zhang Yunquan arrived with a group of people. They were all owners of small internet cafes in the area. Seeing this, Zhang Yunquan asked, Boss Wang, where are you going? Wang Tianqing angrily replied, to settle accounts with Wang Internet Cafe. Zhang Yunquan was puzzled and asked him why. Wang Tianqing then recounted the inspection that day, becoming increasingly angry as he spoke, convinced that Wang Internet Cafe was behind it all, causing his internet cafe to be shut down for rectification. After listening, Zhang Yunquan sighed. Boss Wang, don't worry, we came to see you about the same thing. My internet cafe was also inspected. The other owners chimed in, saying that their internet cafes had also been ordered to suspend operations for rectification. These small internet cafes in the area already lacked proper permits, and this time none of them escaped the crackdown. Some couldn't help but complain that only Wang Internet Cafe in the vicinity is currently unaffected. Once they all close down, all the customers will definitely flock to Wang. Wang Tianqing's face darkened further. Although he knew no one could do anything about it, he still felt a tightness in his chest. Once the internet cafe closed, it would be difficult to recover the lost traffic. In the end, he could only suppress his anger and say, all right, we'll think of something tonight. After saying that, Wang Tianqing turned and went back to his internet cafe, plopped down in his office chair, and his mind was filled with thoughts of how to deal with Wang. That evening, Jiang Fan found a bar that looked pretty good. Jiang Zhou had instructed him during the day to find some beautiful women to work as companions at the internet cafe. Jiang Fan figured the place with the most beautiful women would be a bar. He arrived at the bar entrance, looked at the colorful lights inside, and walked straight in. Upon entering, Jiang Fan headed straight for the dance floor. On the stage, a sexy young woman was performing a hot dance, her swaying figure and fiery movements captivating everyone's attention. Jiang Fan sat down at the bar, took a few sips of his drink, and glanced across the dance floor. Inside, figures moved about, the atmosphere chaotic yet lively. Soon, a woman with a voluptuous figure walked in. She was probably in her 30s or 40s, exuding the alluring charm unique to mature women. The woman sat down next to Jiang Fan and asked with a smile, Handsome, looking for a woman? Jiang Fan glanced at her and asked with a smile, What do you do for a living? The woman answered directly, I work in this bar, of course. Jiang Fan nodded and said simply, Then recommend a few girls to me pretty, tall, and sexy. The woman was slightly taken aback and asked, Am I not enough? Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, asking her name. The woman said her name was Yin Yin. Jiang Fan then explained his purpose. To be honest, I'm not here to play around. I'm here to poach people. Yin Yin was taken aback. You also own a bar? Jiang Fan smiled and said, Of course not. I own an internet cafe, and I want to find a few beautiful women to work as companions in our internet cafe. Chapter 212, The Booming Game Companion Program. What is a game companion program? Yin Yin asked curiously. Jiang Fan explained directly. Game companion program. You can work at our internet cafe for 30 yuan a day. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Yin Yin was immediately tempted. 30 a day, that's 900 a month, while she only earns 600 a month at the bar. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh, her watery eyes fixed on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan felt a little embarrassed by her gaze and quickly looked away. Yin Yin confirmed again. So, it's just playing games with people? Jiang Fan nodded. Yes, how about considering coming to our internet cafe? Sure, I agree. Yin Yin readily agreed. This salary was more than she could have hoped for. Seeing that she was so agreeable, Jiang Fan immediately asked, I don't just want one. Do you have any other sisters you can introduce? Yin Yin smiled and said that she knew quite a few sisters. all of whom were good-looking and had good figures, but some of them were college students working part-time, and she didn't know if internet cafes would accept them. Jiang Fan asked about their year of study, and, upon learning they were both seniors, immediately decided, sure, if they're willing, take them to the Wang Internet Cafe near the university town tomorrow. Yin Yin readily agreed. The two exchanged phone numbers before Jiang Fan left. The next afternoon, Yin Yin indeed brought a group of girls to Wang Internet Cafe. They were all quite attractive, and as soon as they entered, they drew the attention of many boys. Jiang Fan led them into the room and briefly explained the job duties, salary, and internet cafe rules. That same day, Yin Yin and the others officially started work. That evening, after dinner, Hu Xiaodong planned to go to the internet cafe to play some games. But when he left school, he discovered that several of the internet cafes he frequented had closed down one after another, leaving only Wang Internet Cafe still lit up. He walked into Wang Internet Cafe, and as soon as he reached the counter, he saw a sign next to it. The sign read, "Opening promotion ended. Internet access price returned to 4 yuan per hour. We also offer game-playing companionship. An extra 5 yuan per hour is available if you require it." Hu Xiaodong immediately became interested. Game-playing companionship? This was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. He looked at Jiang Fan at the front desk and asked, "What is this game companion service?" Jiang Fan pointed to a computer not far away. "It's when someone plays games with you." Hu Xiaodong followed the gaze and saw a boy sitting next to a beautiful girl, the two playing games and chatting and laughing, the atmosphere seeming quite pleasant. Jiang Fan then added with a smile, "Surfing the internet alone is so boring, you could give it a try." This was exactly what Hu Xiaodong wanted to hear, and he immediately nodded. "Okay, arrange one for me." Jiang Fan gave the waiter a few instructions. Not long after, a beautiful woman walked over and said to Hu Xiaodong with a smile, "Handsome, let's go play games together." Looking at the woman before him, Hu Xiaodong noticed her good figure, fair skin, pure appearance, and sweet smile, and immediately nodded in satisfaction. Okay. The two sat down in front of the computer. Hu Xiaodong asked her name, and she smiled shyly. "You can call me Lily." Hu Xiaodong gave his name and then started playing Legend. Lily had learned about the game beforehand, so she sat next to him watching him play, occasionally praising him. "Wow, you're so good at this game." Hu Xiaodong was pleased with the praise, but pretended to be calm and said, "Normal operation." Lily looked at the top-notch equipment in his character's hands and continued to praise. "You have so much equipment, I have to learn from you." Hu Xiaodong was even more delighted upon hearing this and immediately offered to teach her. Lily looked delighted, and Hu Xiaodong simply got up and invited her to sit in his seat to operate the equipment. Lily was a little embarrassed at first, but with Hu Xiaodong's encouragement, she sat down. She was a bit clumsy at first, so Hu Xiaodong stood beside her, showing her how to use the mouse and keyboard. Before long, Lily had mastered the basics and was playing smoothly. She looked at Hu Xiaodong with surprise and delight. "I got it. You're amazing. I've never played this before, and you taught me so quickly." Hu Xiaodong was incredibly pleased. Being praised by such a beautiful girl naturally felt different. Lily was sweet-talking and good at chatting, and soon she became familiar with Hu Xiaodong. After giving up her seat, she continued to watch him play, occasionally offering him compliments. Hu Xiaodong was having more and more fun, and the more he listened, the more comfortable he felt. He thought this companion service was simply wonderful. Soon, his original 2-hour session was over, but he didn't want to leave and immediately extended it for another 4 hours. Before long, word of Wang Internet Cafe's game-playing service spread throughout the surrounding area. More and more people came to the Internet Cafe and started ordering game-playing services, and the Internet Cafe suddenly became very popular. Chapter 213. The next morning, the Internet Cafe was packed with people, and it remained full until noon. Jiang Fan was overjoyed at the bustling scene. He quickly gave a few instructions to the staff and then went to the hotel to find Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou could tell from his excited face that the result was good. Jiang Fan briefly explained the situation at the shop, saying that it was packed with people using the internet and hiring companions. Jiang Zhou was also satisfied after hearing this, and said with a smile that this was about what he had expected. Jiang Fan couldn't help but praise him for his foresight. If they hadn't completed all the paperwork in advance, they would have had to close down for rectification like other small internet cafes. Jiang Zhou just smiled, and then suggested striking while the iron was hot and opening a few more branches in Shanghai. The two quickly finalized the details and, after leaving the hotel, went directly to Huangpu District to look for shops. This was Shanghai's commercial center, with high foot traffic and a prime location, but the prices were certainly not low. As they walked, Jiang Zhou asked Jiang Fan to keep an eye out for suitable storefronts. Not long after, Jiang Fan pointed to a shop ahead and said it was available for rent. Jiang Zhou walked closer and saw that the sign read Fengyun Internet Cafe. This shop used to be an internet cafe. Jiang Zhou immediately took out his phone and dialed the number on the door. The phone rang for a while before being answered, and the person who answered sounded a little groggy. After Jiang Zhou explained the purpose of the call, the other party immediately sobered up and said he would come right away. Half an hour later, a Mercedes pulled up in front of the door, and a middle-aged man quickly got out of the car. It was the boss, Li Weiping. Upon seeing the two men, Li Weiping immediately asked if they wanted to rent a shop. Jiang Zhou nodded, and Li Weiping quickly took out his keys to open the door. Inside, the chairs were in disarray, and there was a musty, foul smell in the air. Clearly, no one had cleaned the place since it was raided the day before yesterday. Jiang Zhou glanced at the shop and already had a good idea of what to expect. It was about 200 square meters, smaller than the one in the university town, but sufficient. The computer equipment looked quite new, which suited him perfectly. He immediately asked about the rent. Li Weipeng was taken aback by Jiang Zhou's straightforward question, but then he cut to the chase and said he didn't want to continue in this business. The shop had only been open a short time when it was raided, and he had already lost a lot of money. If Jiang Zhou really wanted it, he could sublet it at a low price and sell it along with the computer equipment. Jiang Zhou inspected the equipment and confirmed it was all new, saving him the time of purchasing it himself. He immediately decided to buy it all. Li Weipeng was overjoyed and quickly made a call to have the contract prepared. Soon, both parties completed the formalities. Jiang Zhou rented the shop for 2,500 yuan per month and also bought the entire set of computer equipment at a low price. In a location like Huangpu District, this price was practically free. Jiang Zhou made a very good profit from this deal. After securing this shop, the two didn't stop there. They went on to rent 6 more shops in places like the train station, Pudong District, Hongkou District, Songjiang District, Minbei District, and Jiaoding District. In this way, their network of internet cafe branches was completely established. Chapter 214. A week later, Jiang Fan and Jiang Zhou successfully acquired 7 shops. The locations were all good, surrounded by office buildings and shops, with spacious storefronts and decent foot traffic. Jiang Zhou was very satisfied. Once the shops were finalized, Jiang Zhou immediately began drawing up the design plans. Since the 7 shops couldn't all look the same, he adjusted the style according to the layout of each shop. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, arranged for people to clear out the shops first, ready to begin construction as soon as the plans arrived. This time, Jiang Zhou designed 7 different internet cafe styles, including minimalist, industrial, fashionable, and tech-inspired. In addition, he specially added a girls' area. Girls often come to the internet cafe to play games, but there are many boys and smokers there, and girls are sensitive to the smell of smoke, so he specially set aside a section to try and accommodate them. After the design drawings were completed, Jiang Zhou showed them to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan flipped through a few pages, his eyes filled with admiration. These designs were not only beautiful, but also very practical, with many thoughtful details. Jiang Fan praised, "Zhou, your designs are really good." Jiang Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder. "I'll leave the renovation to you, big brother. I'm going to take care of other things." Jiang Fan immediately assured him, "Don't worry, leave this to me. I'll definitely get it done." Jiang Zhou nodded and left. After watching him leave, Jiang Fan immediately took the blueprints and contacted a construction team, preparing to start work as soon as possible. Then, Jiang Zhou called Jiang Yun again. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Yun asked him what was wrong. Jiang Zhou said directly, "First, arrange the work you have in Changsha, then fly to Shanghai immediately. I have something to do here." Jiang Yun didn't ask any further questions and smiled, agreeing. No problem. I'll make the arrangements and head over. Soon, Jiang Yun finished his work in Changsha and flew directly to Shanghai. Jiang Zhou told him to come to the hotel after landing and then told him that he planned to launch a group buying business in Shanghai. Previously, their website had already launched group buying services in Changsha, several cities in Hunan Province, and Hubei Province. Basically, wherever internet cafes expanded, Jiang Zhou would follow suit with the group buying business. However, for group buying to take root, dealing with local officials is inevitable, and it's difficult to push forward without connections. Now that his internet cafe has opened in Shanghai, and he's met Li Zhilong, he naturally wants to seize the opportunity to develop group buying in Shanghai as well. Shanghai's economic level is far higher than that of Hunan and Hubei provinces. Once the group buying service is launched, its prospects are more promising than those other places. After listening, Jiang Yun understood the importance of this matter. Jiang Zhou continued, I'll take you to meet someone tonight, the secretary of the top official in Shanghai. Jiang Yun was taken aback. The top official's secretary? He hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to have such connections in Shanghai. Jiang Zhou nodded, and Jiang Yun didn't ask any more questions, only saying that he understood. That evening, Jiang Zhou took Jiang Yun to a luxury hotel. Although Jiang Yun had been to high-end hotels in Changsha with Jiang Zhou before, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at the grandeur of this place. The two entered the private room, and the waiter quickly brought drinks. Jiang Zhou and Jiang Yun sat down and waited for a while before Li Zhilong arrived. Jiang Zhou stood up, shook hands with him, and introduced him. Secretary Li, this is Jiang Yun, who is in charge of our company's group purchase business. Li Zhilong politely shook hands with Jiang Yun. After they sat down, Jiang Zhou got straight to the point, saying that he had invited him here to discuss the group buying business in Shanghai. Jiang Zhou then briefly explained the company's group buying model. Their online platform, Qingyuan Yixianqian, and their online chat platform, Wangwang, already had tens of thousands of users in Shanghai. The group buying program had also been successful in Changsha and other cities. Jiang Yun brought specific data and user feedback, which he handed directly to Li Zhilong for review. Jiang Zhou seized the opportunity to say, group buying is good for our company, as it can enhance user loyalty. It's also good for Shanghai merchants. Although the price is lower, the volume is large, and with small profits but quick turnover, the total revenue will actually increase. He added, as merchants' income increases, tax revenue will also rise. Right now, it's just a small profit, but I'm confident that we can continue to grow the website and the number of users on Wangwang. In the future, group buying will be welcomed by the public and merchants, and we will not charge any intermediary fees within 2 years. After reviewing the information, Li Zhilong nodded. It's really good. Jiang Zhou smiled and poured him a full glass of wine. Li Zhilong didn't refuse and clinked glasses with the two of them. After finishing his drink, Li Zhilong looked at Jiang Zhou and said, I know your Wangwang software. I mentioned it last time. Your company's website is doing very well. I'll have someone handle the paperwork for the group buying business for you. Jiang Zhou immediately smiled and said, Thank you very much, Secretary Li. He knew in his heart that Li Zhilong's quick agreement wasn't just out of kindness. The two had discussed profit sharing before, and with a vested interest, it was natural for the other party to be willing to help. Li Zhilong smiled and said, No need to be polite. We're cooperating now. Jiang Zhou nodded in agreement. After the dinner, he invited Li Zhilong to a foot massage parlor and arranged a full service package. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Zhou received a call from Li Zhilong, informing him that all the formalities had been completed and that he could proceed with his work without worry. After hanging up, Jiang Zhou immediately called Jiang Yun. The formalities are done. Go to the university town now and find college students. Have them find merchants to promote the Wangwang Group buying service. For each successful referral, you'll receive a reward of 50 yuan. Jiang Yun immediately agreed. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Jiang Zhou told him to contact him immediately after he finished, and then hung up the phone. Chapter 215. Jiang Yun quickly packed his things and went to the Wangwang Internet Cafe next to the university town. He asked the cafe for a sign and wrote on it, Simple task, reward 50 yuan upon success. After writing it, he placed the sign at the entrance and sat down on a small stool next to it. Before long, many students were attracted and asked how to do the task. Jiang Yun told them that Wang Software was preparing to launch a group buying service, with the aim of making things cheaper for everyone. For example, a movie ticket and popcorn, which would normally cost 10 yuan separately, would only cost 8 yuan with the group buying deal. All the students had to do was approach cinema owners to discuss partnerships. For every cinema owner who agreed to join Want group buying, they would receive a 50 yuan reward. The students were initially skeptical. 50 yuan was a significant sum for them, and many felt it was a dubious idea. Jiang Yun smiled and said, "Since we don't have to pay anything, there's no harm in trying." This immediately appealed to many students, who then went to nearby businesses to discuss collaborations. One girl, Jiang Yimiao, quickly found a movie theater and spoke to the owner about group buying. After listening, Mr. Wang, the owner of the cinema, hesitated, worried that this new thing was unreliable. Jiang Yimiao then persuaded him, saying that it was just another ticket sales channel, and the platform wouldn't charge any handling fees later, so he wouldn't lose out no matter how you looked at it. After thinking about it, Mr. Wang realized it made sense. Movie tickets are best sold in small, high-volume deals, and now that he didn't have to spend extra money and had an additional sales channel, he nodded in agreement. After receiving Jiang Yimiao's message, Jiang Yun immediately sent her the 50 yuan bonus and then contacted Boss Wang to confirm the group purchase price. A single movie ticket was set at 4 yuan, popcorn at 3 yuan, and the combination of 2 movie tickets and a bucket of popcorn was set at 10 yuan. After the price was set, Jiang Yun instructed the technical department to process all the group buying links for the cinema. That evening, Mr. Wang's wife, Peng Meili, came to the cinema and heard him talk about the group buying tickets that had been launched that afternoon. Peng Meili was somewhat surprised, feeling she had never seen this kind of ticket sales method before. However, she also admitted that they were definitely not losing money. Boss Wang nodded, saying that this was precisely why he was willing to cooperate. Peng Meili urged him to quickly check if anyone had bought anything. Boss Wang turned on his computer, logged into the Love Connection website to check the group buying situation, and found that the number of buyers was still 0. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it had only just launched. Meanwhile, in the factory dormitory, Chun Jiqiang was chatting with his girlfriend Lu Miling, who lived in the same city, on Taobaw's messaging platform, Wang. He worked as a supervisor at the factory, and his dormitory happened to have a computer. Chun Jiqiang said he had the day off tomorrow and wanted to take Lu Miling out. Lu Miling thought for a moment and said she had just heard someone mention that Wang had launched a new group buying feature and movie tickets were cheaper than usual, so why didn't they go see a movie together? Chun Jiqiang thought it was acceptable, so he exited the chat interface and returned to the Wang homepage. Sure enough, he quickly saw the newly added group buying function. After clicking on it, he found that there were already cinemas, restaurants, and some entertainment options. He found a store called Old Wang Cinema, and when he opened it, he saw that movie tickets were 4 yuan each, and there was also a combo meal of 2 tickets plus popcorn, which was much cheaper than buying tickets at the cinema normally. Without hesitation, Chun Jiqiang clicked the Order button below the combo ticket. The page quickly redirected to the Love's Connection website. After logging in and confirming, the system showed that the ticket purchase was successful, with the number 098276161. Looking at the successful order, Chun Jiqiang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could actually book these group tickets online and save money. On the other side, just as Chun Jiqiang successfully placed his order, Boss Wang's computer beeped. He quickly looked at the screen and saw that the order number had changed from 0 to 1. Boss Wang excitedly called out to Peng Meili, saying that someone had indeed placed an order. Peng Meili quickly ran over, and upon seeing the information on the computer, she was overjoyed as well. Neither of them had expected that the group buying deal would be so successful so quickly after it had just launched. The next day, Chun Jiqiang and Lu Miling went to Lao Wang Cinema. Chun Jiqiang went to the front desk and explained that he had ordered movie tickets on Wang the day before. Mr. Wang happened to be at the front desk, and upon hearing that the order was placed through Wang, he immediately perked up. Chun Jiqiang explained that he had bought a combo of 2 movie tickets and popcorn. Boss Wang quickly turned on the computer next to him and asked him to give the order number and mobile phone number. Chun Jiqiang thought for a moment. then gave the number 0982761 and the mobile phone number. Mr. Wong logged into their Love Connection account to verify the information and found it matched perfectly, his smile widening. He told the two that they could now choose which movie they wanted to watch. The available movies included Devils on the Doorstep, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and The Gunman. Chun Jiqiang glanced at them, then turned to Lu Miling and asked which one she wanted to watch. Lu Miling smiled and pointed to the leftmost movie. Chun Jiqiang nodded and said, "Let's watch The Gunman then." Boss Wong chuckled and let them choose their seats. Lu Miling thought for a moment and said she would arrange 2 seats in row 8 for them. Chapter 216. Okay, then I'll arrange the 2 middle seats for you. You bought them at the group buying price on the platform, which was 10 yuan in total. Chun Jiqiang responded and took out 10 yuan from his pocket, handing it over. Boss Wong smiled and accepted it, then immediately took out 2 tickets and said, "You also have a bucket of popcorn. I'll get it for you now." After saying that, he went to the side, filled a bucket with popcorn, and handed it to Lu Miling. Lu Miling took a bite and found that it tasted the same as the one she had bought before. She immediately smiled and said, "Boss, your group purchase is really good. It's a great deal." Upon hearing this, Boss Wong was even more delighted and quickly said that the purpose of launching this group buying program was to make things convenient for everyone, and if they thought it was good, they should help spread the word. Lu Miling naturally agreed. Afterwards, Chun Jiqiang and Lu Miling entered the screening room. Before the movie even started, Lu Miling, holding popcorn, happily said, "Jiqiang, we'll be able to save a lot of money on movies from now on." Chun Jiqiang nodded. He hadn't expected the group buying deal to actually work and to be so convenient. Before, when the two of them came to the movies, they rarely bought popcorn. Now, the ticket and popcorn together only cost 10 yuan, which was indeed a bargain. Not long after, the movie started, and the two stopped chatting. Once the date ended and they returned to the factory, Chun Jiqiang immediately told everyone around him about the group buying deal, advising them to buy online from Wong Wong, Alibaba's instant messaging platform, for a cheaper price than offline. He also posted on the Love Connection forum, saying that Shanghai has launched a group buying service. He booked a movie ticket package yesterday and went to experience it with his girlfriend today. He felt it was great, and the price was more favorable than offline. He suggested that everyone try it. When the post was first published, only a few people clicked on it. But quickly, it spread by word of mouth, and the number of clicks soared to several thousand, with more and more comments appearing below. Some people asked in surprise if it was real, wondering if such a good deal was possible. Some said they would try it right away, and others said they had bought some that day, and it was indeed a great deal. Meanwhile, ever since he sold his first movie ticket package, Mr. Wong couldn't help but check his computer's back-end system. He was hoping for more orders, but this time when he refreshed the page, the number of orders had jumped from 1 to 20. Mr. Wong checked repeatedly to make sure he wasn't mistaken, and was so happy he almost jumped for joy, shouting that he'd made a fortune. You see, he usually might not even sell 20 servings of popcorn a day, but now he had 20 servings to his name, and the platform didn't take a cut. All the money went straight into his pocket. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this group buying event was incredibly worthwhile. The movie theater was a hit, and other merchants in Shanghai who joined the group buying event also started selling their goods. Those merchants were overjoyed to see the increase in orders on their backends. Some even called their relatives who were in business, urging them to join the group buying event and explaining all the benefits clearly. In no time, many merchants in Shanghai heard the news and rushed to the Love Connection website to apply to join the group buying program. 5 days later, Jiang Yun called Jiang Zhou to report the situation, his voice filled with excitement. Jiang Zhou, in the past few days, the number of merchants in Shanghai who have signed up for the group buying program has reached 200. The addition of these merchants brought another wave of traffic to Want and Love Connection. More importantly, the number of contracts signed in Shanghai was actually higher than that in Changsha and other places combined. Jiang Yun remarked that Shanghai was indeed bustling, with a large flow of people and many wealthy individuals. Jiang Zhou was pleased to hear this and encouraged him to keep up the good work and try to sign more merchants as soon as possible. Jiang Yun agreed with complete confidence. He believed that Wang Wang and Qingyuan Yixianqian would definitely grow bigger and bigger, even surpassing other websites. Jiang Zhou just smiled and said that was a must. With his memories from his previous life and his own abilities, making money after being reborn wasn't difficult for him. News about group buying quickly spread beyond just merchants. On a local Shanghai forum, a user named Regional Observer published an article titled "The Convenience Group Buying Activities Bring Us." The article states that a software called Wangwang recently launched group buying, and many merchants have signed contracts with it to sell their products on the platform. This activity has surprised many consumers because it has indeed brought discounts and convenience. The author also gave an example, saying that he once ordered a meal from a restaurant on the platform for only 5 yuan, while it would have cost 7 yuan to buy it offline. The key point is that the quality did not deteriorate because of the price reduction and remained the same as before. Therefore, he highly appreciates group buying activities. This not only benefits consumers, but also provides merchants with an additional sales channel. What surprised him even more was that the platform doesn't charge merchants any handling fees or take a commission. Finally, the author stated that he wrote this article not just to praise the product, but to let more people know that group buying can indeed bring convenience, and that everyone can use it with confidence. This article was incredibly eye-catching and was widely shared within minutes. Even older women and factory workers learned about group buying and left comments below. Chapter 217, Receiving Praise from Secretary Li. This group buying deal is great. I want to buy on the platform too. Every penny saved counts. I'll participate too. Don't underestimate the savings of a few dollars. Every little bit adds up, and you can save a lot over a month. Citizens were discussing it enthusiastically, with most praising the group buying event. For ordinary people, checking for discounts on platforms before purchasing has become a new habit. 2 days later, Li Zhilong attended a meeting. During the meeting, the leader specifically mentioned the group buying activity and praised him with a smile. The group buying activity you did is very good. Shanghai residents like it very much now. This is something worth celebrating. Li Zhilong quickly and modestly replied, "These are all things I should do." In the past few days, he had received praise from several leaders, which naturally pleased him. However, he also knew that this idea was inseparable from Jiang Zhou, and he secretly admired this young man, thinking that he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Another leader also praised, "Comrade Li Zhilong, you performed well this time and have indeed brought benefits to the people of Shanghai." Li Zhilong remained modest. "I'm doing my best, and I hope these activities can bring more benefits to everyone." After the meeting, Li Zhilong returned to his office. Thinking about how this group purchase had earned him the leader's appreciation, he picked up his phone and called Jiang Zhou. After Jiang Zhou answered the call, he smiled and said, "Hello, Secretary Li." Li Zhilong said in a light tone, "President Jiang, I just got back from a meeting. You did a great job with this group buying event. The boss even mentioned it today." Jiang Zhou replied with a smile, "It's also thanks to Secretary Li's discerning eye that this project was able to be implemented in Shanghai so quickly." The two chatted for a while longer, and Li Zhilong's impression of Jiang Zhou became increasingly positive. A month later, the renovations of all 7 internet cafes were completed, and the computers and staff were all in place, ready to officially open. Jiang Yun called Jiang Zhou. "Zhou, all 7 internet cafes are set up. When are you going to come and take a look?" Jiang Zhou laughed and said, "Big brother is still so efficient. I'll go there today." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhou went home, packed a few things, told Su Wanxue, and then flew to Shanghai. Upon arriving at the airport, Jiang Yun was already waiting outside. Seeing Jiang Zhou emerge, he immediately called out, "Zhou." Jiang Zhou smiled and waved. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Yun said, "Let's go. Let's check out the different shops first." The two got into the car and inspected the 7 internet cafes in turn. After looking at them, Jiang Zhou was very satisfied with the decoration and layout, and immediately decided, "They're all good. All 7 will open tomorrow." Jiang Yun nodded. "No problem. We'll wait for your confirmation." Jiang Zhou patted him on the shoulder. "You've had a tough month." Jiang Yun waved his hand. "There's no need to be polite between brothers. As long as you think it's okay, we can start operating right away." The next day, 7 Wangwang internet cafes opened simultaneously. Each one had a prominent banner hanging at its entrance. Wangwang Internet Cafe, welcome to visit us. The staff at the entrance greeted customers warmly. Grand opening today? We have many special offers. Welcome to come in and experience our services. There were also smiling girls accompanying customers, introducing the Internet Cafe's services and gaming experience. Passers-by noticed that the Internet Cafe's decor was completely different from others, and the environment was clean and beautiful, immediately piquing their interest. This seems quite interesting. Let's go in and give it a try. Soon, white-collar workers and students flocked to the stores to join in the fun, and almost all 7 internet cafes were packed. Jiang Yun and Jiang Zhou visited every shop, and seeing the bustling scenes inside, they were both very satisfied. Jiang Yun said excitedly, "It seems this past month of hard work wasn't in vain." Jiang Zhou nodded. "The situation is indeed quite good now." Jiang Yun was even more confident. Things will definitely get better and better in the future. If things continue like this, the turnover of Wangwang Internet Cafe will definitely not be low. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "Of course." Some were happy, some were sad. Wang Tianqing, after more than a month of closure for rectification, had resolved the fire safety issues and paid off the tax evasion, finally reopening his business. But he waited for a long time, and there wasn't a single person in the store using the internet. Wang Tianqing grew increasingly anxious. He had been losing money for over a month, and now that he had finally reopened, not a single customer was coming, which made him very worried. He wondered to himself, "Strange, why is there no one here? Could it be that everyone has been sucked away by Wangwang Internet Cafe?" After waiting for another half hour, still no one came. Wang Tianqing finally couldn't sit still any longer and immediately called Bao in. Bao asked, "Brother, is there something you need?" Wang Tianqing asked with a stern face, "Is Wangwang Internet Cafe doing very well now?" Bao shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't been keeping an eye on it these past few days. But all the internet cafes around here have been closed for rectification. Only theirs hasn't closed, so their business probably isn't bad." Wang Tianqing immediately ordered, "Go and find out right now." Bao responded and immediately left the internet cafe, heading straight for the Wangwang Internet Cafe on the street. Chapter 218, bringing wife and child to Shanghai for a visit. Watching Bao leave, Wang Tianqing grew increasingly resentful. The Wangwang Internet Cafe was thriving, making his own deserted internet cafe stand out starkly. After Bao ran out, he stopped the person who had just come out of Wangwang Internet Cafe to ask him about it. Only then did he learn that Wangwang Internet Cafe was not only doing well, but had already opened 7 branches in just 1 month. He knew without a doubt that Wang Tianqing would be furious if he heard this. Soon, Bao returned and reported the situation. Sure enough, after hearing this, Wang Tianqing slammed his fist on the table in anger and cursed, "These bastards are clearly trying to steal our business while we're busy." Wangwang Internet Cafe had only been open for a month, yet it had already expanded to 7 branches. Looking at his own shop, which had not a single customer, Wang Tianqing felt extremely frustrated and harbored a deep grudge against Jiang Zhou. Bao quickly advised him not to get angry and to think of a solution. Wang Tianqing's eyes hardened, and he immediately took out his phone and made a call. Saturday arrived quickly, and Su Wanxue called Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou answered with a smile in his voice. "Wanxue." Su Wanxue asked him how the internet cafes were doing in Shanghai. Jiang Zhou told her that 7 internet cafes opened yesterday, and the results were all very good. Business was even booming than expected. Su Wanxue was happy for him and couldn't help but praise him for his efficiency. Then, she asked Jiang Zhou when he would be back. Jiang Zhou said he would check the situation in Shanghai and should return on Monday. Su Wanxue on the other end of the phone gave a soft reply, then suddenly fell silent. Jiang Zhou sensed her mood and teased her with a smile. "What's wrong? Missing me?" Su Wanxue blushed and quickly said no. It was just that Bauer and the others missed their father. Jiang Zhou wouldn't let her off the hook and asked again, "Then don't you miss me?" Su Wanxue felt even more embarrassed. Actually, she also missed Jiang Zhou, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After a while, Jiang Zhou suddenly said earnestly, "Wanxue, I miss you so much." These words made Su Wanshua's heart race. She suppressed her shyness and replied softly, "I miss you too." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhou became incredibly excited, as if he had returned to the time when the two of them were in love. He even pretended not to hear clearly and wanted her to repeat herself. Su Wanshua was shy, so she simply remained silent. Jiang Zhou stopped teasing her and instead suggested with a smile, "Why don't you bring Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger to Shanghai for a visit? We can go back together then." Su Wanshua hesitated, worried that it might interfere with his work at the internet cafe. Jiang Zhou immediately said that nothing was more important than spending time with his wife, and that the three girls had never been to Shanghai before, so he would take them sightseeing. Hearing him say that, Su Wanshua finally agreed and prepared to pack her things to go to the airport. Jiang Zhou told her to buy the tickets and let him know, and that he would pick her up at the airport. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanshua touched her burning cheeks, her face full of a happy smile. She herself hadn't expected that she would actually agree to go to Shanghai to see Jiang Zhou. Soon, she called her three little girls over and said she was going to take them to Shanghai. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger cheered immediately, overjoyed to be able to go out and play and see their father. Su Wanshua packed a few things and headed to the airport with her three children. They weren't staying long this time, and they didn't have much luggage, so they left quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhou happily went downstairs and booked a room next to his own. Afterwards, he went to 7 internet cafes to check on the situation and saw that each one was bustling with customers, which made him feel even more at ease. Calculating the time, Jiang Zhou rushed to the airport to pick them up. Su Wanshua and the others arrived in Shanghai at 12:10 p.m., and Jiang Zhou was already waiting at the exit at 12:05 p.m. Not long after, Su Wanshua came out with 3 little maids. She spotted Jiang Zhou at a glance, and Jiang Zhou was also looking at her. Their eyes met. Su Wanshua's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately lowered her head to look to the side. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but laugh at her shy appearance, finding her incredibly adorable. When Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger saw Jiang Zhou, they immediately cried out, "Daddy," and rushed over. Jiang Zhou opened his arms and hugged the 3 little girls tightly, smiling as he asked them if they missed their daddy. The 3 children said in unison that they wanted to. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "Then let's go. Dad will take you to eat something delicious." He released the 3 girls, then naturally took the suitcase from Su Wanshua's hands, asking her if she was tired from the flight. Su Wanshua smiled and said she was fine, just a little dizzy after getting off the plane. Jiang Zhou took her hand and led the family forward. The 3 little girls ran ahead, skipping and jumping, occasionally turning back to look at their parents, their faces full of joy. Jiang Zhou first took them back to the hotel to put their things away, and then the family left the hotel and went to a private restaurant in Shanghai. He had booked a private room in advance and took good care of Su Wanshua throughout the meal. Chapter 219: Buying a Large Apartment. Jiang Zhou knew that Su Wanshua couldn't handle spicy food, so he picked up her favorite braised pork ribs. When Bayer saw this, she pouted and muttered, "Daddy is biased. He only puts food on Mommy's plate." Jiang Zhou smiled and gently pinched her nose. Of course Daddy loves Mommy. After saying that, he put a piece of pork rib on each of the 3 little girls' plates, and the 3 children obediently lowered their heads to eat. Su Wanshua smiled at him, and Jiang Zhou urged her to eat more, saying she was too thin. Su Wanshua playfully retorted that Lin Xiao had recently said she had gained weight. Jiang Zhou leaned closer and whispered, "It's good to be a little chubby. It's more comfortable to hug." Su Wanshua blushed and quickly buried her head in her food. Jiang Zhou knew she was shy, so he didn't tease her anymore. After the meal, worried that they might be tired from the flight, he took the family back to the hotel to rest. The 3 little girls were very obedient. After Jiang Zhou coaxed them to sleep, he went to find Su Wanshua. An hour later, everyone was ready, and the 3 children came out dressed neatly. A smile appeared on Jiang Zhou's face. Let's go out and play," Jiang Zhou said, then took their hands and went out. The family of 5 held hands all the way. The 3 little girls were very lively. Bauer looked up and asked him where they were going. Jiang Zhou patted her head and said he would take them to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Belle was curious about what that was, so Jiang Zhou explained that it was a very tall radio and television tower, and that you could go up to see the scenery and even the bond. The three little girls seemed to understand a little, but they were all very excited. Before long, they arrived near the Oriental Pearl Tower. Jiang Zhou pointed to the towering television tower and told them that this was the Oriental Pearl Tower. Bauer looked up in amazement and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so high." Bayer also asked if it was possible to go up. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, then took Su Wanshue's hand and led the three children inside to buy tickets. After buying their tickets, the family made their way to the observation deck. From the transparent glass below, they could see Shanghai below. The three little girls excitedly crowded around to look, and Belle couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful it was outside. Bauer nodded repeatedly. Su Wanshue gazed at the city view outside the window, captivated by the scenery, but she still subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou was also looking at her, and the two smiled at each other. After visiting the Oriental Pearl Tower, Jiang Zhou took them for a stroll in the nearby streets. Seeing that it was almost time, he asked if they were hungry and if they wanted to go get dinner. Su Wanshue smiled and said she hadn't digested her lunch yet. The three little girls said they weren't hungry and could eat later. Jiang Zhou nodded, then suddenly thought of a nearby apartment complex. He figured he could buy one in Shanghai while he was there, so it would be convenient for them to stay when they came to visit in the future. He remembered there was a Lujiazui garden nearby, so he led Su Wanshue and the others in that direction. Su Wanshue asked him if he wanted to buy a house there, and Jiang Zhou smiled and admitted it, saying that they could live there when they came to Shanghai in the future. Jiang Zhou knew that if he didn't buy now, Shanghai's housing prices would only continue to rise, and it wouldn't be surprising if they reached tens of thousands of yuan per square meter. Buying now while prices were still low would definitely be a good deal. Su Wanshue didn't say much, only nodded. Jiang Zhou then led her and the three children into the sales hall. The saleswoman quickly came up to them and warmly asked what kind of apartment they were looking for. Jiang Zhou said that his family would be living there, so they wanted a larger apartment. The saleswoman immediately led them to a sofa, took out some brochures, and introduced several apartment layouts that were suitable for a family of 5. Jiang Zhou flipped through the brochures. There were many blueprints displayed on the counter. The saleswoman highlighted several 5-bedroom, 3-living-room apartments, each over 280 square meters, adding that the community environment and air quality were excellent, making it a suitable place to live. Jiang Zhou nodded and handed the blueprints to Su Wanshue. Su Wanshue looked at them carefully and was quite satisfied with the houses. Seeing this, the saleswoman smiled and said that there were discounts available for buying a house now. After listening, Jiang Zhou asked about the surrounding environment. The saleswoman said that the area had convenient transportation, a thriving commercial street, and tourist attractions, and the prices were reasonable for the area. Jiang Zhou was somewhat intrigued, but still wanted to know more, so he asked her to continue explaining the prices. The saleswoman pointed to the map and said, "It's currently 5,200 yuan per square meter, but after the discount it can be 5,000. Chapter 220 Shocking. A house worth 12 million. The saleswoman began introducing the building that Jiang Zhou and his group had their eye on. The building had a wide variety of apartment layouts. The lower floors were over 280 square meters, while the upper floors were extra-large single-level apartments. They were fully furnished and equipped with appliances, so residents could move in immediately. She added that the houses here range from 600,000 to 12 million yuan, with the cheapest being unfinished apartments at just over 5,000 yuan per square meter. The more expensive ones have better locations, larger areas, and more luxurious renovations. Located near the Bund, the developers are clearly targeting the wealthy, as the apartment layouts are very detailed. After listening, Jiang Zhou immediately said, "Take us to see the 12 million one first." He now has over 60 million yuan in hand, and his internet cafe, SP, service provider, business, and the game Legend are all generating consistent profits. Naturally, he'd choose the best property to buy. Moreover, buying now is a surefire investment. The house will only become more valuable in the future. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes lit up immediately, and her smile became even more enthusiastic. She quickly led Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue inside, introducing the designer, butler service, and amenities of the house along the way. After walking for a few minutes, The group arrived at an upscale residential area. The saleswoman smiled and said that this place had the best environment and the most prosperous location, and that building number 1, which Jiang Zhou had his eye on, was the king of the buildings here, with the best view of the Huangpu River. Jiang Zhou could also see that the grandeur of this place was significantly superior to other locations. No wonder the price was outrageously high. More importantly, this land would later be adjacent to the infamous Thompson Riviera, and although it was still under construction, its value was already evident. The saleswoman led them to Building 1, took the elevator directly to the 12th floor, opened the door, and began to introduce the apartment. This place spans a full 832 square meters and features 8 large suites, as well as an entertainment room, home theater, gym, greenhouse, and more. The decoration and furnishings are top-notch, and the property management is very strict, so there's absolutely no need to worry about any subsequent issues. Jiang Zhou walked in and looked around. The interior was in a European style, and the living room was surprisingly spacious, with a large floor-to-ceiling window on one side offering a panoramic view of the outside scenery. The dining room, kitchen, bathroom, and toilet were all complete. The bedroom had a Western-style design, yet it also exuded a sense of fashion. Not bad. Wanshue, what do you think? Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshue. Su Wanshue nodded. That's good. Jiang Zhou didn't hesitate and said directly, then let's stay in this one. Can you lower the price a bit? The saleswoman quickly said it was negotiable and suggested they go back and discuss the specific price first. Jiang Zhou nodded and then asked if they had any smaller apartments with good views, a nice environment, and a comfortable layout. They didn't need to be that big. He planned to buy 2 more apartments while he was there. The saleswoman said they did, and although the styles were different, most were European, and they could go take a look together. Jiang Zhou then went to see a few more apartments before finally returning to the sales hall. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue were still discussing the house with the saleswoman, while the 3 little girls sat nearby, playing with toy cars. Jiang Zhou had bought them those while shopping earlier that day, and the 3 children were having a great time. Just then, a little boy suddenly rushed over and snatched the toy car from Xianger's hand. Bauer and Bayer immediately stood up, and Xianger panicked and reached out to grab it back, but the boy managed to take it from her again. It's mine, the little boy shouted triumphantly to Xianger. That's clearly mine. Give it back to me. Xianger's eyes were red with anger. It's in my hands now, so it's mine. Get out of my way. The little boy not only refused to return it, but also looked arrogant. Xianger was so angry that tears streamed down her face. Bauer and Bayer quickly tried to comfort her, but the boy just kept laughing. Bayer couldn't stand it anymore and warned him to stop laughing or she would hit him. The little boy wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he became even more arrogant, raising his chin and saying he'd tell his mother if they dared to lay a hand on him. Belle, who was naturally bold, wasn't intimidated by him. She stepped forward and shoved him, sending the little boy sprawling to the ground, where he immediately started crying. Xianger took the opportunity to pick up the toy car and hand it back to herself. Just then, the little boy's mother heard the crying and rushed over. She picked up her child and anxiously asked, Xiaoming, what happened? Who bullied you? Xiaoming cried and pointed directly at Xianger and her 2 friends. Chapter 221. Should I make my daughter apologize? Xiaoming's mother immediately stared at Xianger, Bayer, and Bauer, coldly asking them if they had bullied her son. Bauer immediately retorted, saying that Xiaoming had taken their things first. Xiaoming, who was crying and protesting his innocence, kept denying it, saying that he hadn't taken anything at all. Hearing this, Xiaohuan's face darkened, and she directly forced Bauer to apologize to her son, warning them that if they didn't apologize, they shouldn't blame her for being impolite. Bauer didn't back down either, asking why she should apologize, saying that her mother had said that only those who did wrong should apologize. The commotion quickly attracted Su Wanshue and Jiang Zhou. Su Wanshue first went to comfort the crying Xianger, while Jiang Zhou squatted down, patted Bauer's head, and whispered to her what happened. Bauer tearfully recounted how Xiaoming had snatched the toy car, and Bayer nodded in agreement beside her. But Xiaohuan wouldn't listen. She insisted that her son couldn't possibly have stolen anything, and even counter-accused Bauer of pushing Xiaoming. She became more and more agitated, and even tried to rush up and teach the three children a lesson. Fortunately, Su Wanxue stopped her in time, and the saleswoman also quickly came over to persuade her to calm down. Xiao Huan's words became increasingly offensive, berating the three children for being ill-mannered and saying that even she couldn't bear to hit them, yet they struck first. Jiang Zhou glanced at the three girls and saw that Bayer's eyes were red. His expression immediately turned cold, and he told Xiao Huan to watch her attitude, adding that he believed his daughter wouldn't push someone without reason. Upon hearing him speak, Xiao Huan immediately turned her attention to him, mocking him for being an outsider who was meddling. She sized up Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue, concluding that they were the parents of the three children, and began to criticize them for not knowing how to raise their children and for ruining them sooner or later. Su Wanxue was furious and retorted directly. She said that before the matter was even cleared up, Xiao Huan had already condemned the child, and that such a temper was problematic in itself. Besides, she believed in her daughter, and if Xiaoming hadn't provoked them first, the children wouldn't have fought back. After hearing this, Xiao Huan sneered and turned to Xiaoming, telling him not to associate with these rude kids anymore. She even deliberately mocked them for being from out of town, having a rustic accent, and being ignorant. She even shifted the blame for Xiaoming's injury onto Bauer and the others, demanding that Jiang Zhou and the others pay for his medical expenses. Jiang Zhou was amused by her twisted logic and coldly retorted, "Does that mean it's right for Xiaoming to steal, but wrong for my daughter to act in self-defense?" Su Wanxue added, "There are plenty of rich people, but it's people like her who act arrogantly and domineeringly under the guise of being from Shanghai who are truly a disgrace to Shanghai." Xiao Huan was stunned by the retort and wanted to continue her tirade, but the onlookers around them erupted in a commotion. Some directly questioned her about her right to call outsiders country bumpkins, while others said they had just witnessed the little boy snatching the girl's toy car, clearly indicating that he had started it. Jiang Zhou didn't join in the commotion. He calmly recounted the events, pointing out that Xiao Ming had started it and that the three children were only acting in self-defense. Xiao Huan, however, blindly protected her son and blamed others for being ill-mannered and shameful, a behavior that was truly repulsive. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the saleswoman quickly approached and respectfully informed Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue that the paperwork for the three apartments in Building 1 was complete, with a total price of 23 million yuan, and asked them to come over to confirm. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, followed by a collective gasp of shock. Everyone then realized that Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue were truly wealthy, casually purchasing 3 houses for a total of 23 million yuan. Xiao Huan, who had just been calling others old-fashioned, now looked extremely pale and began to feel uneasy. She then realized that she had just offended someone far from ordinary. The thought that she couldn't afford to offend them if they really wanted to pursue the matter sent chills down Xiao Huan's spine. Xiaoming tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Mom." She snapped out of her daze, quickly pulled her son to her side, and said softly, "Let's go home." Chapter 222. The whole family is shocked. A house worth 11 million. After Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue finished dealing with the house matters, they took the 3 little girls back to the hotel. The 3 children had lost their previous excitement and were all sullen. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou sat beside them, comforting them. Jiang Zhou said she would make delicious pastries for the 3 sisters that evening. As soon as the 3 girls heard there was food, they immediately cheered up again, and their previous unhappiness quickly dissipated. Seeing that the children had regained their spirits, Jiang Zhou picked up the phone and called Jiang Yun and Jiang Fan respectively, telling them that he had bought each of them an apartment in Shanghai. The 2 were shocked. Jiang Fan couldn't help but ask, "Zhou, why did you buy one for me too? Shanghai's housing prices are much higher than Changsha's. It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Jiang Zhou said that Jiang Fan would need a place to stay in Shanghai eventually, and that housing prices would continue to rise, so now was the best time to buy. Jiang Fan understood his intentions, but felt that he didn't want his younger brother to work too hard. Jiang Yun was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Jiang Zhou had actually bought him a house in Shanghai that he could move into right away. He was filled with gratitude and secretly resolved to do even better in the future when Jiang Zhou asked him to do things. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou called Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing to tell them about buying a house. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuehua's voice changed in surprise. What? You bought a house? Jiang Zhou told them to come over when they had time. Lin Yuehua immediately agreed, and after hanging up the phone, she and Jiang Haixing packed their things, bought tickets for the next available flight, and headed to Shanghai. Jiang Zhou went to the airport to pick them up, while Su Wanxue took the three girls to the new house first. Jiang Yun and Jiang Fan went to buy groceries, preparing for a proper celebration that evening. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing followed Jiang Zhou to the residential area. Looking around, they already felt the environment was much better than in Changsha. But upon entering the house and seeing its luxurious and spacious decor, they were stunned. Lin Yuehua couldn't help but exclaim, Zhou, did you really buy this house? It's so beautiful, you're amazing. This house is not only luxuriously decorated, but also incredibly spacious. It's on a completely different level compared to the one in Changsha. Jiang Haixing subconsciously asked, this must have cost a lot of money, right? Jiang Zhou calmly replied, 11 million. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing both widened their eyes. Jiang Yun was also startled. He knew the house was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. The price of this house was much higher than their original house. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Jiang Zhou smiled helplessly and told them to eat first. Since everyone had arrived, dinner was already quite late, and everyone was hungry. After dinner, Lin Yuehua stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the scenery. The apartment was on the 12th floor, and from the window, she could see the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower. At this moment, Jiang Yun suddenly asked, by the way, Jiang Zhou, how much did my apartment cost? Jiang Zhou smiled and replied, 6 million. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang was heard, and Jiang Yun fell directly from his chair to the ground, his face full of shock and his mind blank. Although he had some money now, 6 million was still an astronomical figure for him. Jiang Fan quickly helped him up and asked if he was all right. Jiang Yun quickly shook his head and looked at Jiang Zhou. I can't accept this house. It's too valuable. Jiang Zhou said that Jiang Yun had helped him so much, and he had never known how to thank her. A house was nothing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's eyes welled up with tears. He sincerely said that Jiang Zhou had given him the opportunity and enabled him and his family to live a better life. Jiang Zhou patted him on the shoulder and said that the money had already been paid, and there was no use in going back on his word. He would take them to sign the paperwork tomorrow. Jiang Yun froze, as if she couldn't believe her ears. After Jiang Zhou nodded in confirmation, Jiang Fan couldn't help but ask how much her house cost. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, same here, 6 million. With another thud, Jiang Yun sat down on the ground again. It turned out that Jiang Fan had also been stunned by the price, and his hand loosened, putting Jiang Yun, whom he had just helped up, back down. Jiang Yun rubbed his butt and joked, you can't just throw me away as soon as you hear about money, can you? Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing, who were initially shocked, couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Jiang Fan was both amused and exasperated, only saying that Jiang Zhou had gone to too much trouble. Jiang Zhou told them to accept the money without hesitation, explaining that he had asked everyone to work for him so that their families could live a better life. The group no longer refused and sincerely thanked him. Lin Yuehua smiled and urged Jiang Zhou to show them the house. So everyone got up and followed him, touring from the kitchen all the way to the maid's room. Jiang Zhou explained that the kitchen was a blend of Chinese and Western styles, and the rooms inside also offered views of the Bund. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing nodded repeatedly, finding the house both spacious and excellent. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou led them to the master bedroom, entertainment room, home theater, gym, and other areas. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined the house could be so large. Chapter 223, Making Cakes with the Kids. Jiang Yun and Jiang Fan were completely stunned by the mansion before them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Jiang Zhou could actually afford such a house. Jiang Fan looked around and couldn't help but marvel at how luxurious the house was, even more beautiful than the villas he'd seen on TV. Lin Yuehua nodded in agreement, thinking it was like a palace. Seeing that they had seen enough, Jiang Zhou smiled and said he would take them to see his house next. Jiang Yun and Jiang Fan were immediately filled with anticipation. Soon, Jiang Zhou led them to another apartment. The apartment prepared for Jiang Yun and Jiang Fan was a two-story unit. As soon as the door opened, Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing were speechless with amazement at the spaciousness inside. The living room is spacious and bright, covering more than 100 square meters. It combines the dining and living areas and has a large balcony with views of the neighborhood. There are a total of 5 rooms, a master bedroom, a second bedroom, a study, and a tea room. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing listened to the introduction with shock in their eyes. They had lived most of their lives and had never seen such a luxurious house, let alone imagine that they would be able to live in it one day. Jiang Yun and Jiang Fan were incredibly excited. They looked through every room. The bathrooms, dressing rooms, bathtubs, and soft beds were all top of the line. Amidst their shock, only one thought remained in their minds. They were determined to work hard for Jiang Zhou for the rest of their lives. Jiang Zhou had been so good to them. They had to be completely devoted to him from now on. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing walked around the room, growing more and more fond of it. Jiang Zhou was happy to see everyone satisfied. He had been reborn because he wanted to provide a good life for those around him. Once his career is completely stable, he and Su Wanxue can finally live a carefree life. After viewing the house, Jiang Zhou said goodbye to Lin Yuehua and the others and went home first. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing watched his departing figure, exchanged glances, their faces filled with relief and joy. Jiang Zhou didn't go straight home. Instead, he went to the supermarket downstairs and bought a bag of things. When he got home, the 3 little girls immediately ran over happily as soon as they saw him. Jiang Zhou put the things on the table, and Su Wanxue asked him what he had bought. Jiang Zhou smiled and said that he had promised the children he would make a cake that afternoon, and he couldn't go back on his word. He bent down and asked the 3 little girls if they wanted to make a cake together. The 3 children immediately agreed in unison and pulled him by the arm, heading towards the kitchen. Su Wanxue watched them with a smile from behind, and Jiang Zhou turned around and called her to come over. She nodded and followed him into the kitchen. Jiang Zhou arranged the materials one by one, and Bauer excitedly said she wanted to help. While washing the things, Jiang Zhou asked them to sit aside and watch, and to call them when it was done. The 3 little girls obediently gathered around him, their eyes fixed on Jiang Zhou's hands. They watched him crack eggs, cut the cake base, and spread cream, their faces full of anticipation. Xiang'er reminded her father to add more cream. Jiang Zhou smiled and agreed, while Su Wanxue handed over the cut fruit, casually reminding him not to eat too many sweets at night. Jiang Zhou said to eat a little less and finish the rest tomorrow. Su Wanxue watched him work quietly, a sweet feeling suddenly welling up in her heart, hoping that this warmth could last forever. The cake was ready in no time. Jiang Zhou gave one to each of the 3 little girls and cut a piece for Su Wanxue as well. The 3 children couldn't wait to pick up their spoons and take a bite. They immediately praised how delicious it was, saying that their father made the best food. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but smile as he watched their satisfied expressions. Bauer asked him if he would make it again in the future. Jiang Zhou nodded and said that as long as they behaved well, they could be rewarded with a cake. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou used the afternoon's events to educate them. Protecting their younger sister was the right thing to do, but they shouldn't push someone first. Bauer asked what they should do next. Jiang Zhou told them that if they were bullied next time, they should warn the other party first. If the other party didn't listen, then they should take action. He also told them not to get physical if possible, because they would be at a disadvantage if the other side outnumbered them. If anyone bullied them, they should run to their father, and he would definitely help them teach the bully a lesson. Chapter 224. John's parents want to start an eel company. The 3 little girls nodded obediently, saying they had remembered it. Jiang Zhou saw that they were still looking at the cake longingly after finishing a piece, so he asked if they wanted more. The 3 girls immediately said yes in unison. Jiang Zhou cut them another piece, and Su Wanxue reminded them that they couldn't eat any more after finishing this piece, or their stomachs would feel uncomfortable. The 3 girls nodded in agreement quickly. On the other side, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua had already lain down. Lin Yuehua closed her eyes, still feeling that everything before her was like a dream. Jiang Haisheng also sighed, never imagining that one day he could live in such a big house and live such a happy life. Lin Yuehua couldn't help but say that this was probably the most expensive house in Shanghai. Jiang Haisheng thought about it and felt that it would be hard to find a more expensive one anywhere in the country. After all, the average price in Shanghai was only a little over 3,000 yuan per square meter, and in Beijing it was only a little over 4,000 yuan, while this house cost 14,000 yuan per square meter. After the three little girls finished their cake, Su Wanshue put the rest in the refrigerator. Jiang Zhou then took them to see their respective rooms. From today onwards, the three children would sleep separately. The little girls became excited when they heard they would have their own rooms and clamored for their father to take them to see them. Jiang Zhou walked in front, with Su Wanshue following behind, and the family went into the first room. The room was predominantly white, simply and cleanly decorated, yet very cozy. As soon as Bauer climbed onto the bed, she happily exclaimed how soft and comfortable it was. The other two little girls followed suit, rolling around on the bed and laughing heartily. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou showed them two more rooms. One was pink, with cute curtains and bedding, making the whole room warm and beautiful. The other was orange-toned, paired with light blue bedding, which also looked very refreshing. After the tour, Jiang Zhou let them choose their rooms. Xiang'er was the first to raise her hand, saying she wanted a pink one. Bauer immediately chose the first room. Su Wanshue whispered to Xiang'er if she wanted an orange one, and Xiang'er obediently nodded. After the rooms were assigned, Su Wanshue helped the three little girls wash up and then spent a long time coaxing them to sleep. After all, it was their first day staying alone, and the children were somewhat unaccustomed to it. When Su Wanshue returned to the bedroom, Jiang Zhou immediately hugged her and whispered in her ear that she had worked hard today. Su Wanshue had barely responded when Jiang Zhou smiled and said he would reward her properly. She pushed him away, saying she hadn't showered yet, but Jiang Zhou simply picked her up and carried her to the bathroom. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanshue, Jiang Haisheng, Lin Yuehua, and the three little girls to continue their sightseeing in Shanghai. Around noon, he took them to a farm. The farm was quite large, with dozens of vegetable gardens and a variety of fruit trees. After Jiang Zhou ordered the food, Su Wanshue took the three children to play in the vegetable garden, while Jiang Zhou sat in the courtyard with Jiang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua, drinking tea. After taking a few sips of tea, Jiang Haisheng suddenly spoke up, saying that he and Lin Yuehua wanted to start a company specializing in buying and selling eels. Jiang Zhou was somewhat surprised and asked his father why he suddenly had this idea. Jiang Haisheng explained that he and Lin Yuehua had been collecting eels for almost a year and found that there were more and more shops that needed them. Instead of sticking to Changsha, they decided to expand their business, collecting eels throughout Hunan province and then selling them to the shop owners who needed them. This way, they could make money much faster. Jiang Zhou immediately expressed his support after hearing this. He knew that his father had run a company before, and his vision and thinking were indeed different. After the company was established, his parents would no longer have to personally pick up goods early every morning, which would make their lives much easier. Jiang Zhou then reminded them that to start a company, they needed to obtain a business license, a health supervision certificate, and a tax registration certificate, as well as prepare net cages, mud ponds, and some necessary tools. Jiang Haisheng nodded, saying they already knew most of the details. The main issue was the location. Jiang Zhou then told them to choose a site first, and then they would go to inspect it together, trying to get things done as soon as possible. Jiang Haisheng had the same idea. Jiang Zhou thought for a moment, and then said he would transfer 5 million to them later. Jiang Haisheng was taken aback, feeling it was too much. He wasn't short of money himself, and there was no need for his son to spend it like that. Jiang Zhou said that the money was a gift to his parents, and he would be at ease if they accepted it. Lin Yuehua smiled, and said that 500,000 would be enough. But Jiang Zhou insisted that he had many things to buy later, and told them not to be shy about the 5 million. Seeing Jiang Zhou's resolute attitude, Lin Yuehua couldn't refuse any longer. Jiang Haisheng smiled, and said, "Then we won't stand on ceremony." Jiang Zhou, however, felt they were being too polite. He wasn't short of money anyway, and his parents could use it. Only then did Lin Yuehua nod in agreement. Chapter 225. Father-in-law and mother-in-law shocked. Son-in-law bought a house worth tens of millions. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou chatted with Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing about their plans to start a company. Meanwhile, Su Wanxue was picking fruit in the orchard with Bauer, Bayer, and Xiang. The three little girls jumped around her, chattering incessantly. Just then, Su Wanxue's phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was her mother, Li Mingyao, calling. She lowered her voice and said to the three children, "Shu, Grandma is calling." The three little girls immediately shut up and stood aside waiting for her to answer the phone. Su Wanxue smiled and called out, "Mom," then pressed the speakerphone button and told the children to call her Grandma. "Grandma," the three little girls called out sweetly. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao was overjoyed and repeatedly praised them for being well-behaved. Bell chimed in, saying they were having a wonderful time in Shanghai. Li Mingyao chatted with the children for a few more minutes before Su Wanxue let them go play elsewhere. After the children had walked away, Su Wanxue asked, "Mom, did you call because you needed something?" Li Mingyao smiled and said it was nothing. She just wanted to ask about their recent situation and then asked them why they went to Shanghai. Su Wanxue explained that Jiang Zhou had previously opened a branch of Wangwang Internet Cafe in Shanghai. The Internet Cafe opened a few days ago, and after he came over, he asked her and the children to come and play for a few days. They just arrived yesterday. After listening, Li Mingyao inquired about the Internet Cafe business in Shanghai. Su Wanxue said that Jiang Zhou had already opened 8 Internet cafes in Shanghai, and they had visited them that morning. Business was booming. 8 stores opened so quickly. Li Mingyao was stunned. She knew Jiang Zhou's Internet cafes were profitable, and she also knew he had opened branches in other cities, but it had only been 2 or 3 months since Xiao Shui last mentioned it. Opening 8 Wangwang Internet cafes in Shanghai in such a short time was truly astonishing. Su Wanxue smiled and agreed, then added, "Mom, if you and Dad have time, you can come to Shanghai to visit. Jiang Zhou bought an apartment here, so we don't need to stay in a hotel." Jiang Zhou bought a house in Shanghai. Li Mingyao exclaimed in surprise. In her mind, houses in Shanghai must be expensive. She was momentarily stunned, not expecting that Jiang Zhou actually had the means to buy a house in Shanghai. Li Mingyao quickly added that they missed Xiao Shui's housewarming party last time because they were abroad for an exchange program. Now that Jiang Zhou has bought a house in Shanghai, she and Su Mingze have to go and see it and celebrate properly. Su Wanxue readily agreed, telling them to let her and Jiang Zhou know the time so she could pick them up. Li Mingyao thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask how big the house was and how much it cost. Su Wanxue said, "The house is quite big, 832 square meters, and it's fully furnished and decorated, so you can move in right away." 832 square meters. Li Mingyao was shocked again and hurriedly asked how much it cost. 11 million, Su Wanxue replied. Li Mingyao gasped on the other end of the phone. She was a woman of the world, but the thought of an 11 million yuan house still sent a chill down her spine. She knew Jiang Zhou could make money, but she hadn't realized his earning power had reached this level. Li Mingyao exclaimed sincerely, "Jiang Zhou is such a good kid." Su Wanxue smiled and nodded, then chatted with her mother for a few more minutes before hanging up. Li Mingyao, however, stared at her phone, unable to process what she'd just heard. A house worth over 10 million yuan, bought so easily. This son-in-law was truly capable. At this moment, Su Mingze came out of the study and saw her sitting on the sofa in a daze, so he went over and asked her what was wrong. Li Mingyao recounted her phone call with Xiao Shui and mentioned that Jiang Zhou had bought a house in Shanghai and wanted to invite them over for a visit. Su Mingze was also very happy to hear this, saying that they missed the last time the house was being built, and now that they had bought a new house, they definitely had to go and take a look. But he quickly became puzzled. The renovation is finished so quickly? Li Mingyao explained that the house was fully furnished and had an area of 832 square meters. What? 832 square meters? Su Mingze's eyes widened. Their current apartment is only about 140 square meters, while that Shanghai apartment is roughly the size of several of theirs. Su Mingze was still in shock when Li Mingyao added, "It cost 11 million. Su Mingze was stunned again. You see, the price per square meter in Beijing is just over 4,000 yuan, while the apartment Jiang Zhou bought in Shanghai cost several times that amount. Just how luxurious must this apartment be? He was secretly astonished, and increasingly felt that Jiang Zhou's net worth probably exceeded that of many ordinary wealthy people. The elderly couple had never imagined that they would have the opportunity to live in such a mansion. It was like a dream. Su Mingze couldn't help but laugh and said, Jiang Zhou is really capable. Li Mingyao also remarked that it was truly Xiao Xue's good fortune to have found Jiang Zhou. After discussing it, the couple decided to hand over their current tasks tomorrow and then depart for Shanghai the day after. Li Mingyao immediately called Su Wanxue to tell her the news. Su Wanxue was right next to Jiang Zhou when she received the message, and she immediately told him that her parents were coming the day after tomorrow. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, Okay, we'll treat Mom and Dad well then. We should also ask them what time they'll arrive so we can pick them up. Chapter 226, Buying a Motorhome. Su Wanxue nodded to indicate that she understood. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua, upon hearing that Li Mingyao and Su Mingze were coming to Shanghai, also quickly expressed their welcome and suggested that they stay a few more days so they could meet their in-laws. Jiang Zhou then suggested buying a car the next day. Su Wanxue felt that since they already had a car, there was no need to spend more money. Lin Yuehua also chimed in, saying that one car was enough and there was no need to waste money. Jiang Zhou explained with a smile that the car in Changsha was too far away to drive over, and he needed a means of transportation in Shanghai. Hearing this, Lin Yuehua stopped objecting. The next day, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the others to a nearby 4S store. As soon as the group entered, the salesperson greeted them warmly and asked what kind of car they wanted to look at. Su Wanxue asked the salesperson to give an introduction first. Jiang Zhou directly quoted a price range, indicating that anything above 1 million was acceptable. The salesperson was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized that this was a big customer and quickly led them inside. She first introduced a new BMW M3, which looked and performed well. Jiang Zhou glanced at it, but felt the car was a bit too small. He preferred a spacious and comfortable car to a sports car. So he said directly that the car was too small and he wanted to exchange it for a bigger one. Price didn't matter, and asked the salesperson for recommendations. The salesperson immediately thought of a motorhome, and Jiang Zhou became interested as well. After boarding the vehicle with the salesperson, Jiang Zhou and his group inspected its interior. It featured a small washing machine, a rotating driver's seat, a seating area, a refrigerator, a shower room, a bed, and even a safe in the back. The vehicle's exterior was luxurious, and the interior was equally sophisticated, making it ideal for long-term use. Jiang Zhou was quite satisfied after looking at it, and then turned to ask Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing for their opinions. Lin Yuehua said it looked beautiful. Jiang Haixing also felt comfortable with it, and Su Wanxue nodded in agreement. Since everyone thought it was good, Jiang Zhou then asked about the price. The salesperson quoted 2.15 million, but there was a discount recently, so it would still be 2.1 million including insurance. This figure shocked Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua. They hadn't expected a motorhome to be so expensive. Jiang Zhou didn't hesitate at all, immediately deciding to buy it and paying on the spot. The salesperson was both surprised and delighted, not expecting this sale to come so quickly. It was also the store's first RV sold. Halfway through the paperwork, she asked if she wanted to pay in installments. Jiang Zhou immediately said full payment and handed over his bank card. After the card was successfully swiped, the salesperson was even more certain that this was a genuine big customer, and her attitude became even more enthusiastic. After completing the purchase formalities, Jiang Zhou asked the store if they had a driver. A B1 driver's license is required for a motorhome, and they only had C1 licenses, which wasn't enough. The salesperson said the store happened to have a partner driver, and they could look at his information first. Jiang Zhou flipped through the list and finally chose a driver named Hebin. Hebin was 38 years old, experienced, and had been driving in this city for 7 or 8 years. He was considered a senior driver, earning 1,200 yuan a month. Most importantly, his driving skills were reliable. The saleswoman immediately went to call him over. Soon after, Hebin arrived with her. He was of average appearance, a little overweight, but looked very energetic. He introduced himself with a smile, saying he could be called Lao He or Uncle He. Jiang Zhou nodded and stated his requirements directly. He didn't need to drive fast, just steadily, as there were children in the car. He Bin quickly replied that it was no problem, as he always drove very steadily. Afterwards, He Bin took the RV out for a test drive. Once Jiang Zhou was satisfied, the two quickly signed the contract. Finally, He Bin drove them back home in the newly purchased RV. Chapter 227. The two families meet. Sitting in the car, Jiang Zhou thought about finding some time to take the B1 driving test. After all, he would feel more at ease driving this kind of RV himself in the future, and it would be more convenient in case of an emergency. Jiang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua sat in the car, still feeling a little unreal. They had actually ridden in a luxury car worth 2.1 million yuan. The three little girls were even more excited, immediately drawn to the luxurious interior, touching and looking at everything like three curious children. The RV was spacious enough to seat 15 people. Belle couldn't help but ask, "Daddy, is this our new RV?" Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, "Yes." The three little girls immediately praised their father for being so capable, and were incredibly excited to discover that they could also sleep inside. Lin Yuehua teased them, "How about you sleep here tonight?" The three little girls cheered in unison. Lin Yuehua was amused and laughed, while Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou looked at the children and smiled at each other. 2 days later, at 10 a.m., Jiang Zhou took his family to the airport in their RV to pick up Li Mengyao and Su Mingze. They arrived at 10:35 a.m. Jiang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua had specially changed into new clothes today, and Lin Yuehua had also put on light makeup, making her look much younger. Seeing this, Jiang Zhou asked with a smile, "Mom, why are you and Dad dressed up today?" Lin Yuehua gave him a reproachful look. "It's the first time I'm meeting Xiaoxue's parents, so we have to make a good impression." Su Wanxue smiled from the side. "My parents are very easygoing." Upon arriving at the airport, Su Wanxue saw Li Mengyao and Su Mingze emerged shortly after and waved. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue greeted them as Mom and Dad, while the three little girls sweetly called out to their grandparents. Upon seeing his three granddaughters, Su Mingze beamed with joy and opened his arms to hug them. The three little girls surrounded him, shouting and laughing, instantly creating a lively atmosphere. Li Mengyao looked at Jiang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua, smiling as she greeted them. These two must be the in-laws. It was the first time the two families had met, and they exchanged pleasantries politely. Jiang Zhou took the luggage and said they should go home first. Everyone followed him to the RV. After getting in, Su Mingze and Li Mengyao were amazed by the interior. Su Mingze exclaimed how beautiful and comfortable the vehicle was, and Li Mengyao said it was her first time riding in such a luxury car. She casually asked about the price, and Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "It's all right, 2,100,000. Li Mengyao and Su Mingze's eyes widened immediately. 2,100,000 was enough to buy several houses in their eyes, but Jiang Zhou said it so casually. While they were shocked, they also thought about Jiang Zhou's current abilities, and it didn't seem too surprising. The car quickly stopped downstairs at the new apartment building. Jiang Zhou led everyone inside. Li Mengyao was immediately stunned by the spaciousness and exquisite decor as soon as she stepped inside. Su Mingze couldn't help but marvel at the living room, noting that it was larger than their previous entire apartment, and the sofa and coffee table were clearly very expensive. Jiang Zhou smiled and said he would show everyone the rooms first, and then let them choose a room to stay in. After looking around, Lin Yuehua and Su Mingze were left in awe. The house was not only large, but also fully equipped, with a study, gym, and home theater, and all kinds of furniture and appliances. It was like a dream. Jiang Zhou asked Li Mengyao if she liked the house. Li Mengyao nodded repeatedly. I like it very much." Su Wanxue then let them choose rooms, saying that the 3 rooms closest to the master bedroom were for Bauer and the others. The room on the left was for Jiang Zhou's parents, and the remaining suites were open to them. Li Mengyao chose the one on the right. She had already looked at it. That apartment not only had a bedroom, bathroom, and walk-in closet, but also a study and a balcony. It was also equipped with a TV and a washing machine, making it more complete than a typical small apartment. Jiang Zhou put their luggage inside and tidied up. Just as the family sat down on the sofa in the living room, Su Mingze's phone rang. It was Lin Dakai calling. Su Mingze answered the phone, and the other party asked him if he had gone to Shanghai with Ming Yao. Su Ming's tone was somewhat smug. Yes, Jiang Zhou bought a house here, and we came to visit for a few days. We just arrived not long ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Dakai laughed and said, Oh, Xiao Xue and the others are so filial. You're enjoying your good life now. Jiang Zhou is quite capable. He even bought a house in Shanghai. Chapter 228. Lin Xiao is shocked. You guys bought another house? Su Mingze laughed on the phone and said that Jiang Zhou had also done some business in Shanghai, and that the house was particularly luxurious. Even the suite he and Ming Yao lived in had a balcony. Lin Dakai was taken aback. A suite with a balcony, how big must the whole apartment be? It must cost at least several million. He couldn't help but ask, how big is this apartment? Su Ming's tone was full of pride. It's 832 square meters in total, cost 11 million yuan, and it's fully furnished and equipped. It was worth the money. Lin Dakai was shocked on the spot. More than 10 million? My goodness, your son-in-law is really rich. Although he had some savings, he didn't even dare to dream of a house worth tens of millions. After regaining his senses, he teased Su Mingze. Your Xiao Xue has such good taste, finding such a husband. You've done a good job as her father-in-law. Su Mingze smiled even more smugly. Our Xiao Xue has good taste, and Jiang Zhou is indeed not bad either. Lin Dakai immediately retorted. Who was it that objected to them being together in the first place? Su Mingze chuckled, saying that he was just worried about his daughter suffering back then. Now that Jiang Zhou is capable, decisive, and genuinely cares for Su Wanxue, he's naturally more and more satisfied. Luckily, he didn't stop him back then, otherwise his daughter would have missed out on such a good man. Lin Dakai didn't want to listen to his boasting anymore, so he laughed and told him to have fun in Shanghai with Ming Yao. After hanging up, he thought for a moment and then called Lin Xiao. The call was quickly connected. Lin Xiao was busy expanding his internet cafe and jokingly said that he wanted to earn more money to support his parents in their old age. Lin Dakai didn't joke with her and told her directly, Xiao Xue and her family bought another house in Shanghai. Remember to give them a red envelope when they do. Lin Xiao was shocked when she heard this. You bought another house? I didn't hear Xiao Xue mention it. Lin Dakai said that Su Mingze had just told him, and he guessed that Su Wanxue had been busy these past few days and hadn't had a chance to tell him yet. Lin Xiao promised to give him a big red envelope. After discussing the house, Lin Dakai started urging her to get married again, asking when she would bring her boyfriend home, as he and his mother were looking forward to holding their grandson. Lin Xiao immediately felt a headache coming on. She was currently extremely busy with her career and had no time to think about marriage and having children. However, Lin Dakai said that this matter couldn't be put off indefinitely and urged her to find a partner as soon as possible. Lin Xiao didn't want to listen to any more nagging, so she quickly said she was going to call Su Wanxue and then hung up. As soon as the call connected, Lin Xiao immediately launched into a tirade. Xiao Xue, you didn't even tell me you bought a house in Shanghai. Su Wanxue explained with a smile that she had only bought the house a few days ago and had originally planned to tell Lin Xiao when she returned to Changsha. Actually, the house was too expensive, and she was afraid that Lin Xiao would feel uncomfortable if she heard about it. Lin Xiao was finally satisfied, and then asked her to tell her honestly. How big is the house? How much does it cost? Given your husband's financial resources, it must not be cheap. Su Wanxue truthfully said, 832 square meters, 11 million, very luxurious. Lin Xiao was almost startled. Is this robbery? Jiang Zhou was indeed rich, spending tens of millions on a house in one go. Thinking about the 1.1 million house she just bought this year, it was incomparable. Su Wanxue smiled and corrected her, saying that it wasn't robbery, but money that Jiang Zhou earned himself. Spurred on by this, Lin Xiao declared that she too would work hard to earn money and try to buy a house in their area. Su Wanxue smiled and told her to wait for her. The two then chatted about the house. Su Wanxue briefly described its features, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how luxurious it was, especially when she heard that it even had a home theater and was fully furnished. The more she listened, the more she wanted to see it, and she even joked that she wanted to see for herself what a house worth tens of millions looked like, and whether it was covered in gold. Su Wanxue naturally welcomed her, and even joked that she probably wouldn't find any gold if she came. Lin Xiao had already checked her schedule on her computer, but upon seeing her work arrangements, she immediately felt frustrated. Her schedule was booked until the end of the month, leaving her no time to go to Shanghai. She could only say she'd see about it next time. Su Wanchue jokingly said that now that she was President Lin, people had to queue up to meet her, and then reminded her not to work too hard and to take care of her health. Lin Xiao, however, said that hard work pays off, and she was determined to buy a house in Shanghai. Besides, December was already a busy month, and her parents envied the Su family. She had no interest in dating right now, so she could only make more money to shut them up and stop them from nagging her about finding a partner every day. Su Wanchue smiled and advised her that Uncle Lin was just worried about her being a young girl and too tired. She suggested that if she met someone suitable, she could try dating him, since they were still looking forward to attending his wedding. Lin Xiao immediately felt annoyed. "Xiao Shui, have you been turned by my dad? You're actually speaking up for him." Su Wanchue quickly denied it with a smile. Lin Xiao sighed. Married women really are different. Su Wanchue used to be a staunch non-marriage advocate. After saying that, she told Su Wanchue and the others to have fun in Shanghai and meet up again when they returned to Changsha, while she went back to making money. Chapter 229. The two families went on a trip, and the mother-in-law was relieved. "Okay, take care of yourself. I understand. Bye-bye." Lin Xiao hung up the phone and secretly vowed to herself that she must work hard to earn money and buy a luxury house worth tens of millions in Shanghai in the future. The next day, Jiang Zhou took his family to Zhouzhuang, which was nearby. He had originally planned to come yesterday, but considering that Li Mingyao and Su Mingze had just taken a flight and would be too tired to travel by car, he let everyone rest for a day first. Zhouzhuang is known as the #1 water town. With its small bridges, flowing water and houses, the ancient town exudes the charm of Jiangnan and is also a well-known tourist destination. Jiang Zhou had already arranged for a local tour guide. As soon as they arrived at the ancient town, Xiang'er asked curiously, "Daddy, where is this?" Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "This place is called Zhouzhuang, which has a rich cultural heritage." He called the tour guide, who quickly recognized them and waved from afar. It was a middle-aged woman wearing a floral dress, cloth shoes, and a headscarf. Jiang Zhou walked over with his family. The other person said warmly, "Are you Mr. Jiang? Everyone can just call me Sister Zhang." Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you to show us around properly." Sister Zhang readily agreed and led everyone into the ancient town. Li Mingyao and Su Mingze exchanged a glance, both thinking that Jiang Zhou was indeed thoughtful, even arranging a tour guide in advance. Bauer looked at Sister Zhang's clothes and asked Su Wanchue curiously why they were different. Su Wanchue explained that they were traditional local clothing, and many people wore them on the street. Bauer nodded, seemingly understanding. Sister Zhang introduced the town along the way, saying that Zhouzhuang is surrounded by water on all sides, and the town was formed by the river, with streets built along the water, so there are a lot of bridges. The one in front of us is Fuan Bridge. In the past, there was a Zhongguan temple next to it, so it was also called Zhongguan Bridge. The Wukong stone on the bridge is rarely seen in the Jiangnan area. Su Mingze examined the stone surface and said that Wukong stone was quarried in Dacheng, Zhejiang. It had tiny honeycomb-like holes on its surface, a deep ochre color, and was not easily worn. Jiang Haixing nodded in agreement, marveling at how rare it was that it could remain unchanged after hundreds of years. Lin Yuehua suggested taking a group photo. Su Wanchue happened to have brought a camera, so the three little girls stood in front, the elders stood on both sides, and a space was specially reserved for her in the middle. After adjusting the camera, she handed it to Sister Zhang and stood next to Jiang Zhou. Sister Zhang held up the camera and called for everyone to smile, and the three girls immediately grinned. Jiang Zhou took Su Wanchue's hand. A click captured the moment in a photograph. Afterwards, Sister Zhang took a few more pictures for them before leading the group to the next attraction. At noon, Sister Zhang took them to a specialty restaurant in the ancient town and recommended that they try Wansan's trotters, saying that it was a famous dish served by Shun Wansan's family to honored guests, and that there was a local saying that every family has a feast, and there must be braised trotters. Jiang Zhou smiled and ordered a dish. While waiting for the food, Su Mingzi sat by the river, drinking tea and marveling at the fresh air, slow pace of life, and pleasant atmosphere. Li Mingyao also said that the scenery here was beautiful and very suitable for retirement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haixing smiled and said that it would be nice for his family to live here if they could buy a courtyard like this in the future. Lin Yuehua thought it was a good idea. Jiang Zhou immediately smiled and said, "Okay, I'll buy a suitable house when I see one, and then we can live together." Everyone laughed upon hearing this, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. Over the next 3 days, Jiang Zhou took both families on a fun trip to Zhouzhuang and Shanghai. Li Mingyao and Su Mingzi had a wonderful time. In the past, when they traveled, they were always reluctant to buy things or spend money on enjoyment. But this time, with Jiang Zhou by their side, everything was arranged properly, from food and lodging to transportation, and they paid for anything they liked without hesitation. He bought several thousand yuan worth of local specialties for his parents-in-law to take back and share with their friends. The itinerary was also planned in advance, and VIP access was used for many places, saving a lot of queuing time. During this trip, everyone took a lot of photos, and Li Mingyao and Su Mingzi truly felt relaxed and comfortable being taken care of. That evening, Jiang Zhou specially bought groceries and cooked a meal himself. Li Mingyao and Su Mingzi were returning to Beijing the next day. He brought the fish soup to the table, smiling and inviting everyone to try it. The 3 little girls looked at the table full of colorful, fragrant, and delicious dishes and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After everyone was seated, Jiang Zhou took out a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and poured it for Su Mingzi and Jiang Haixing, while Su Wanxue and the others drank fruit juice. Su Mingzi raised his glass and said with a smile to Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua, "Father-in-laws, I hope you will continue to be lenient with Xiao Xue in the future. I toast you." Jiang Haixing quickly raised his glass. "What are you saying? It's our blessing that Xiao Xue is able to marry into our family." Lin Yuehua smiled and said that her family was very happy that Su Wanxue didn't mind Jiang Zhou's situation and was willing to marry into the family. Jiang Haixing nodded in agreement, saying that he also thought Su Wanxue was a good person. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue both laughed when they heard this. Su Wanxue's cheeks flushed slightly, showing a hint of shyness. Seeing the two getting along naturally, and noticing the harmonious relationship between Su Wanxue and Lin Yuehua, Su Mingzi and Li Mingyao finally felt completely at ease. It's said that the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the most difficult, but now that it seems their daughter is doing well in the Jiang family, they can finally rest easy. Chapter 230 I'll teach you. The next day, Jiang Zhou and his family saw Li Mingyao and Su Mingzi off. The two had only one suitcase when they arrived, but returned with 2 large suitcases, one of which was almost entirely filled with things they had bought during their trip. Li Mingyao looked at the suitcase and smiled helplessly. "If you didn't know better, you'd think we came here to buy goods." Lin Yuehua and Jiang Zhou were amused. Su Wanxue linked arms with Su Mingzi and saw her father smiling from ear to ear the whole way, so she smiled too and reminded him, "Dad, remember to call when you and Mom arrive." Su Mingzi nodded and then told her and Jiang Zhou to take good care of themselves. Afterwards, the couple said goodbye to the 3 little girls and dragged their luggage into the station. Jiang Zhou and the others watched them go inside before turning to leave. Jiang Zhou's family planned to return to Changsha the next day. That evening, when Su Wanxue was packing for the 3 children, she realized that she had unknowingly bought quite a lot, and both suitcases were almost full. She couldn't help but mutter, "Why did I buy so many for them?" Jiang Zhou came in and explained that the children had taken leave to play this time, and she wanted to bring back some small gifts for her friends when they returned to kindergarten. Bauer nodded earnestly in agreement. Su Wanxue smiled, thinking that it was a good thing that the 3 children, despite their young age, already knew how to care about their friends. Jiang Zhou sat down on the edge of the bed, patted the 3 little girls' heads, and asked them if they had fun. The 3 children said in unison that they did, and Belle even blinked and asked if they could come again next time. Jiang Zhou smiled and agreed, and Belle immediately cheered. Su Wanxue packed her things and urged them to go back to their rooms to sleep, and the 3 little girls ran off in a flash. After closing the door, Su Wanshue lay down to rest. Jiang Zhou pulled her into his arms and whispered that she was tired. Su Wanshue closed her eyes and said she was fine, but she soon noticed his hands becoming restless. Her face flushed, and she quickly pushed him away, saying, "Stop it. I'm on my period." Jiang Zhou was taken aback, then withdrew his hand and said he was going to take a shower. Su Wanshue watched him get up, and then, thinking about how he was going to take a cold shower in such a cold day, she felt a little sorry for him and blurted out, "Stop him." Jiang Zhou turned around and asked what was wrong. She bit her lip, mustered her courage, and said, "Let me help you." Jiang Zhou didn't expect her to say that, and paused for a moment before finally crawling back into bed. Su Wanshue whispered that she wasn't very good at it the first time, and Jiang Zhou replied softly, "It's okay, I'll teach you." The next day, Jiang Zhou flew back to Changsha with his family. Upon returning, he quickly threw himself into work. Although his and Su Wanshue's company was still in its early stages, under his planning, everything progressed steadily, and the company's development accelerated rapidly. On Monday, the three little girls had to go back to kindergarten. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue specially drove them there because they were going to share the gifts they brought back with their classmates. Jiang Zhou brought the gifts to the classroom, and Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger distributed them to their classmates one by one, while Su Wanshue gave the local specialties to the teacher. The children were incredibly envious when they heard that the girls had gone to Shanghai and Zhouzhuang. It was the first time anyone had ever seen someone go out and bring gifts for the whole class and the teacher, and everyone immediately realized that the three girls' families were very wealthy. "Thank you, Bauer, Bayer, Xianger. Isn't Shanghai big and fun? I really envy you for being able to go out and play." The children chattered around them, never stopping. The three little girls were also very happy, excitedly sharing their travel experiences with their classmates. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue stood beside them, watching how well the girls got along with the children, and couldn't help but smile. After saying goodbye to the teacher, the two left the kindergarten. For the next few days, Jiang Zhou helped Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua choose a location for their eel company. After the location was secured, he helped with all the necessary permits and licenses. Because he had connections this time, the process was much faster. A week later, the preparations for the company's opening were basically complete. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua found Jiang Zhou. Jiang Haixing asked, "Zhou, everything's set up for the company. Your mother and I have chosen an auspicious date. How about opening on the 28th? They had specifically checked and found that the 28th was a very auspicious day for opening a business. Jiang Zhou also thought the time was good, so he nodded and said, "Mom and Dad, the 28th is a good day, so let's set it for that date. You can make the arrangements." Upon hearing their son's agreement, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua both showed expressions of satisfaction. Jiang Haixing then added that he wanted to notify everyone he knew before and invite them to the opening ceremony. He knew very well that he wanted to show those who had stood by indifferently after his bankruptcy that he had not only risen again, but had also started a sizable eel company. Lin Yuehua understood his thoughts and advised, "I don't think it's necessary. We haven't been in contact with those people for a long time. We should just live our own lives now." Jiang Haixing refused to back down. "How can that be? I want them to know that we have not only recovered, but are even better than before. Those who look down on us should regret their initial underestimation of us." Chapter 231 Shocking. Revenue exceeds 100 million. Seeing Jiang Haixing's resolute attitude, Lin Yuehua felt somewhat helpless, knowing that she couldn't persuade him. She could only turn to Jiang Zhou and say, "You should try to persuade your father. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Jiang Zhou thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mom, it's okay. Since Dad wants others to see him clearly, let's go with the flow and let them know our family's strength too." He understood that Jiang Haixing had been harboring resentment ever since his bankruptcy. He remembered all the cold looks and contempt he had received. Now that he had the chance to vent his anger, Jiang Zhou was naturally willing to grant his father's wish. Seeing that both father and son were so insistent, Lin Yuehua could only nod and say, "All right then, you can arrange it as you see fit. Your father is so persistent because he's afraid others will look down on him." Jiang Zhou looked earnestly at his parents. "Mom, I understand Dad and support him, but you two must take care of yourselves. No matter what happens, I'll always be here for you. Jiang Haixing was overjoyed to see his son's support. He immediately went back into the house, found the phone book, and dialed Li Dongxing's number. After the call connected, Li Dongxing's cheerful voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Haixing smiled and said, "It's me, Jiang Haixing." Li Dongxing was visibly taken aback, then became enthusiastic. "Oh, it's brother Jiang. It's been so many years. How have you been?" This Li Dongxing was just an ordinary person back then, who only improved his life with the help of Jiang Haixing. But when Jiang Haixing went bankrupt and went to him to borrow money, he made an excuse that he wasn't home. However, the neighbors said that he was always at home, and only then did Jiang Haixing realize that he had misjudged him. Jiang Haixing said calmly, "I'm doing pretty well, but I wonder how you are, brother?" Li Dongxing immediately smiled and said that he had become very successful in recent years and had also become a boss. He then feigned concern by bringing up the past, saying that he was not home at the time and could not help, and hoped that Jiang Haixing would not blame him. Jiang Haixing sneered inwardly, but said aloud, "Don't worry, I'm not asking for your help this time. I just want to invite you to the opening ceremony of my eel company on the 28th. You must come." Li Dongxing was immediately surprised. "Brother Jiang, you've started another company? Congratulations. I'll definitely come and support you when it opens." He never imagined that Jiang Haixing, who was heavily in debt back then, could actually start a company again. In his mind, Jiang Haixing should have given up long ago and been hiding at home, living a hard life. Jiang Haixing smiled and replied a few words, then reminded him not to be absent on the 28th before hanging up the phone. After putting down the phone, a smile appeared on his lips. He knew most of these people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, but on opening day, he would see who would make a fool of whom. On the other side, Li Dongxing kept thinking about this matter after hanging up the phone. He didn't believe that Jiang Haixing would sincerely invite him to support him. He probably just wanted to show off in front of him. But he wasn't convinced. Now that his net worth would exceed 10 million by the end of the year, he wanted to personally see what kind of company Jiang Haixing ran. That way, Jiang Haixing would understand his own position. Subsequently, Jiang Haixing called Wang Jianjun, Wu Weimin, Lu Feilong and others to inform them to attend the opening ceremony on the 28th. He wanted to show those people from back then that Jiang Haixing's life was now better than before. Jiang Zhou went to the company. When he arrived at the finance office, Su Wanxue was processing accounts. She looked up when she heard the knock and saw it was him. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Jiang Zhou placed the snacks he had bought on her desk and said with a smile, "I stopped by to check on the finances." "Busy?" Su Wanxue stood up and showed him the data she had just compiled. "Yes, I just finished it. Take a look." Jiang Zhou sat down to check the reports on his computer. The 28 internet cafes had already made a profit of 67.2 million yuan. The two major platforms, Qingyuan Yixianqian and Wang, had made a profit of 10 million yuan, and Legend had also made a profit of 35.12 million yuan. He withdrew 28 million from the account recently for buying a house and giving money to his father. Even so, the company still has 84.32 million in its accounts. If we don't count that expense, this year's revenue would have already exceeded 100 million. More importantly, the game Legend is currently extremely popular, generating millions in sales almost every month, and the numbers continue to rise. Jiang Zhou looked at the data and felt very satisfied. His goal had finally been achieved, and the company was truly beginning to get back on track. Chapter 232 Shocking. Jiang Zhou writes 9 more songs. Seeing the steadily increasing data in the back end, Jiang Zhou smiled with satisfaction. Seeing his good mood, Su Wanxue also smiled. Overjoyed, Jiang Zhou pulled Su Wanxue to his side and kissed her on the forehead. Su Wanxue blushed and quickly pushed him away, whispering reproachfully, "Sit down, stop fooling around. This is the company." Although everyone in the company knew about their relationship, Su Wanxue would still feel embarrassed if a colleague actually saw them together. Jiang Zhou, however, smiled frankly. "You're my wife. It's not like it's anything shameful. What's there to be afraid of?" Su Wanxue glared at him, and just as she was about to speak, Jiang Zhou's phone rang. It was Lu Yin calling, saying that Jiang Xiaolan's song had been recorded and that Jiang Zhou should come over and listen to it. Jiang Zhou agreed, and, after hanging up, asked Su Wanxue if she wanted to come along. Su Wanxue shook her head, saying she had work to do and would cook for him when she got home that evening. Jiang Zhou nodded and turned to go to the recording studio. When Jiang Zhou arrived at Lu Yan's place, he saw Lu Yan busy as soon as he entered. Jiang Xiaolan came out from inside and greeted him politely as uncle. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. Xiaolan, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Xiaolan quickly replied that this was her job. Soon, Lu Yan finished adjusting the product and called Jiang Zhou over to listen to it. Jiang Zhou was very satisfied after listening. Jiang Xiaolan sang, "You'll be with me all my life," very steadily, and with the post-production tuning, the effect was even better than expected, and it was even more suitable for the game Legend. More importantly, under Lu Yan's guidance, Jiang Xiaolan's singing skills had clearly improved. Lu Yan also praised her for her rapid improvement, while Jiang Xiaolan humbly said that it was all thanks to teacher Lu's excellent teaching. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou called over Xiao Jun, the manager of Want Entertainment. He had specially poached Xiao Jun from Emperor Entertainment. Although Xiao Jun was just a junior agent now, Jiang Zhou knew very well that he would become a famous top agent in the industry in the future. In his past life, Xiao Jun was extremely capable, skilled in public relations and artist management, and had excellent resources and connections. Unfortunately, he was later kicked out by Emperor Entertainment and blacklisted. Now, Jiang Zhou, taking advantage of the fact that he hasn't gained momentum yet, directly offered him a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan to poach him as a manager, which can be considered a great bargain in advance. Upon hearing that Jiang Zhou was looking for him, Xiao Jun immediately rushed over and respectfully greeted him as President Jiang. Jiang Zhou asked him how well he was familiar with the entertainment company, and Xiao Jun quickly replied that he was already familiar with it. For Xiao Jun, who was just a lowly agent at Emperor Entertainment earning a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan, Jiang Zhou not only gave him a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, but also put him in charge of an entertainment company. This was an opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the sky. He knew very well that as long as he worked hard with Jiang Zhou, his future would definitely be bright. Jiang Zhou pointed at Jiang Xiaolan and said to Xiao Jun, "She is our entertainment company's first artist. You need to manage her well from now on." Xiao Jun immediately assured him that he would do his best. Jiang Zhou then instructed that Jiang Xiaolan should develop her career as a singer, and that not only should her image be well managed, but her album should also be arranged in advance. Xiao Jun readily agreed, indicating that the song's positioning and image development would be handled properly. Jiang Zhou nodded, handing over the next round of communication to him, and letting Xiao Jun connect with Lu Yan and Jiang Xiaolan first. Jiang Zhou sat to the side and began writing songs. Before long, the lyrics of 9 songs, including Happy Worship, Red Sun, It's Me, Love Ing, Wings, Our Love, Under the Flying Clouds, Ending Loneliness, and Passionate Desert, appeared on paper one after another. When Xiao Jun and Lu Yan saw it, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They never expected that Jiang Zhou would write 9 more songs in such a short period of time. This is simply amazing. The next day, Jiang Zhou took Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua to Shanghai. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua's eel company is about to open. Jiang Zhou knows that his father has invited many old friends over this time, clearly wanting to take this opportunity to vent his anger. Since his father wanted to show off, Jiang Zhou, as the son, naturally had to support him. So he planned to buy his parents a decent set of clothes. At that time, there weren't many luxury stores in Changsha, while Shanghai offered a wider selection. As soon as the 3 of them exited the airport, Jiang Zhou saw he'd been standing next to a camper van waiting for them. The RV was so conspicuous, standing out starkly among the other vehicles. Many people around were whispering, saying it was the first time they'd ever seen such a large vehicle, and some even recognized it as a multi-million-dollar RV, their voices filled with surprise and envy. When He Bin saw Jiang Zhou's family come out, he immediately went over and opened the car door. After the car started, the family sat in the back seat. Lin Yuehua finally couldn't help but ask, "Zhou, what are we doing in Shanghai?" Chapter 233, Taking Parents Shopping for Luxury Goods. Early that morning, Jiang Zhou knocked on his parents' door, saying he was taking them to Shanghai to take care of some business, but he didn't explain the reason in detail and just took Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua on their way. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Lin Yuehua finally couldn't help but ask him what made the trip so far. Jiang Zhou then explained with a smile that the eel company was opening on the 28th, and they needed to dress presentably, so he brought them to the mall to pick out clothes. Jiang Zhou knew that if he had said from the beginning that he was only coming to Shanghai to buy clothes, his parents definitely wouldn't have agreed. So when they asked on the way, he made up excuses to avoid the issue. Now that he was here, he wasn't afraid they would change their minds. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuehua was immediately surprised and said that clothes could be bought anywhere, so why bother coming all the way to Shanghai? Jiang Haixing echoed her sentiment, feeling that buying them in Changsha was sufficient and there was no need for such a hassle. Jiang Zhou smiled helplessly, explaining that some styles were unavailable back home, while Shanghai offered a wider selection. He added that the opening was a big event, and of course, it had to be a grand affair. Hearing this, the couple understood that their son was thinking of them, and they didn't insist further. Before long, the three arrived at a famous shopping mall in Shanghai. Inside, various high-end brand stores lined the streets, with high-end clothing and accessories filling the shop windows. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua were so dazzled that they didn't even know where to look. Jiang Zhou led them directly into the Prada men's section and immediately picked out a black suit. This suit was priced at 32,600 yuan, making it a very expensive style in China, and it was also a limited edition worldwide. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua immediately shook their heads and refused when they saw the price. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it at all, but they just felt that spending so much money on a set of clothes was too much of a waste. Jiang Zhou didn't try to persuade him further, only telling Jiang Haixing to try it on first. Jiang Haixing hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The waiter quickly took off the suit and led him to change. When Jiang Haixing stood in front of the mirror, he was stunned. Wearing the suit, he looked much more energetic, his posture more upright, and his demeanor more composed, subtly exuding the air of a big boss. Looking at her husband, Lin Yuehua couldn't help but compliment him, saying he really looked good. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, then picked up a striped tie and personally helped Jiang Haixing tie it. After tying his tie, Jiang Zhou asked the waiter to bring him a pair of matching black casual leather shoes. The whole outfit looked even better. Jiang Zhou turned to Lin Yuehua and asked if she was satisfied. Lin Yuehua nodded repeatedly, saying that Jiang Haixing looked absolutely stunning in this outfit. Jiang Haixing was a little embarrassed by the compliment. Jiang Zhou seized the opportunity and chose a silver suit for him, asking the waiter to match the tie and shoes. After trying it on, the effect was equally good, so Jiang Zhou had it all wrapped up. Seeing that a single outfit could cost tens of thousands of yuan, Jiang Haixing still felt a pang of heartache. Jiang Zhou, however, smiled and told them that their mission today was simply to shop, and they didn't need to worry about money. Lin Yuehua smiled after hearing this, saying that Jiang Zhou earned so much money, it was meant to be spent anyway. The couple knew that their son wanted them to relax, and they were both happy and gratified. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou took Lin Yuehua to the women's clothing section, picked out many suitable clothes for her, and had her try them on one by one. Once the clothes were chosen, he also helped her find shoes and jewelry. Jiang Zhou picked up a necklace, earrings, and studs for Lin Yuehua to try on, saying they all suited her well. After trying them on, Lin Yuehua also thought they looked good, her face beaming with satisfaction. Over the years, Lin Yuehua rarely bought herself new clothes and didn't know much about matching outfits. Now that her son was patiently picking out styles and colors for her, she knew in her heart that Jiang Zhou truly cared about her and naturally cherished this gesture. After buying several outfits, Jiang Zhou took them to the nearby LV store. He first bought bags for Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua, then asked the sales assistant to bring out the store's classic styles. The waiter quickly brought over a vintage-style teapot bag, explaining that it was a very classic design. Jiang Zhou looked at it and thought it suited Su Wanchua well, so he had it wrapped up immediately. Lin Yuehua immediately saw through his thoughts and asked with a smile if it was for Xiaoxua. Jiang Zhou nodded in agreement, and Lin Yuehua praised him for doing a good job. Time quickly came to the 28th, and the eel company officially opened. On that day, Lin Yuehua dressed up specially, wearing a white dress she had bought in Shanghai. She looked much prettier than usual, appearing elegant and poised. Jiang Haixing also changed into that black suit, paired with a black bow tie, looking smart and handsome. Lin Yuehua stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself with a satisfied smile on her face. She turned to Jiang Haixing and said, "Old Jiang, let's go, don't be late." Jiang Haixing nodded, and then the two of them went out together to head to the eel company. Chapter 234. Old friend shocked. Jiang's dad is awesome. His son is awesome too. Soon after, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue arrived with their 3 little girls, and Jiang Fan also returned from Shanghai. As soon as the 3 little girls saw Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua, they sweetly called them Grandpa and Grandma and surrounded them. The company entrance was filled with flower baskets, and a banner read celebrating the grand opening of the eel company. Guests arrived one after another, including Jiang Jinhua and her relatives. She smiled and congratulated Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing, then greeted Jiang Zhou, saying how lively the occasion was. At that moment, Li Dongxing arrived. Standing at the door, he looked at the company in front of him and was immediately taken aback. He had originally thought that Jiang Haixing would at most rent an office space, but he hadn't expected that he would actually open such a large company. However, Li Dongxing didn't linger and quickly went inside. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua were greeting guests at the door, and Jiang Haixing naturally saw him as well. Li Dongxing immediately smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Brother Jiang, sister-in-law, congratulations on opening another company." Lin Yuehua simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. Jiang Haixing also responded politely, saying that today was just the opening day and he had invited some acquaintances to show their support. Li Dongxing scoffed inwardly, feeling that Jiang Haixing had specifically invited him to show off. On the surface, he maintained a sincere demeanor, saying he was genuinely happy for Jiang Haixing. Jiang Haixing smiled and nodded, saying he was also excited. Not long after, Wang Jianjun, Wu Weiming, and Lu Feilong arrived. These men had all worked for Jiang Haixing back in the day, and they immediately offered their congratulations. Looking at Jiang Haixing, impeccably dressed and full of vigor, and then at their own beer bellies and bald heads, they felt a pang of bitterness. Lu Feilong laughed and said that Jiang Haixing had made a comeback and even started a bigger company than before, which was truly impressive. Jiang Haixing modestly replied that he was just lucky. Wu Weiming, however, seized the opportunity to ask, "Such a large company must have cost a lot of money, right?" The group was filled with curiosity. After all, Jiang Haixing had been heavily in debt, and now he had suddenly started such a large company, which must have been worth at least $1 million. Naturally, they didn't believe that the money had come out of thin air, and their envy was mixed with jealousy. Lin Yuehua had long since lost interest in seeing Li Dongxing and his group. She turned and walked to Jiang Zhou's side, whispering a reminder for him to go and check on them. Back then, after Jiang Haixing went bankrupt, none of those people offered a helping hand. Instead, they kept their distance. Jiang Zhou understood, so he smiled and nodded, walking towards Jiang Haixing. As soon as he got there, he called out, "Dad." Jiang Haixing turned around and smiled. "Zhou's here." Wu Weiming immediately looked Jiang Zhou up and down and said, "This is Brother Jiang's son. He's grown so much." Li Dongxing's eyes flashed, and he deliberately mentioned that Jiang Zhou was the same age as his son. Jiang Haixing said Jiang Zhou was a month younger. Li Dongxing immediately sighed, saying that Jiang Zhou could still stay with his parents, unlike his son who went abroad to work and could only come home a few times a year. His words were full of boasting. Jiang Haixing understood, but just smiled and said, "When people get old, they just want their children to be by their side. I don't want Zhou to be running around abroad every day. It's not like there aren't good jobs in China, so why does she have to go abroad?" Li Dongxing's expression changed slightly, realizing that these words seemed to be a veiled criticism of his son for not being able to make a living in China, which was why he went abroad. He was unwilling to accept this, and added that salaries were indeed higher overseas. Jiang Haixing smiled faintly and said, "My Zhou earns quite a lot too. This time when I started my company, he transferred $5 million to me directly." Upon hearing this, Li Dongxing and the others were all stunned and turned to look at Jiang Zhou. They never expected that Jiang Haixing's turnaround this time was due to their own son, and that he would spend 5 million in one go. Wu Weiming looked on with envy and said that brother Jiang was really lucky. Lu Feilong couldn't help but ask what Jiang Zhou did and how he could be so generous. Jiang Haixing couldn't hide his pride as he said that Jiang Zhou had started a company last year, developing websites, software, and games, and that the profits this year were quite good. He was secretly pleased. After all, his son was even more successful than he had been back then, able to take 5 million yuan so easily. Wu Weiming suddenly realized and asked in shock, "Could it be Want Company?" Jiang Haixing nodded with a smile. Li Dongsheng and the others were dumbfounded again. They had all heard of Want Company. It had only just emerged this year, yet its owner was already estimated to be worth over 80 million yuan online. Who would have thought that the boss was Jiang Zhou? They had heard that Jiang Zhou was working outside before, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a well-known company owner. Seeing the shocked and speechless expressions on Li Dongsheng and the others' faces, Jiang Haixing felt extremely pleased. Chapter 235. Jiang's father enjoyed it this time. Seeing these people, speechless with shock at the sight of his son owning such a large company, Jiang Haixing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This reaction was enough to prove just how successful Jiang Zhou had become. At this moment, Jiang Fan walked over and reminded him with a smile, "Dad, we can cut the ribbon now." Jiang Haixing nodded and looked at Li Dongsheng and the others. "I'll go first." After saying that, he walked towards the company entrance with Jiang Zhou and Jiang Fan. Lin Yuehua and the others were already waiting there. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua stood in the middle, with Jiang Zhou and Jiang Fan on either side. As soon as the firecrackers went off, they all cut the red ribbon at the same time, and it snapped in two. Guests immediately surrounded him to offer their congratulations. "Congratulations, President Jiang. May President Jiang have a prosperous future. May President Jiang achieve great success." With each blessing, Jiang Haixing could not suppress the smile on his face. He looked at the crowd and said loudly, "I am very happy today. Thank you all for coming to my opening ceremony." The guests responded quickly, and compliments rose and fell, creating a lively scene. After the ceremony, Jiang Zhou and Jiang Haixing entertained their guests for a while before returning home. Jiang Haixing was in a good mood and had some drinks, which Jiang Zhou didn't stop him from. The father and son sat on the sofa, drinking and chatting. Jiang Haixing looked at his son and said with a smile, "Zhou, today I can finally let out the anger that has been weighing on my heart for so many years. It feels so good, so very good." Jiang Zhou understood his father's suffering. After the family went bankrupt, Jiang Haixing borrowed money everywhere, enduring countless cold shoulders, and that resentment had been bottled up inside him. Now, seeing the shocked looks on those people's faces, he finally let out his anger. Jiang Zhou was happy for him and said with a smile, "Dad, don't worry anymore. I believe you will make a comeback sooner or later." Jiang Haixing nodded and said with emotion, "This time it's all thanks to you for bringing honor to our family. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Before the bankruptcy, our family was prosperous, but in the years since, I've seen through a lot of people." A hint of melancholy flashed across his face as he spoke. The experiences of those years resurfaced in his mind, and a bitter feeling inevitably welled up inside him. Jiang Zhou comforted him, "Dad, don't think about these things. I'll help you get back everything that belongs to us, and you'll be even more successful than before." He knew that only a mental illness could be cured. Only when Jiang Haixing's eel company truly took off would his father's pent-up frustration finally dissipate. Jiang Haixing looked at his son, his heart filled with joy. The father and son chatted for a while longer before he went back to his room to rest, and Jiang Zhou also returned to his own room. Just as Jiang Zhou sat down, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a text message from Xiao Jun. "Boss, You're My Life was released online today, and the response has been very good. Take a look." Jiang Zhou replied with "okay," then turned on his computer to check online. Sure enough, the internet was buzzing with discussions about "You'll Be With Me All My Life," and many netizens were commenting on the song. What's even more astonishing is that Jiang Xiaolan's image has completely changed. Xiao Jun used Jiang Xiaolan's account to post a behind-the-scenes video, which was only 30 seconds long, but it immediately brought her into the public eye. In the video, Jiang Xiaolan wears a red dress, has her hair in a ponytail, and her makeup is exquisite. When she sings, her eyes are filled with both fierceness and charm. She is both cool and impactful, like a female warrior with a sharp edge. After reading it, Jiang Zhou couldn't help but admire Xiao Jun's skills. While Jiang Xiaolan was beautiful before, she possessed more of a pure innocence than a striking, memorable beauty. After being repackaged by Xiao Jun, her temperament completely changed. Domineering and wild, coupled with her powerful voice when she opens her mouth, she can instantly pull people into the song. This image perfectly matches the style of Legend. Jiang Zhou watched the video and was deeply captivated. He knew that Jiang Xiaolan had truly established herself this time. Online comments were also enthusiastic. So good. Fantastic. I love this song. This song is perfect as the theme song for Legend. It makes my heart race. One netizen joked, after hearing this, I want to turn on my computer and play a round of Legend of Mir right away. Someone immediately replied, just say you want to play games, don't make excuses. Many praised Jiang Xiaolan's powerful voice and expressed their anticipation for more of her work. Jiang Zhou felt very gratified seeing these comments. Jiang Xiaolan's first foray into the public eye had been very successful. However, he also knew that there were more important things to do right now. He had to capitalize on this wave of popularity and push the sales of You'll Be With Me All My Life even higher. Jiang Zhou shut down his computer, went back to his room to get his car keys, and went straight out the door. He drove to the entertainment company and went straight to Xiao Jun's office. At this moment, Xiao Jun was busy with work. When he saw Jiang Zhou come in, he immediately greeted him with a smile. President Jiang, you've arrived. Jiang Zhou nodded and got straight to the point. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 236. Personally creating the promotional video for Legend. Okay, let's sit down and talk slowly, Xiao Jun said. After the two sat down, Jiang Zhou got straight to the point, praising Xiao Jun for doing a good job this time. You'll Be With Me All My Life has become a hit online, receiving positive feedback from netizens, and Jiang Xiaolan's reputation has also improved significantly. Xiao Jun was also very excited, saying that the number of listeners had exceeded 50,000 and was still rising. At this rate, Jiang Xiaolan would definitely become more and more popular. Jiang Zhou nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaolan's image and singing voice had received positive market feedback, so this rebranding was a success. Next, they needed to intensify their promotional efforts and not waste this wave of popularity. Xiao Jun immediately assured him that he would not let him down. Jiang Zhou then gave instructions for the next step, to produce a promotional video for Legend, and to invite Xiao Qi and Yang Mi to participate. He also said that filming would be arranged once the script was written. Xiao Jun agreed, and immediately went to contact actors. Jiang Zhou returned home and began writing the script for the promotional video. That evening, Xiao Jun called to say that Xiao Qi and Yang Mi had been contacted and could join the filming crew the next day. The next day, Jiang Zhou arrived at the film set and handed the completed script to director Zhang Yize. After reading it, Zhang Yize's expression changed, and he couldn't help but praise the script as very well written. The script focuses on the romance between the male and female protagonists, while also incorporating a thrilling scene where the male protagonist fights for his lover in a fit of rage. It fits the game's atmosphere perfectly and offers exciting moments and emotional outbursts, making it ideal for a promotional video. Zhang Yize was surprised that Jiang Zhou not only ran a company, but also wrote screenplays, and such vividly at that. Xiao Jun, standing next to him, chimed in, saying that Jiang Zhou had also written, You'll Be With Me All My Life, on the spot. These words stunned many people on set. No one expected that this CEO Jiang was not only good at business, but also at writing songs and scripts. His talents were completely unlike those of an ordinary boss. Jiang Zhou simply smiled and didn't say much, telling them to start filming, and he would be called back when the final cut was ready. After giving these instructions, he left the set, leaving the follow-up work to Xiao Jun and Zhang Yize. 2 days later, the first draft of the promotional video was completed. Xiao Jun immediately notified Jiang Zhou to come and review it. Jiang Zhou put aside his work and rushed to the entertainment company. Xiao Jun came forward, and Jiang Zhou asked first if the song had been added. Xiao Jun replied that it had been added, and now they were just waiting for his approval. Jiang Zhou arrived at the office area, where Zhang Yize was already waiting. Without saying a word, Jiang Zhou asked him to play the finished video. After the video finished playing, Jiang Zhou frowned slightly. Overall, it was well made, and the actor's emotions were on point, but he felt that something was missing. The visuals weren't impactful enough. Seeing that his expression was off, Zhang Yize quickly asked what was wrong. Jiang Zhou asked him to play it again. After watching it a second time, Jiang Zhou finally found the problem. This version of the video is too monotonous. Although the male and female leads acted well, the fight scenes were just about swinging knives, lacking any visual impact that could grab the audience's attention. Jiang Zhou dragged the progress bar to the location where the male protagonist was fighting monsters and pointed out that a dragon should be added here to surround the male protagonist, so that the scene would be more imposing and more attractive to players. He then moved to another location, where the special effects team would add lighting, energy effects, and the impact of fight scenes to key shots, marking out the areas that needed enhancement. Xiao Jun hesitated after hearing this, and reminded Jiang Zhou that such special effects were very expensive. Jiang Zhou was quite straightforward, telling him not to overthink it, and just to do as instructed. Money wasn't an issue, as long as they could hire a good special effects artist and make the promotional video the best it could be. He understood that Xiao Jun was thinking of the company, but this was the first promotional video for Legend, and it had to make a good start. It couldn't be made like those monotonous advertisements on the market now. Seeing his firm attitude, Xiao Jun agreed to do as he was told. At this point, Zhang Yize also suggested that if cost was not a concern, it would be best to find a team abroad, since special effects technology was more mature overseas. Jiang Zhou immediately agreed. He only wanted the best results, and he was willing to hire someone from abroad. Zhang Yize, who had studied abroad, had many acquaintances in the United States and offered to help make the connections. 2 weeks later, the new version with special effects was finally completed. Jiang Zhou came to see it again, and this time he was very satisfied. The visuals are no longer monotonous, and the fight scenes have become cool and exciting. When the male protagonist swings his sword, dragon shadows swirl and light effects explode, significantly elevating the overall quality to a new level, which is exactly the feeling he wanted. After reading it, Jiang Zhou immediately instructed Xiao Jun to prepare for the release of the theme song for Legend. This time, it must be a grand event to make a big splash. Xiao Jun nodded to indicate that he understood. Jiang Zhou then asked him to negotiate a program promotion with Fruit TV, hoping to further expand their influence through the television platform. After arriving here, Xiao Jun had already become familiar with the people at the fruit station, so he readily agreed to take charge of the matter. Jiang Zhou nodded in satisfaction, telling him to work hard these next few days and get everything done as soon as possible. Once everything was ready, the promotion would officially begin. Xiao Jun patted his chest and assured him that he would take care of everything. 10 days later, the Hunan TV program officially launched, inviting celebrities such as Richie Jin, Yang Mi, and Jiang Xiaolan to participate. Chapter 237 Legend Goddess Ranking Event. As soon as the show started airing, Hunan TV's ratings soared to the top. Online discussions about this episode quickly exploded, with many Hunan TV fans leaving comments, expressing their surprise that Legend would be promoted on Hunan TV. They said the collaboration was very insightful and would definitely boost the game's popularity to another level. The show and Legend became hits together, and Jiang Xiaolan's popularity soared. She had already gained a large following after singing the theme song, "You'll Be With Me All My Life," for the TV series Legend. Now that she's appeared on Hunan TV, her fans are even more excited, with the screen filled with shouts of "Goddess," praise for her beautiful voice, and calls to buy her gifts and support. After the Hunan TV program aired, Jiang Zhou saw that it was gaining popularity and immediately contacted Park Jin-chang, asking them to launch the Legend Goddess Ranking event. In the game Legend, players can send gifts to female players, including flowers, love letters, and hearts, each with varying prices. The female player who ultimately ranks first on the leaderboard will have a song specially created for her by the official team, with millions of dollars invested in promotion, and she will also be able to join Want Entertainment. Upon receiving the news, Park Jin-chong immediately instructed his team to make arrangements. Soon after, the official Weibo account of Legend released an announcement, and the game's announcement board also simultaneously posted news about the goddess ranking event. The news caused an instant sensation. Netizens were amazed by the clever marketing tactics of Legend of Mir, noting that they could even come up with such an event. Some were curious about who would win, others envied the generous rewards, and some male players even protested, questioning why boys couldn't participate. Female players were even more excited after seeing the event. A personalized song, millions of dollars in promotional resources, and the opportunity to join Want Entertainment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many. As a result, countless female gamers rushed to sign up, each hoping to use this event to soar to new heights. One of the female college students was named Lee Mingjia. She came from a poor family and had to work during winter and summer vacations. However, she was very beautiful and had many suitors at school. But she was never content with her current life and always wanted to find an opportunity to change her fate. Upon learning that Legend had launched a goddess ranking event, Lee Mingjia was immediately interested. She knew this might be her chance to turn her life around. If she gained enough popularity, she could potentially step onto the stage, be seen by more people, and even become a real star. Of course, she understood that the competition would be fierce. After all, this event was being held simultaneously nationwide, and winning first place would be extremely difficult. But Lee Mingjia was very confident in herself. She believed that with her beauty and talent, she was no worse than anyone else. She silently encouraged herself. I can do it. Lee Mingjia then immediately registered using her game account. After registering, she posted a status update on her Taobao account. She had participated in the Legend Goddess Ranking event and hoped everyone would support her and help her win the championship. Among her friends on Taobao's messaging platform, many were people she played the game Legend with, and she also had quite a few suitors. Shortly after posting the update, comments and private messages poured in. Some people congratulated her on her successful registration. Some said they would immediately support her on the charts, and others directly said they would send her gifts to show their support. Even more outrageous, some of the people in school who were pursuing Lee Mingjia, who didn't originally play Legend of Mir, said they would download the game after seeing the news, and specially send her gifts and support her on the leaderboard. Several close friends also messaged her privately, saying they believed she would definitely win the championship and that they would all cheer her on. As Lee Mingjia looked at these messages, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. She replied to each person's thanks, saying that she would work hard and live up to everyone's support. After sending all that, she specifically sent a message to one of her suitors in the game. The man seemed to be a rich second-generation heir. They had met on a dating website called Qingyuan Yixianqian. After the game Legend was launched, he kept asking Lee Mingjia to play the game with him and even bought her a lot of things. He had been pursuing Lee Mingjia, but Lee Mingjia knew very well that she couldn't easily agree to be with him. However, she never refused the gifts he gave her. After all, those things weren't cheap, so she naturally wouldn't turn them down. This time, she took the initiative to send the message about participating in the event. The other party quickly replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you in the rankings. I'll go and top up my account right now." Upon seeing this, Lee Mengjia's smile deepened, and she immediately replied, "That's great. I'll be waiting for your good news." With so many people supporting her, she felt even more confident. Before this, Lee Mengjia had never found a suitable opportunity to change her situation. Now that Legend has launched the goddess ranking event, she finally sees hope. She was unwilling to remain trapped in her current life. If she can get the top spot this time, opportunities, fame, and wealth will follow. Chapter 238 Event Goes Viral. Meanwhile, the official website of Legend was bustling with activity. Various promotional posts and event announcements were constantly being updated, and the goddess ranking event, once launched, immediately attracted the attention of a large number of players. Regardless of whether they had a chance to win the grand prize, many girls signed up. Because of this event, the popularity of Legend skyrocketed. Zhang Zhou and his friends were in high spirits as they watched the back-end data steadily increase. Although the click rate hadn't yet broken 10,000, they believed that by tomorrow, it would definitely reach that level. Chen Xiaoxue was one of the first girls to sign up. She started playing Legend when it was first released and was so obsessed with the game that she played it several times a day. When she heard about the goddess ranking event, she was immediately excited. The first place winner would not only receive a custom-made song from the official Legend game team, but also millions in promotional resources and even a job at Manhwa Entertainment. Such an opportunity felt like a gift from heaven. Chen Xiaoxue comes from a well-off family and has dreamed of becoming a star since childhood, even studying dance as a child. Now that she finally sees an opportunity to enter the entertainment industry, she certainly won't miss it. She not only wants to participate, but she also wants to reach the top of the list. She had just registered when her phone rang. It was her best friend on the other end, who excitedly told her that the game, Legend, had launched a goddess ranking event. The top-ranked player would get to release a song, get promotional support, and even join Jiang Xiaolan's Manhwa Entertainment Company. Chen Xiaoxue smiled and said she had already signed up. Her friend breathed a sigh of relief and said she would also sign up, even if it was just to be a participant. She knew Chen Xiaoxue had always wanted to be a star, so she wanted to help her immediately. Chen Xiaoxue didn't stand on ceremony and immediately asked her to help get her friends to vote for her. The other person readily agreed, saying they would go and get people right away. After hanging up, Chen Xiaoxue started calling her other close friends. She told everyone she was participating in the event and urged them to vote for her, promising to treat them to dinner if she won first place. Her friends teased her, but readily agreed. After making the call, Chen Xiaoxue felt more confident. She believed that with her looks and voice, plus the help of her friends, she might have a chance to top the list this time. Afterwards, she logged onto the dating websites Wang Wang and Qingyuan Yixianqian. Many of her gaming friends from the game Legend of Mir were on these platforms. She directly messaged them saying she was participating in a goddess ranking event and hoped everyone would vote for her to help her reach number 1. Shortly after the message was sent, many people replied. Game friends like I'm an Uncle and Little Fatty Pig all said they would vote for her and cheer her on. Seeing these responses, Chen Xiaoxue felt extremely grateful. One of her friends, nicknamed Little Meatball, even initiated a chat with her. The friend teased her, surprised that she would be interested in such an activity. Chen Xiaoxue immediately replied that of course she was interested. Winning the top spot would give her a chance to enter the entertainment industry, which had always been her dream. Little Meatball laughed at her for even having such an idea. Chen Xiaoxue urged him to stop talking nonsense and hurry up and deliver the gift to help her, adding that if he could help her get to the top of the list, she would treat him to something delicious. Little Meatball readily agreed, saying he would top up his account right away and definitely help her get a good ranking. Chen Xiaoxue looked at the reply on the screen and couldn't help but smile, even specifically asking him to help her. After the conversation, Chen Xiaoxue was even more excited. She secretly resolved to seize this opportunity. If she could get first place in the event, she could enter the entertainment industry, and with the official resources, she might soon soar to stardom. Afterwards, she called home to tell her parents the good news. The Chen family was also very excited, as this was an opportunity for their child, and they were naturally willing to support her. Soon, the Chen family members also started to take action, sending gifts to Chen Xiaoxue in the game, hoping that she could achieve good results and successfully enter the entertainment industry. With more and more female participants, the Legend Goddess Ranking event became a huge hit. The number of users soared, and daily sales even exceeded 300,000. 2 days later, Li Xiner returned from outside and immediately went to Jiangzhou to report the situation. She told Jiangzhou that on-the-ground promotion had been carried out in 18 provinces in the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions, and all those internet cafes had also installed the Internet Cafe Management System for free. Jiangzhou nodded after listening, and then instructed, "Okay, later you have the technical department connect the Legend of Mir advertising page to the Internet Cafe Management System and set it up as a pop-up window." Chapter 239, The Stone Age. Li Xiner nodded and said, "Yes, I will arrange for someone to go there later." Jiangzhou thought for a moment and then added, Wang Wang and the Love website should also run pop-up ads together and increase the promotional efforts even further. Li Xiner immediately agreed, Understood. I'll have the technical department do it right away. Jiang Zhou nodded, letting her go ahead with her work. Once he was alone in the office, he was clearly in a better mood. As long as the advertising campaign continued to expand, the company's business would grow larger and larger, and revenue would increase accordingly. Li Xiner acted swiftly. As soon as the pop-up ads went live, sales of Legend skyrocketed to 500,000. In no time, almost everyone was playing Legend, and its popularity was completely ignited. Jiang Zhou made a special trip to his first internet cafe to see for himself. Li Li and Lu Hui were still managing it. As soon as Li Li saw him, she excitedly stood up and called out, "Boss Jiang." Jiang Zhou hadn't come to the internet cafe in a long time, but Li Li still remembered his kindness. It was Jiang Zhou who gave her her first stable job, and now her salary had risen to 2,000, higher than many of her friends. She was grateful and dared not slack off. Jiang Zhou looked at the size of the internet cafe and nodded in satisfaction. "Shaoli, you've worked hard." Li Li quickly smiled and shook her head. "Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. It's all I should do." Jiang Zhou walked around the internet cafe and found that almost all the seats were full, and most people were playing Legend of Mir on their screens. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He then greeted Li Li and went to check out several other internet cafes. The results were similar. Over 90% of the players were playing Legend of Mir. Seeing this, Jiang Zhou was naturally pleased. However, after returning home that evening, he quickly calmed down. No matter how popular a game is, it can't keep players interested forever. Once the initial enthusiasm fades, some people will eventually get bored and want to switch to another online game. Moreover, the market won't stop. New games will definitely emerge in the future. Once Legend is squeezed out, internet cafe customers and the company's sales will be affected. Therefore, Jiang Zhou must prepare in advance and add new games to the company. He recalled the development of online games in his previous life and quickly remembered a game that became a hit in 2000, Stone Age. This game was later hailed by many as the progenitor of online games, and its popularity was once phenomenal. Jiang Zhou recalls that it was developed by a Japanese company, and its earliest distributor in China was Wei International. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhou's eyes lit up. Since it hadn't been acquired by anyone yet, he could make a move in advance and buy the game. He quickly made a decision. He couldn't let the company's sales decline. He had to acquire Stone Age and use the new game to stabilize the future market. That night, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue lay in bed. He looked at her and said, "Wanxue, I may have to go abroad for a while." Su Wanxue asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Zhou explained his thoughts. The company couldn't rely solely on Legend of Mir. Once the initial enthusiasm waned, sales would inevitably decline. Therefore, he planned to go abroad to acquire new games. Su Wanxue nodded. She understood that people can't stay interested in something forever. After a while, they'll naturally get bored. So she asked, "Which game do you want to acquire?" Jiang Zhou said, "There's a game called Stone Age in Japan. I understand that they're looking for a distributor recently, and I'm planning to go over there to talk to them." After hearing this, Su Wanxue said, "Then we'll go with you." Jiang Zhou originally wanted her to stay home with her parents, and he could go by himself. But Su Wanxue said that her parents didn't need her special care, and that Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger were on winter vacation and could take the opportunity to go out for a trip. Jiang Zhou thought about it, and felt that what she said made sense, so he agreed. "Okay, then our family can go out and have fun together." Su Wanxue smiled and agreed, feeling quite pleased inside. She could sense that Jiang Zhou was understanding her more and more. Jiang Zhou then said, "Then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll go to Japan to find the company behind Stone Age and talk to them about the agency agreement." Su Wanxue nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "Our lives will get better and better. The recent events for Legend have been very well received." Su Wanxue looked at him and smiled. She knew Jiang Zhou had been very busy these past few days and hadn't spent much time chatting with her, but she didn't complain. Instead, she was happy that life was getting better and better. She said softly, "You've had a tough time these past few days." Jiang Zhou shook his head. "What's a little hardship for our future? I not only want to work hard, but also to make the company bigger." Su Wanshue understood that Jiang Zhou had always been very serious and hard-working in his career. Jiang Zhou looked at her, smiled, and said, "Go to sleep." He said he was going to sleep, but his hands were getting restless. Su Wanshue blushed slightly, gave him a reproachful look, but didn't object. The two had indeed been separated for the past few days, and she missed Jiang Zhou. Before long, the atmosphere in the bedroom gradually warmed up. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou held Su Wanshue in his arms and whispered with a smile, "Go to sleep." Chapter 240 Heartwarming Daily Life. Su Wanshue nodded shyly. Jiang Zhou lowered his head and kissed her, then closed his eyes. The two fell asleep in each other's arms, enjoying a sweet night's sleep. The next morning, when Jiang Zhou woke up, he found that Su Wanshue was already up. After washing up, he went to the dining room, where the three little girls were sitting obediently at the table eating breakfast, while Su Wanshue, wearing an apron, was busy between the kitchen and the dining room. Seeing this scene, Jiang Zhou was suddenly filled with a sense of happiness. As soon as the three little girls saw him enter, they sweetly called out, "Daddy." Jiang Zhou smiled and patted their hair, urging them to continue eating. Su Wanshue, holding a spatula, turned to look at him and smiled. "Get up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Jiang Zhou walked over, gently hugged Su Wanshue's waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, "Wanshue, I love you." Su Wanshue was taken aback, her heart skipping a beat. Although Jiang Zhou often said these things, today's arrival was so sudden that she couldn't help but blush and said coquettishly, "Don't be silly, the child will see us." Jiang Zhou knew she was shy, so he let go of her hand and just stood aside watching her make breakfast. Su Wanshue looked up and met his gentle gaze, her face turning even redder. She quickly lowered her head and continued working. After breakfast, Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanshue, "Wanshue, pack your clothes at home. I'll go to the company first and come back to pick you up later." Su Wanshue nodded and told him to be careful on the road. Jiang Zhou smiled and went out. Su Wanshue cleaned up the dishes and then began to pack everyone's clothes for the trip. Bauer ran in and, seeing her mother busy at work, asked curiously, "Mommy, what are you doing?" Su Wanshue patted her little head and said she was preparing clothes for them and would take them out to play later. Bauer clapped her hands happily when she heard this, and then obediently ran to the living room to play games with Xianger and Bayer. Not long after, Su Wanshue finished packing, and Jiang Zhou returned from the company. After giving instructions, he picked up Su Wanshue and the three girls and drove to the airport. The three little girls were incredibly excited the whole way, chattering incessantly. Su Wanshue was also infected by their excitement, a smile constantly playing on her lips. Upon arriving at the airport, Jiang Zhou bought first-class tickets. After completing the formalities, he led Su Wanshue and the children into the VIP lounge. They boarded the plane shortly afterward. First class is more spacious and quieter than economy class. These days, not many people can afford first class, so there are fewer passengers. The three little girls, however, were still excited and pulled Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue, wanting to talk to them. Su Wanshue made a shoot gesture to them and whispered, "Keep your voices down and don't disturb others." The three little girls immediately covered their mouths and nodded obediently. After the plane took off, Su Wanshue, who hadn't slept well the night before, quickly fell asleep in her seat. Seeing their mother asleep, the three little girls also closed their eyes to rest. After a while, Belle suddenly felt her chair being kicked. She opened her eyes and saw that Bauer and Xianger were both fast asleep, so she didn't make a sound and closed her eyes again. But soon the chair moved again. Belle couldn't help but cautiously peek behind her and found a little boy sitting there. When the little boy saw her looking over, he also peeked out and grinned at her. Belle said in a low voice, "Could you please stop kicking my seat?" The little boy smiled and replied, "No way." Then he kicked Belle's chair back. Belle was a little angry, but she remembered Jiang Zhou's words about not hurting people casually, so she could only endure it. But when the little boy saw that she didn't react, he kicked even harder. Belle finally warned him with a dark expression, "If you kick my seat again, I'm going to hit you." As she spoke, she deliberately clenched her little fists, pretending to hit someone. To everyone's surprise, the little boy's lips trembled, and he burst into tears the next second. "Wah! Belle was stunned. She hadn't expected that her little scare tactic would cause the boy to cry so loudly. Seeing her freeze, the little boy cried even louder, quickly attracting the attention of many passengers in the cabin. The little boy's parents were also woken up and quickly asked, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Xiaoyu sobbed as he pointed at Belle and cried, "It was her. She bullied me." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's mother frowned and looked at Belle. "What's going on?" Belle shook her head, looking aggrieved. "I didn't bully him." Xiaoyu's mother immediately questioned, "If you didn't bully my son, why is he crying like this?" Belle's eyes were red. Jiang Zhou woke up at this moment, reached out and touched Belle's head, and said gently, "Sweetie, Daddy believes you didn't bully him. Tell Daddy what happened, okay?" Xiaoyu's mother immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "Hey, how can you talk like that?" Before Jiang Zhou could speak, Su Wanxue said directly, "How we talk is none of your business. You trust your son, but can't we trust my daughter?" The flight attendant quickly stepped forward to persuade everyone not to be angry and to listen to the child explain himself. Belle then explained in a low voice, "Daddy, I didn't bully him. He kept kicking my chair, and I just warned him. I didn't hit him because you said we shouldn't hit people." Chapter 241, Buying the Game. Xiaoyu's mother looked at Belle and said, "If you didn't bully him, why is he still crying? Do you look like you didn't bully him?" "I think you did." Belle said, "It's not that I didn't bully him. It's just that he kicked my seat, and I was afraid it would disturb the other passengers, so I warned him, hoping he would stop doing it." Xiaoyu cried harder and harder, and the passengers next to her, seeing this, felt more happy for Belle. They only found Xiaoyu's constant crying annoying. "Look how sensible that little girl is." "Yes, I just saw that little boy kicking the seat too. You adults should hurry up and comfort the child. This crying is disturbing everyone's peace." Hearing everyone's comments, Xiaoyu's father and mother both felt embarrassed. "It's normal for children to cry. Who says they can't cry?" Xiaoyu's mother said. "Your child is just too spoiled." Xiaoyu's mother pretended to start arguing again, but Xiaoyu's father, feeling embarrassed, stopped her directly. "All right, stop talking. Aren't you ashamed? You should appease Xiaoyu first." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Zhou and the others and said, "I'm sorry, the child is a bit immature. I apologize to you on his behalf." He said that, but he was very unhappy inside. But he had no choice but to do so because of the large number of people in front of him. Jiang Zhou said calmly, "Just teach the child well next time." After saying that, he turned back to Belle and said, "Belle, you did nothing wrong." Belle nodded obediently. Xiaoyu's parents were furious, but they didn't dare to show their anger. If they were to lose their temper in such a situation, it would definitely make them seem too unreasonable and domineering, so people can only endure it. Soon, they arrived in Japan. Jiang Zhou first took Su Wanxue and the three little girls to the hotel to check in. "Rest for a bit, and Dad will take you out for something delicious later," Jiang Zhou said, squatting down to look at Bayer, and Xianger. The three little girls nodded at the same time. The little girls were starving. They had traveled a long way, and their stomachs were already rumbling. Of course, they were happy to have something to eat. Jiang Zhou felt very satisfied seeing the three little girls so happy, and then picked them up and kissed them. "All right, let's go. Dad will take you to eat something delicious," Jiang Zhou said. The little girls were extremely excited and nodded repeatedly, saying, After dinner, Jiang Zhou, Su Wanxue, and the little girl took them to play around in the neighborhood for a while before returning to the hotel to rest. The next day, Jiang Zhou woke up first. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, he went to the room to wake up Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue woke up groggily and saw Jiang Zhou. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Why are you up so early?" Jiang Zhou said, "I have to go to the game company to find the boss first. You guys keep sleeping. I'll take you out to play when I get back." Upon hearing this, Su Wanxue immediately got up and said, "I'll go with you." "No need. The three little girls will definitely look for you when they wake up. You stay with them." Jiang Zhou kissed Su Wanxue's forehead and said. Su Wanxue didn't insist and nodded, saying, "Oh, okay." After getting dressed, Jiang Zhou left the hotel and headed towards the game company. After Jiang Zhou arrived at the company, someone led him directly to the boss's office. Yesterday, he had Li Xiner contact the CEO of the game company. They met directly in the reception room. "Hello, I'm Kenichi Yamada," Kenichi Yamada said, extending his hand. "My name is Jiang Zhou." Jiang Zhou smiled and shook hands with Yamada Kenichi. Jiang Zhou sat on the sofa opposite Yamada Kenichi. Yamada Kenichi asked, "I wonder what brings you here?" Jiang Zhou said, "I'd like to discuss a business deal with you." "Business? You want to buy the game's distribution rights?" Kenichi Yamada asked. Jiang Zhou nodded and smiled. "Since Mr. Yamada knows the purpose of my visit, I won't beat around the bush. Just name your price." "No rush. Let's have some tea first," Kenichi Yamada said. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. After a while, a person pushed open the door and came in directly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yamada, I'm late." Jiang Zhou looked towards the door and paused for a moment. The person who came in was also somewhat surprised to see Jiang Zhou. Kenichi Yamada stood up, shook hands with the visitor, and said, "No rush, we're waiting for you, Mr. Wang." The person who came was Wang Tianbao, the family that had the conflict with Jiang Zhou and his group on the plane when they arrived. "I'm late," Wang Tianbao said with an embarrassed smile. "Please sit down," said Kenichi Yamada. Wang Tianbao nodded and sat down on the opposite sofa. Jiang Zhou glanced at Wang Tianbao, then said to Yamada Kenichi, "I want this game. What do you think?" Wang Baotian looked at Jiang Zhou and thought to himself, "Humph, you want to compete with me for the game? Don't even think about it. I'll make you back down." "Mr. Yamada, I discussed this game with you first, so you can't let someone else have it," Wang Baotian said. "I'll offer 8 million, Jiang Zhou said. Wang Baotian and Yamada-kin stared at Jiang Zhou in shock. The former was shocked that Jiang Zhou had raised the price by 8 million from the very beginning, while the latter was shocked by the young man's wealth and arrogance. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to offer 8 million right away, a figure that would be astronomical for an ordinary company. 8 million in game distribution fees is a very large sum. "Mr. Wang, what do you think?" Kenichi Yamada asked Wang Baotian. Wang Baotian's face darkened. He had initially negotiated with Yamada Kenichi for 5 million, but Jiang Zhou had offered 8 million. He was certain he had lost. However, Wang Baotian was still unwilling to give up. He asked, "Mr. Yamada, what do you think is a reasonable amount for the distribution fee for this game?" Kenichi Yamada shook his head and said, "Mr. Jiang, this price is acceptable. 10 million, Wang Baotian said through gritted teeth, convinced he would win this time. 13 million, Jiang Zhou said. Wang Baotian's heart sank. 13 million was beyond his budget. He couldn't afford such a high agency fee. He glanced at Kenichi Yamada again, who looked like he had nothing to do with him, and knew that doing favors here wouldn't work. He could only shake his head and leave. After Wang Baotian left, Jiang Zhou turned to Yamada Kenichi and said, "Mr. Yamada, what I want for 13 million is not just your agency rights. I want to acquire this game." Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's offer to acquire his game company, Kenichi Yamada frowned immediately. "Mr. Jiang, are you joking?" Chapter 242, Buying 2 more hit games. Jiang Zhou remained calm and said indifferently, "Do I look like I'm joking? Mr. Yamada, I absolutely need this game." Subsequently, Jiang Zhou and Kenichi Yamada engaged in a verbal battle, and in the end, Jiang Zhou still managed to acquire ownership of the game. After dealing with everything at the game company, Jiang Zhou returned to the hotel. At this moment, the 3 little girls had already woken up. When the 3 little girls saw Jiang Zhou return, they all ran to him. "Dad, you're back. Dad, I missed you so much." Jiang Zhou smiled slightly, hugged them one by one, kissed them, and said, "Hurry up and get ready. Daddy will take you out to play." Su Wanshue then came over and looked at Jiang Zhou, asking, "How is it?" "It's all taken care of, we've got it down," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshue was also very excited. Afterwards, the family packed up, and Jiang Zhou took them directly to Tokyo. Tokyo is a very bustling city with many shopping streets, upscale entertainment venues, and a lot of fun places to visit. Jiang Zhou took the 3 little girls to see a kimono performance first. The 3 little girls were very curious about the kimonos and asked them what the bundles on their backs were. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "This bundle is quite interesting. If it's tied tightly, it means you're already married. If it's tied in the shape of a butterfly, it means you're still single." Su Wanshue was also listening attentively, somewhat surprised that Jiang Zhou knew about this relationship. At night, fireworks are set off here, which makes the three little girls very happy. Dad, Mom, look. Fireworks, Bauer said with a smile, pulling Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou along. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, while Su Wanxue took pictures of the three little girls and Jiang Zhou with her camera. She wanted to record these happy moments, so Jiang Zhou asked a friend to take a picture of their family, and then took a separate picture with Su Wanxue. In the evening, back at the hotel, the three little girls were all tired from playing and fell asleep quickly. Over the next week, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the three girls to South Korea and acquired the games Millennium and Red Moon. These two games, one a martial arts online game and the other a science fiction online game, were both extremely popular in their previous lives, enjoying enduring success and becoming classics. After acquiring the two games, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the others for a tour before returning to Changsha. The three little girls had a great time and took lots of photos. However, while they were having fun, they still missed their kindergarten friends and told Su Wanxue several times that they wanted to go back to kindergarten, but it was winter vacation and all the children were at home. Su Wanxue promised them that she would take them to play with their friends after they got home. As soon as they returned to Changsha, they pestered Su Wanxue to take them to meet their good friends. Mommy, please take us to play with Jinjin and the others, Belle said sweetly, tugging at Su Wanxue's clothes. Yes, Mom, let's hurry up. Bauer quickly grabbed Su Wanxue's arm and shook it. Xiang'er chimed in, yes, let's go. We haven't seen our friends in so long. All right, but you haven't taken out your gifts yet. Let's distribute the gifts today, and tomorrow we'll take you to visit your friends, okay? Su Wanxue said with a helpless smile. Oh, right. And what about the gift? Belle jumped up and asked as soon as Su Wanxue finished speaking. They're all in the suitcases. I'll take them out later and you can decide how to divide them yourselves, Su Wanxue said with a smile. That's great. Thank you, Mom. Belle exclaimed excitedly after hearing Su Wanxue's words, making Su Wanxue both laugh and cry. Jiang Zhou watched the three girls like this, smiled, and shook his head, then took out the suitcase containing the gifts and opened it for them. Thank you, Daddy, the three little girls said with smiles. When I opened the suitcase, it was filled with their gifts. These were chosen by the three little girls together. They all wanted to give the prettiest gift to their classmate, so they bought a bunch of gifts. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou helped the three little girls distribute the gifts. This one is very precious. This is for Mingming. This is for Xiaoyan. The family was distributing gifts in the living room. The warm lighting and the adorable expressions of the three little girls filled the whole house with a cozy atmosphere. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanxue before leaving home, "Be careful when you go out. Today, Su Wanxue is taking three little girls to deliver gifts to the children. We're nearby, don't worry," Su Wanxue said with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded, then turned and left. After Jiang Zhou left, Su Wanxue turned around and saw three little girls behind her. Mom, we're ready. We can go out now, Bauer said earnestly to Su Wanxue. Xiang'er and Bayer nodded in agreement. Su Wanxue was both amused and exasperated, and said, "You guys are all packed, but I'm not. Just wait." Su Wanxue tidied up the house and checked it again to make sure nothing was missing before walking up to the three little girls. Mom, shall we go now? Belle asked Su Wanxue earnestly. Okay, let's go. Su Wanxue nodded and said with a smile. Bauer, Bayer, and Xiang'er immediately grabbed their gifts and eagerly headed out the door with the bags containing them. Su Wanxue took the three little girls to Jinjin's house, which was the nearest one. Knock, knock, knock. Su Wanxue knocked on Jinjin's door. Here it comes. Here it comes. When Jinjin's mother, Yuan Li, opened the door, she saw Su Wanxue standing at the door with three little girls. Hello, Auntie, the three little girls greeted obediently. Su Wanxue said with a smile, Jinjin's mom, our three little girls brought Jinjin some gifts when they went out to play, so I brought them here to play with Jinjin today. You're too kind. Please come in and sit down. You've come to visit Jinjin today. Jinjin was just telling me about you yesterday. Yuan Li said, welcoming Su Wanxue and the three little girls inside. Jinjin's mother led the three little girls to Jinjin's room. Jinjin, look who's here. Yuan Li called out. The three little girls smiled happily and said, Jinjin, we've come to play with you. As soon as Jinjin heard the voice, she knew it was Bauer, Bayer, and Xiang. She quickly got out of bed and ran out, then looked at the three little girls with surprise and asked, You're here. You haven't come to play with me in so long. Our dad took us out to play, and he just got back yesterday, Bauer explained. Chapter 243 Live Broadcast of the Goddess PK Finals. Wow, you guys went out to play again. Jinjin exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. Yes, we went to a very far place this time, Belle added. And we brought you a gift. Xianger took out a gift from the side and handed it to Jinjin. The gift they bought for Jinjin was a nesting doll. Jinjin was overjoyed when she received the Matryoshka doll. Thank you. Thank you for the gifts you bought me. I love them so much, Jinjin said, happily jumping around the room with the gifts in her hands. Seeing how much fun the children were having, Yuan Li and Su Wanxue quietly left the room. Please sit down. Would you like some water or tea? Yuan Li asked. Su Wanxue said, Plain water is fine, thank you. Soon, Yuan Li poured Su Wanxue a glass of water and placed it in front of her. Then, the two started chatting about everyday things. After chatting for a while, Yuan Li asked, How did your family suddenly become rich? Yuan Li and Su Wanxue had met a few times in the vicinity before, but they were only nodding acquaintances. She remembered that Su Wanxue's family wasn't considered wealthy before. Moreover, she earned her living expenses through hard work, but now Su Wanxue's family can afford to live in a luxury house, and she has suddenly found a husband. This really surprised her. It's because the children's father came back and started a small business, making some money, Su Wanxue said casually. I see. No wonder it suddenly turned out this way. Yuan Li nodded. Yuan Li knew that Su Wanxue had not told her the truth about her family. After all, if it were just a small business, how could they have bought a house worth millions and a car all at once? However, she knew that Su Wanxue didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask any further questions. The two then talked a lot about family matters. After the three little girls finished playing, Su Wanxue led them to say goodbye to Yuan Li. Come visit Jinjin again next time. Okay, the three girls said in unison, and then followed Su Wanxue away from Jinjin's house. Soon, another month passed, and it was February 1st. The goddess ranking event has reached its final showdown, with Li Mengjia and Chun Xiaoxue tied for first place. Zhang Yun looked at Li Mengjia and Chun Xiaoxue, who were tied for first place, and couldn't make up his mind. So he turned to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou, there's a situation. The goddess dress-up event in Legend ended today, but two people are tied for first place, Zhang Yun reported to Jiang Zhou. Oh, Jiang Zhou raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What's your name? The first person is named Chun Xiaoxue, and the second is named Li Mengjia. Both of them are very popular, and their gift value has exceeded several 100,000, Jiang Yun said. As Jiang Zhou listened to Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia's names and photos, he remembered that in their previous lives they had also entered the entertainment industry and played characters in The Storm Riders Part 1, where they became somewhat popular. However, Jiang Zhou didn't hear their names much after that. Jiang Zhou guessed that they hadn't received any good scripts, so they gradually faded from everyone's sight. Jiang Zhou never expected that he would meet the two of them first in this life. In this life, he would seize the opportunity to sign them and have Xiao Jun give Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia a good makeover. He believed that once the two of them became popular, they would definitely become famous all over the country. With this in mind, Jiang Zhou had an idea and then asked, Do you have information on the two of them? Jiang Yun nodded and handed Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia's information to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou took it and pretended to look at it for a while before saying, They're both pretty good. Go and sign them to Want Entertainment Company. Sign both of them in? Jiang Yun asked, somewhat surprised. Jiang Zhou nodded in response. I know what to do. I'll go do it right away. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement as soon as he heard Jiang Zhou say that. Jiang Zhou immediately stopped Jiang Yun and said, What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet. Oh, okay, Jiang Yun quickly replied. Is there anything else? You also need to tell Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia to prepare some talents. The two of them will have a live competition, and then the champion of this competition will be chosen in the end, Jiang Zhou instructed. A live showdown? Zhang Yun asked, puzzled. Yes, a live competition. They'll perform, and then we'll have a real-time vote on the Legend official website. It'll also let me see if they really have the skills, Jiang Zhou said. Zhang Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded, saying, That's a great idea. I'll go arrange it right away. Jiang Yun nodded, then went out to arrange for Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia to participate in the PK competition. 3 days later, in the recording studio of Fruit TV, Jiang Zhou has been in contact with Hunan TV these past few days, and they've discussed producing a special Legend Goddess Ranking Final Showdown program to be broadcast on Hunan TV. Their people readily agreed. You see, the last time Jiang Xiaolan and her group came to participate in the program, the ratings exploded that day, making Hunan TV a fortune. Jiang Zhou's announcement that the final PK of the Legend Goddess Ranking would be broadcast on Hunan TV is a huge piece of good news for the station. Hunan TV hopes to capitalize on this opportunity to become a hit and attract more viewers and fans. This way, Fruit TV can have the best of both worlds. Therefore, Fruit TV readily agreed to Jiang Zhou's request and expressed its willingness to cooperate fully. The live PK will start at 8 p.m. By 7:50, the internet cafe was already packed with people, all eager to know who the winner of the night would be. Moreover, today's PK was not only packed with people in internet cafes, but also many people who were not at home at this time were waiting in front of their TVs to watch this PK. The competition was hosted by Teacher He himself. At the beginning, Teacher He came out and gave an opening speech. Hello, viewers in front of the TV. I am Teacher He. This is a live broadcast of our Legend Goddess Ranking PK. I believe everyone is eager to see our goddesses Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia. Now, please welcome our contestants Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia to the stage. Then, Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia appeared. Xiao Jun gave them a slight makeover today. Although only one of them won, they are now both with Want Entertainment. This is their first time facing an audience, and Jiang Zhou wants to take this opportunity to help them each gain some fans. After all, Hunan TV has a large audience, and Jiang Zhou wanted their first appearance. No matter what the result was today, it would attract more fans, which would be a great help to both of them. Li Mengjia was wearing a black, tight-fitting bodycon dress with a very short hem, revealing her long, shapely legs. Her long hair cascaded down, making her appear charming and graceful. Chapter 244. The competition was fierce, with neither side giving an inch. Chun Xiaoxue was wearing a pink dress today. She was petite, with fair skin and delicate features, giving her a girl next door feel. As soon as they appeared, everyone in the internet cafe and those watching the PK on TV gasped in surprise. My God, these two are so good looking. Wow, I love Li Mengjia so much. Her legs are amazing. No way. I support Chun Xiaoxue. She's simply my goddess. I love her to death. I also support Chun Xiaoxue. Upstairs, that's my wife. Get out of here. Heh, you two get out of here. You two go away. I like Chun Xiaoxue. I want to give her a gift. Only children make choices. I want them all. Immediately, everyone was discussing it, and the dating website, Qingyuan Yixianqian, and the Wangwang app also quickly posted about the two people. Meanwhile, on the scene, after Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia came out, Teacher He smiled and said, As expected of those who are tied for first place on the goddess list, you are indeed extraordinary. Now, the two of you, please introduce yourselves. Who would like to go first? Chun Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia smiled sweetly as they heard Teacher He's praise. The two then looked at each other, and Chun Xiaoxue smiled and said, You go first. Li Mengjia accepted the microphone handed to her by Teacher He without hesitation and said, Hello everyone. My name is Li Mengjia. I hope you can support me. After Li Mengjia finished speaking, she handed the microphone to Chun Xiaoxue. Chun Xiaoxue took the microphone with a sweet smile on her face and introduced herself first. My name is Chun Xiaoxue. Please give me a thumbs up. After Chun Xiaoxue finished speaking, she didn't forget to give a wink. This completely captivated the group of people watching TV. Li Mengjia smiled, but thought to herself, I must not lose this game today. I must win the championship so that I can live a good life. Chun Xiaoxue thought that although she had already signed with Want Entertainment, She was determined to win this competition so that her popularity could rise and she could have a place in the entertainment industry and obtain more resources. After the two finished introducing themselves, Teacher he took the microphone and said with a smile, "Our two goddesses each have their own unique characteristics, but in my opinion, they are both very beautiful. We don't need any further introductions. Let's go up and have a competition." Our competition has 3 rounds of competition. The first round is singing, the second round is dancing, and the third round is singing and dancing. I wonder if our two goddesses have confidence in themselves. After saying that, Teacher he handed the microphone to Li Mengjia, who smiled and said, "Of course I will. I'm sure I can win this competition. First place can only be mine." Teacher he pretended to be scared and then said, "Are you starting to talk tough now? Xiaoxue, are you scared?" "I'm confident that first place will be mine," Chen Xiaoxue said with a smile. Teacher he said, "Wow. It seems that our two goddesses are very confident. Then let's ask the two goddesses to go down and prepare. The competition will begin soon." The two agreed and turned to leave the stage to prepare. Teacher he watched the two leave, then said, "Dear viewers, the exciting match is about to begin. I wonder who will be the winner tonight. Everyone, hurry up and go to the official website of Legend to support the two goddesses. We will also display real-time data on our screens." After speaking, Teacher he glanced at the staff member, who immediately gave an OK sign, indicating that it was ready. At this moment, Teacher he said with a smile, "Next, the first round of the competition will officially begin. Please welcome Li Mengjia to bring us the theme song of Legend, You'll Be With Me All My Life." Then, Li Mengjia walked onto the stage. The accompaniment started. She gently closed her eyes, then slowly opened them, took a deep breath, and slightly parted her red lips. "I woke up crying because I dreamt you left." As Li Mengjia began to sing, the online audience was extremely excited and couldn't help but scream, "It sounds nice. I love you, Li Mengjia." After Li Mengjia finished singing, she left the stage, and Teacher he came on stage and said, "This beautiful woman is not only beautiful, but she also sings very well. However, beautiful women always have the same taste." Next, please welcome Chen Xiaoxue to perform the theme song of Legend, You'll Be With Me All My Life. As soon as Teacher he said that, everyone was in an uproar again. After all, if they choose the same song, the contrast between the two will be more obvious. My God, they both chose the same song. This is going to be interesting. That was so exciting. Chen Xiaoxue has already gone on stage and started singing. She sang well, very infectiously and rhythmically. Soon, the audience was captivated by her music and applauded enthusiastically. After Chen Xiaoxue finished singing, He Jiong and Li Mengjia went on stage together. Wow, they all sound so good. It's so hard to choose. Let's look at the big screen first. After Teacher he finished speaking, the large screen behind him lit up, displaying the current data of Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia. Chen Xiaoxue's score is 258,966, and Li Mengjia's score is 258,900. However, their scores keep changing and remain very close. Sometimes Li Mengjia gets more, sometimes Chen Xiaoxue gets more. Looking at the data on the big screen, Teacher he said, "Wow, this is really nerve-wracking. The two goddesses are quite evenly matched. Everyone, hurry up and give it your all. Cheer on your goddess. Give us your full support for the next 100 seconds." As the two campaigned for votes against each other, the audience cheered for their favorite idols. Seeing this, Teacher he smiled and said, "Let the two goddesses campaign for themselves." Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia smiled, and Li Mengjia made a heart shape with her hands and said, "Everyone, please help me out." Chen Xiaoxue also made a heart shape with her hands and said, "Thank you everyone." The data on the big screen kept changing, and Teacher he was getting nervous watching it. Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia were even more nervous, afraid that they would be overtaken by the other party if they were not careful. Keep up the good work, everyone. These numbers are extremely tight. My God, it's widened the gap. Xiaoxue's supporters are amazing. They've actually widened the gap to 10,000. They've caught up. They've caught up. Mengjia's supporters have caught up. Teacher he announced excitedly, making everyone's hearts tense. 100 seconds passed, and the two still couldn't distinguish the data. Teacher, he smiled and said, "It's clear that all the supporters are very supportive. All right, enough of the chit-chat. Let's move on to the second round of the dance competition. Please, both goddesses, go and prepare." After she finished speaking, the large screen went out, and Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia went down to make preparations. Meanwhile, at Jiang Zhou's home, Jiang Zhou and his entire family, along with Jiang Yun and his family, were all at Jiang Zhou's house watching the goddess ranking PK. The results of Chapter 245 are out. Their stats are really neck and neck. It's just too close, Jiang Fan sighed. That's true. These two have quite a lot of fans. Jiang Yun nodded. But that's what makes it interesting. The more suspenseful it is, the more exciting it is, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Yes, Fan is right. That's what makes it interesting to keep watching. If there's no suspense, I don't think it's interesting at all, Jiang Haixing echoed. Haha, you're right. Jiang Yun smiled and looked at Jiang Fan, saying, "Who do you think has the best chance of winning?" "I think Li Mengjia has a better chance of winning," Jiang Fan said. "I vote for Chen Xiaoxue," Lin Yuehua added. "I support Chen Xiaoxue," Lin Xingya added. Jiang Haixing said, "I'll also vote for Li Mengjia." They were all betting on who would win. Su Wanchua looked at the two girls on TV and knew that they were already working for Want Entertainment. In her view, the two women have different styles, each with their own charm and value. As things stand, it won't matter who wins or loses between the two of them. Their appearance tonight has already attracted a large number of fans. As for their future development, it will depend on the resources provided by the company. She felt that as long as the company could provide the two of them with good resources, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become famous. Thinking of this, Su Wanchua said to Jiang Zhou beside her, "Jiang Zhou, Chen Xiaoxue, and Li Mengjia are both excellent talents and promising prospects. The company should nurture them well, and they will have a bright future." "Yes, I know," Jiang Zhou nodded. He knew that Su Wanchua had the same idea as him, and these two were already key targets for his company's development. Judging from today's live stream, the two of them have already established a certain number of fans. Moreover, they all have high popularity, so the company will definitely not shortchange them in terms of resources and publicity. Therefore, Jiang Zhou also believed that the two of them would definitely have a good future. Soon, the goddess ranking competition entered its final stage. Now all 3 rounds of the competition are over. "Let's look at the big screen," said Teacher He. After he finished speaking, the big screen lit up again. The data for Li Mengjia and Chen Xiaoxue were displayed on the big screen. The two goddesses' scores are still very close. Now it's time for our final sprint. Please, all supporters, give it your all for Li Mengjia and Chen Xiaoxue. At this point, the two sets of data also began to change. The number of supporters for Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjia had reached more than 600,000 each, but the gap between the two was still not widened. Start immediately in 1 minute. As soon as Teacher He finished speaking, the data on the big screen began to scroll rapidly, and everyone put in their best effort to sprint ahead. With 10 seconds left, the big screen went out, and Teacher He said with a smile, "There are 10 seconds left. Let's count down together. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. All right, the data collection is now complete. I could see that everyone's enthusiasm was incredibly high. Teacher He glanced at the time and said with a smile, "I'm sure everyone is very curious about who has won first place on our goddess ranking. The exciting moment has arrived. Will Chen Xiaoxue or Li Mengjia take first place?" Now, let's look at the big screen. The large screen lit up instantly, showing Chen Xiaoxue's data as 798963 and Li Mengjia's as 808989. Congratulations to Li Mengjia for winning first place on this year's goddess ranking. Teacher He shouted loudly. The moment the results were announced, everyone watching the live stream was thrilled. My God, Li Mengjia won by a narrow margin. That's fantastic. I thought we had no chance. We've actually been overtaken. I thought so too, but I never expected that someone would actually surpass that. Don't be sad, Xiaoxue. Don't cry, don't cry. We will always support Chen Xiaoxue. Everyone online is talking about today's live PK battle. Moreover, the fans from both sides got into a fight outside the TV station that night, which made headlines in the news the following day. This incident once again made the goddess ranking competition a hot topic. The next day, when Jiang Zhou arrived at the company, Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjiao were already waiting for him. As soon as Jiang Zhou entered the office, Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjiao immediately stood up. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Have a seat," Jiang Zhou said. Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjiao were both shocked when they saw Jiang Zhou. They never expected their company's boss to be so young. At first, I thought he would be a fat, middle-aged man with a big belly, but who knew he would be such a young and handsome man? This kind of person should be the ideal boss in the hearts of girls. Chen Xiaoxue looked at Jiang Zhou, pondering to herself. She was still upset that she couldn't beat Li Mengjiao last night. She thought that if she could find some advantage over Jiang Zhou, she wouldn't have any regrets even if she lost the game. Li Mengjiao, on the other hand, was completely different. She just wanted to work peacefully under Jiang Zhou, get good resources, and earn more money and live a better life after she became famous. I called you here today to discuss your future plans. Your live stream last night has already helped you gain a certain number of fans, and our company will definitely work hard to nurture you. But as we agreed before, whoever comes in first place will receive 3 times the resources. Do you two have any questions? Jiang Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them quickly replied that they had no questions at all. Everything else is fine. Manager Xiao will make arrangements for you. Although yesterday's competition was important, it won't determine whether you can reach the top in the future. I hope you will all put your heart into it. Okay. After Chen Xiaoxue and Li Mengjiao responded, they stood up. Chen Xiaoxue deliberately went to the back, and after Li Mengjiao left, she closed the office door, walked to Jiang Zhou's side, and looked at him with a smile, saying, "President Jiang." Seeing her charming appearance, Jiang Zhou frowned. He guessed what Chen was going to do, and his face immediately turned cold. He wasn't buying it. Chen Xiaoxue felt very disappointed looking at Jiang Zhou's indifferent expression. But she knew this wasn't the right time to pretend in front of Jiang Zhou, so she could only suppress her disappointment and continue to smile. "President Jiang, we'll be working together from now on. I hope you'll take good care of me." After saying that, Chen Xiaoxue quietly reached her hand under the table onto Jiang Zhou's leg. Jiang Zhou immediately slapped her hand away and angrily rebuked, "Get out of here. I hired you because of your abilities. Don't try to be clever under my nose. If you can't work properly here, or if you try anything funny again, you're fired right now." Chapter 246, Spending Chinese New Year at Xiaoxue's house this year. Chen Xiaoxue's smile froze. She glanced at Jiang Zhou, then at the direction outside the door, gritted her teeth, and turned to walk out. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou called Xiao Jun over. Chen Xiaoxue was still very uneasy when she saw Jiang Zhou call Xiao Jun. She was afraid that Jiang Zhou would be dissatisfied with her. If that were the case, she would be in big trouble. "President Jiang, you wanted to see me?" Xiao Jun asked. "Okay, then you'll be in charge of Li Mengjia and Chen Xiaoxue's work. You know a bit about this," Jiang Zhou said. "I have no problem with that," Xiao Jun said. "By the way, do you know Su Ku?" Jiang Zhou suddenly asked. Upon hearing the name Su Ku, Xiao Jun paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and said, "I know him. Do you want to find him?" "Oh, do you know where Su Ku works?" Jiang Zhou asked. "I really don't know," Xiao Jun said. "Then you must find him." "Next, I want to find him for the spin-off movie of Legend," Jiang Zhou said. In his past life, in 2001, he filmed The Legend of Zhu. He really liked it. It was very imaginative. So he wanted to find Su Ku and have him direct Legend to further expand the influence of the series. After all, in his previous life, Sui Hark had a very strong appeal, and many people liked his scripts. "Okay, I'll try my best to find it," Xiao Jun said. "We must contact him and ask him to come and help with the filming. The price is negotiable," Jiang Zhou said. "Leave this to me," Xiao Jun said. "Okay, you can go now." Jiang Zhou waved his hand. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Xiao Jun left. Chen Xiaoxue had been watching Jiang Zhou's office the whole time. She had a guilty conscience and was afraid. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Xiao Jun didn't come looking for her after leaving Jiang Zhou's office. It seems Jiang Zhou didn't tell Xiao Jun what had just happened in the office. Otherwise, Xiao Jun would definitely find her, and thinking of this made her feel much more at ease. As the Lunar New Year drew closer, Jiang Zhou thought about how Su Wanxue hadn't been home for several years due to conflicts with her parents, and hadn't spent the Lunar New Year at home in a long time. After the misunderstanding was finally cleared up, Jiang Zhou wanted Su Wanxue to spend the New Year with Li Mengyao and Su Mingze. After dinner that day, Bauer, Bayer, and Xiang'er played on the side, while Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue sat on the sofa watching TV. Wanxue, Jiang Zhou suddenly called out. Su Wanxue was watching a TV series when she heard Jiang Zhou's shout. She immediately looked up at him with a bright smile and asked, "What's wrong?" "Let's bring Bauer and the others to your house for Chinese New Year this year," Jiang Zhou said. Su Wanxue looked at Jiang Zhou in surprise. "Why did you suddenly bring this up? We didn't go back to our hometown for the Spring Festival last year. This year we're going to your house for the Spring Festival," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanxue looked at Jiang Zhou, deeply moved. How could she not guess Jiang Zhou's feelings? However, she still hesitated and asked, "What about Mom and Dad?" Of course, she also wanted to spend the New Year with her parents. She hadn't been home for several years, and now that she had finally reconciled with them, she wanted to spend the New Year with them. However, she also had to consider Lin Yuehua and Zhang Haixing. If she and Jiang Zhou took the three girls to Beijing for the New Year, then this year only Zhang Haixing, Lin Yuehua, and Zhang Fan would be at home for the New Year. What's more, their aunt next door always likes to belittle them. Thinking about it, Su Wanxue's expression dimmed. Jiang Zhou smiled and took Su Wanxue's hand, saying, "I'll explain things to Mom and Dad. They'll definitely understand, so don't worry. It's settled then. We'll spend the Chinese New Year at your place this year," Jiang Zhou said. Su Wanxue looked at Jiang Zhou, her eyes a little moist, but in the end she couldn't hold back her tears and said, "Jiang Zhou, thank you." Seeing Su Wanxue crying, Jiang Zhou felt a pang of heartache and immediately hugged her to comfort her, saying, "Silly girl, we're husband and wife. Why are you talking about thanks between husband and wife?" As he spoke, he gently wiped away the tear stains on Su Wanxue's cheeks. "You're so good to me," Su Wanxue said. She felt that she must have been blessed in her past life to meet such a good man. "I told you I would protect you. Besides, we're husband and wife. You're my woman. If I'm not good to you, am I supposed to be good to someone else?" Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Zhou's words made Su Wanxue laugh through her tears. She looked up at Jiang Zhou and said with a smile, "All right, stop trying to coax me. I know exactly what kind of person you are, and I believe you." Jiang Zhou's heart softened when he saw Su Wanxue's pretty face streaked with tears. He chuckled and teased, "Don't cry. If the three little girls see you, they'll think I'm bullying you." As soon as Jiang Zhou finished speaking, the three little girls ran over and surrounded Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue. "Mom, what's wrong? Mom, don't cry. I'll give you candy. Mom, don't cry." The three little girls are all very sensible. When they see their mother crying, they immediately try to cheer her up. Su Wanxue patted the three little girls' heads, her heart filled with warmth. "Mom, these are tears of joy," Su Wanxue said with a smile. "Really?" The three little girls all looked at Su Wanxue and asked, "Really? I just discussed with your dad about going to your maternal grandma's house for Chinese New Year this year, and I'm really happy about it," Su Wanxue explained with a smile. Then, Su Wanxue asked, "Did you all have fun spending Chinese New Year at your maternal grandmother's house this year?" "We're so happy. We can go to Grandma's house for Chinese New Year," the three little girls said with smiles. Belle exclaimed happily, "Of course I'm happy. This is my first time celebrating Chinese New Year at my grandma's house." As Su Wanxue listened to Belle's words, she felt a pang of sadness. She thought about how she had been away from home for years, raising her three little girls alone. Seeing Su Wanxue like this, Jiang Zhou immediately said, "Wanxue, quickly call your parents and tell them we're going home for the New Year this year." "Yes, I'll call them right now. They'll be so happy to know." Su Wanxue nodded with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded, then looked at the three little girls and said, "Come on, Daddy will play with you." Su Wanxue took out her phone and immediately called Li Mengyao. "Hello, Xiaoxue." Li Mengyao's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Su Wanxue felt particularly comforted when she heard her mother's voice. Su Wanxue asked, "Mom, what are you doing?" "Your dad and I are watching TV," Li Mengyao said. Su Wanxue said with a smile, "Mom, I just discussed it with Jiang Zhou, and he said we should go back to Beijing for the Spring Festival this year. Chapter 247, The Big Star Returns to the Village. Really? Li Mingyao exclaimed in surprise, her voice filled with delight. Over the years, she had always hoped that Su Wanshue could come back for the new year. I never thought it would finally happen this year. Yes, we'll go back home for the Chinese New Year this year. Su Wanshue nodded emphatically. That's great, that's great. Li Mingyao exclaimed excitedly. Seeing Li Mingyao so excited, Su Mingze, who was standing next to her, felt a sense of doubt. Li Mingyao continued. When will you arrive? Remember to call us then, and we'll pick you up from the airport. Your dad and I will definitely prepare some delicious food for you. Okay, I'll let you know when we've set a time, so you and Dad won't have to worry too much, Su Wanshue said. I understand, but will your mother-in-law and the others agree? Li Mingyao asked. Although she wanted her daughter to come home for the Chinese New Year, she didn't want to damage the relationship between her and her mother-in-law. Zhang Zhou told me not to worry, and my mother-in-law and the others aren't unreasonable, Su Wanshue said with a smile. That's good. We'll be waiting for you to come back, Li Mingyao said happily. Su Wanshue nodded and said, Bauer, what are Bei'er and Xiang doing? Li Mingyao asked with a smile. Zhang Zhou is playing with them, Su Wanshue said. Okay, I'll hang up now, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Su Wanshue hummed in agreement and hung up the phone, feeling very happy inside. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanshue walked over to Zhang Zhou and the three girls. Zhang Zhou asked, Finished? Yes, they are very happy, Su Wanshue said with a smile. Zhang Zhou nodded. He could also sense that Su Wanshue was very happy. Then, seeing that the three little girls had already yawned several times, he smiled and said, Go to sleep now. Daddy, tell us a bedtime story. Belle looked at him. Zhang Zhou blinked his watery eyes and said. Zhang Zhou smiled and said, Okay. Zhang Zhou led the three little girls into the room. After tidying up the toys the three little girls were playing with, Su Wanshue also went into the room to take a bath. Zhang Zhou returned to his room and heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. He gently pushed the bathroom door and found that it could be opened. He immediately slipped into the bathroom. Soon, a series of seductive voices came from inside. The next day, Zhang Zhou found Zhang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua. Mom and Dad, I've come to discuss something with you today, Zhang Zhou said with a smile. What's the matter? Zhang Haisheng asked. It's about going back home for the new year, Zhang Zhou said. This year, Wanshue and I are taking our three little girls back to Wanshue's parents' house for the new year. Wanshue hasn't been home for Chinese New Year for the past few years. Now that she's finally able to go home, I was thinking of going home with her this year. So, what do you think about us going to Beijing for Chinese New Year? Zhang Zhou asked. Upon hearing Zhang Zhou's words, Zhang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua exchanged a glance. Of course we agree. It's a good thing that you and Xiaoxue are taking the three little girls to accompany Xiaoxue's parents back to her parents' home for the new year. Your dad and I definitely agree, Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Lin Yuehua knew why Su Wanshue hadn't come home in recent years, and that Zhang Zhou was largely to blame. If it weren't for Zhang Zhou, Su Wanshue wouldn't have been away from home for so long. In recent years, Su Wanshue has been raising her child alone outside, and it hasn't been easy for her. Seeing that his parents had agreed, Zhang Zhou smiled and said, Yes, Wanshue was worried that the three of you might feel uncomfortable at home alone. Zhang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua felt a warmth in their hearts and were very happy when they heard Zhang Zhou's words. The couple felt most sorry for Su Wanshue, and they were very happy to hear that Su Wanshue still cared about them. How could that be? Go back and tell Xiaoxue not to worry about us. You should all go and spend time with Xiaoxue's parents. Lin Yuehua, he said with a smile. Okay, I'll head back now, Zhang Zhou said. Be careful on your way back, and drive carefully, Lin Yuehua reminded her. Okay, Zhang Zhou responded, turned around and left the house, driving back home. On the 23rd, Zhang Zhou and Su Wanshue took the three girls and their luggage to the airport. Lin Yuehua and Zhang Haisheng both came to see them off. As it was almost time to board, Lin Yuehua pulled Su Wanshue aside and said, Xiaoxue, you and Azhou should stay in Beijing and keep your parents company. Take good care of yourselves, and don't worry about us. Mom, I know, don't worry, Su Wanshue said with a smile. Lin Yuehua smiled and nodded, then looked at Jiang Zhou and said, "This is also your first time spending the new year at Xiaoshua's house. Be good to Xiaoshua's parents, okay?" "I understand. Don't worry. I will definitely treat Wanshua's parents well and take good care of Wanshue and the children," Jiang Zhou assured him. Lin Yuehua then looked at the three little girls and said with a smile, "Have fun at Grandma's house." "Okay, Grandma." The three little girls nodded with smiles. "All right. Hurry up and get on the plane. Don't delay any longer," Jiang Haixing urged. "Okay." Su Wanshue and Jiang Zhou agreed, then waved to the three girls and turned to walk towards the boarding gate. After arriving in Beijing by plane, Li Mingyao and Su Mingze were already waiting outside. They picked up Jiang Zhou and his family and brought them home. Su Wanshue took out many gifts from her suitcase for Li Mingyao and Su Mingze. These were all gifts she had specially bought for them during their trip. Li Mingyao and Su Mingze were overjoyed to see that Su Wanshue and the others had brought them gifts. "Oh my, you're back for the new year, and you've brought so much stuff with you. It's tiring to carry it all," Li Mingyao said with a happy smile. "We're not tired. This is our heartfelt gift. Please don't refuse it, or I won't bring you any more gifts in the future," Su Wanshue said. "You," Li Mingyao said helplessly, gently poking Su Wanshue's forehead with her slender finger. Jiang Zhou stood aside and chuckled to himself. "All right, I'll cook for you guys today," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Mingze quickly stood up and said, "No need. I'll do it. You must be tired from the flight, so take a rest." "I'm not tired. I'll do it," Jiang Zhou said. Su Mingze insisted, so Jiang Zhou had no choice but to say helplessly, "Fine, then I'll help Dad out." "That works," Su Mingze said with a smile. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou and Su Mingze went to cook, while Su Wanshue chatted with Li Mingyao. After seeing Jiang Zhou and the others off, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua drove back to Yongzhou. This time when they came back, they also took Jiang Xiaolan with them back to Yongzhou. "Xiaolan is a big star now," Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Jiang Xiaolan sat in the back and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to my uncle that I had the opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. She has already earned 6 million. Moreover, her net worth continues to rise." Chapter 248. The whole village is shocked. Jiang Zhou is incredible. Jiang Xiaolan was very happy. She wanted to give her parents a surprise when she went back this time. Now that she has made money, she wants to buy a house in Changsha like her uncle, and then bring her parents to live in Changsha. Upon returning to Jiangjia village, Jiang Haixing first took Jiang Xiaolan home. She came back this time carrying bags and bags of various precious gifts. Jiang Haixue said to Jiang Haixing, who had brought Jiang Xiaolan back, "You went out of your way to take her home. Thank you for your trouble." "It's nothing, you're too kind," Jiang Haixing said with a smile. "By the way, haven't Jiang Zhou and the others come back yet?" Jiang Haixue suddenly remembered that Jiang Zhou hadn't gone home with them, and asked in confusion. Jiang Haixing said with a smile, "They went to their parents-in-law's house for the spring festival this year." "Oh, I see. I really need to thank him. If it weren't for him, Xiaolan wouldn't have such a good job," Jiang Haixue said. Jiang Haixing waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. We have to go back now." Jiang Haixue smiled and said, "All right, take care." "Okay." Jiang Haixing nodded and drove away. Jiang Haixue was very happy. Some people in the village also saw Jiang Xiaolan and were shocked by how much she had changed. A group of people in the village huddled together and whispered among themselves, "Have you seen Jiang Haixue's daughter? I see her. She's changed so much. I just saw her and didn't recognize her at all. I saw her too. She's become more beautiful." Yes, they were carrying big bags of things home, and the packaging of those things looked very expensive. My God, did she go out and make a lot of money? How did she suddenly become so rich? One of the middle-aged women said in a low voice, "Don't you know? She's a big star now. I've seen her on TV, and she was even prettier than she is now." "Really?" Everyone was puzzled. "Of course it's true," the middle-aged woman said. Another woman said, "I heard from my daughter that she went to Changsha with Jiang Haixing's son, Jiang Zhou, and signed with his company. Now Jiang Xiaolan is a big star. My God, isn't Jiang Haixing's son the one who runs an internet cafe? How come he's also involved in an entertainment company? Jiang Zhou is amazing. Not only did his own family become rich, but he also helped his other family members become rich. Look, Jiang Yun is following Jiang Zhou's lead. Yes, their family is really doing well now. That's awesome. Yang Li, at Jiang Dai's house. Today their youngest son, Jiang Yin, drove his newly bought Mercedes-Benz C200 back to Jiangjia village. Yang Li happily rushed over to greet him. Oh, my good son, you're finally back. You have no idea how much your mother missed you. Seeing the happy smile on his mother's face, Jiang Yin felt happy too. When he drove into the village, the villagers looked at him differently. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. This made Jiang Yin feel very comfortable and proud. Jiang Dai, Jiang Ming, and Lu Yumei also came out at this time and were happy to see Jiang Yin return. Yang Li looked at the Mercedes-Benz C200, her face beaming with joy. This car is so beautiful. It looks so expensive. My son is so successful. He actually bought such an expensive car, she exclaimed. Of course, this car cost over $1 million. Jiang Yin proudly raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking quite pleased with himself. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Yang Li was overjoyed, thinking that over $1 million was quite a lot. This time, we'll definitely outdo Jiang Haixing and his team next door. Good son, you're great. She patted Jiang Yan's shoulder happily, her face beaming with a joyful smile. Lu Yumei and Jiang Ming were overjoyed to see the luxury car. Lu Yumei smiled and said, "Wow, that's really great. To drive back in such a luxurious car, you truly are a worthy child of our family." This car looks luxurious, and it's a happy occasion for their family. This year's Lunar New Year shouldn't be as chaotic as last year's. Hearing Lu Yumei praise him, Jiang Yin became even happier and secretly delighted. Seeing Yang Li and the others so happy, he started showing off. "Don't just keep praising me. I brought you a gift this time, and it's a nice one at that." "Oh, what good stuff?" Yang Li asked Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin smiled smugly. "You just wait." Then, he took several large bags from the trunk, carried them into the house, and placed them on the table. Jiang Ming, Lu Yumei, and Jiang Dai were quite surprised when they saw the gifts. They really didn't know that Jiang Yin had brought them so many things this time. It was too much. Yang Li looked at Jiang Yin and was also excited. Her son was indeed sensible. "These are all things I bought outside to show my respect to you," Jiang Yin said with a grin, his expression quite smug. Jiang Yin then took out the other bags from the trunk and placed them on the table. Looking at the several large packages, Lu Yumei and Jiang Ming, the couple, became happy. Jiang Dai smiled and said, "Good child, you are so filial. You know how to respect us." Yang Li was very happy to see the gifts Jiang Yin brought, and her gaze towards Jiang Yin became even more kind. Jiang Haixing, Lin Yuehua, and Jiang Fan also drove back home. Just then, Yang Li went out and saw Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua returning. She felt a surge of disdain when she saw that they were still driving last year's car. "I'm still driving the same car I drove last year, while my son has already bought a new car." In her opinion, Jiang Haixing and his family definitely didn't make any money this year, certainly not as much as her son. Otherwise, given their family's circumstances, they would have already bought a new car. Thinking about this, Yang Li began to feel a little smug. With a smile on her face, she walked up to Jiang Haixing and the others. "Hey, second brother and sister-in-law, why are you back so late this year? Did you run into some trouble?" As Yang Li spoke, she looked Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua up and down. These two people have a really good temperament, and their clothes are very clean, but they look so dowdy and have no taste at all. My son Jiang Yin has much better taste. "Sister-in-law, you're joking. We didn't encounter any difficulties. There was just some traffic on the way, so we were a little late getting back," Jiang Haixing replied casually. "I thought you were having some trouble. Otherwise, we could have asked Jiang Yin for help. He's already opened 10 training centers in Beijing this year, and then he went to Tianjin to open another training center. He's been so busy that he only got home today. He's only able to come home for the new year this year, but he probably won't be able to come home next year." Yang Li deliberately provoked him. "And he even bought a new car this year. I heard he's earning almost $1 million a month now. That kid is so filial. He buys us all sorts of good supplements and stuff when he earns money. He bought a whole bunch of them." Chapter 249. The neighbor's aunt is heartbroken again. As Yang Li spoke, she smiled and looked at Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing, wanting them to know how capable her son was. So, even though Jiang Yin actually earns 500,000 a month, she said it was 1 million. She just didn't want Jiang Haixing and his family to outshine her, so that she could save face. Last year, Jiang Haixing's family showed off in front of her, and she didn't dare to say anything. Now that she finally found a chance to embarrass them, she was overjoyed. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua looked at Yang Li coldly. If they still couldn't see that Yang Li was deliberately showing off in front of them how capable her son was of making so much money, then they would have lived in vain for so long. However, they didn't want to pay any attention to Yang Li, lest she chatter on and on. They had no interest in listening to this woman's endless chatter. Moreover, having seen more of the world and broadened one's horizons, one naturally looks down on pretentious people like Yang Li. Seeing that Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua remained silent, Yang Li became even angrier, thinking to herself, "Humph, it seems you two aren't so great after all. He's just a country bumpkin. What's so great about him?" Yang Li curled her lip inwardly with disdain. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, I heard you started an eel company, but there are no eels in the middle of winter. What are you going to do? Can your eel company even keep going?" Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing were taken aback. What did Yang Li mean by that? How could their company possibly go out of business? Although their business wasn't that big, their revenue was still quite substantial. "Sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Our company's revenue is very high, so you can rest assured," Lin Yuehua said. Yang Li smiled and said, "Really? But I've heard that market competition is so fierce these days, your eels might not even sell." Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing exchanged a glance. How could Yang Li be so boring, always provoking them? "Sister-in-law, don't worry, our eel company will definitely keep going. Even if things don't work out, your Jiang Yin earns a lot, doesn't he?" After saying that, Lin Yuehua paused and continued, "We'll have him invest a few $100,000 in our company. When our company makes money, his money will also be used. He can take it whenever he wants," Lin Yuehua replied with a smile. Yang Li has always been showing off in front of them how rich her husband Jiang Yin is. She said it on purpose, wanting to see how long Yang Li could keep laughing. Sure enough, Yang Li's smile immediately froze, and she glared at Lin Yuehua with a livid face. Yang Li chuckled dryly a few times, then immediately turned and left, afraid that if she walked too slowly, Lin Yuehua and the others would try to extort money from her. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing looked at Yang Li's retreating figure, smiled at each other, and then went into the house. Yang Li returned home, feeling extremely frustrated. She was still muttering to herself, "Trying to extort money from our Jiang Yin? No way. Sister Li, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" A woman walked in and asked anxiously when she saw Yang Li like this. This woman is Zhang Xiuqin, a villager from the village. "It's nothing, why did you come?" Yang Li said with a smile and a shake of her head. "I borrowed your hoe yesterday, so I'm here to return it to you." Zhang Xiuqin handed the hoe to Yang Li. Yang Li took the hoe and smiled. "Okay, I'll take it." Zhang Xiuqin glanced outside, then leaned closer to Yang Li and asked, "Is that car outside yours?" "Yes. My Jiang Yin made a lot of money, so he bought a new car," Yang Li said. Zhang Xiuqin exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" She just thought the car outside looked quite luxurious, but she wasn't sure if it belonged to Jiang Yin. Now that Yang Li has said it herself, she is also very shocked. "Of course it's true, otherwise would I lie to you?" Yang Li said. Zhang Xiuqin nodded and said, "That's great. Your two families are making a lot of money now. I've heard that Jiang Zhou's company has trained a girl named Jiang Xiaolan. I saw her today, and she's become so much prettier. She's a big star now. And Jiang Yun, isn't he also working for Jiang Zhou? Yesterday, he drove back in a luxury car with his parents, and he said he bought a 6 million yuan apartment in Shanghai. I heard that Jiang Zhou helped him buy that apartment. All of you are making a lot of money, and you're all doing well working with Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou must be making even more money. It's really enviable." When Zhang Xiuqin said this, not only Yang Li heard it, but Jiang He and Lu Xiumei also heard it. They were shocked to hear how successful Jiang Zhou was. Yang Li, in particular, felt ashamed when she thought about how she had just been mocking Lin Yuehua and the others. But now she realized that Lin Yuehua and the others were actually quite successful. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She casually said something to send Zhang Xiuqin away. After Zhang Xiuqin left, Yang Li immediately said to Jiang Yan, "Son, you seem to have a lot going on over there. You should go back quickly. There are so many things to handle there, so you need to go and take care of them as soon as possible. Don't let it interfere with your work." Jiang Yan was feeling very upset. He had become quite strong, but he never expected his cousin to be even more powerful than him. His feelings were complicated. He was a little jealous. He needed to make money quickly so he could surpass Jiang Zhou. Thinking of this, his face darkened again. He gritted his teeth and resolved to make money quickly. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would be suppressed by his cousin. He was very unhappy about this. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Yan nodded and turned to leave. "Wait a minute." Jiang Dai suddenly called out to him. "What are you doing in such a hurry during the New Year holiday?" Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Dai. He was already in a bad mood, and now that he saw Jiang Dai was also preventing him from going out, he felt extremely irritated. Yang Li didn't care and directly told Jiang Yan to go back to Beijing. After several attempts, Jiang Yan finally drove back to Beijing. Jiang Zhou, calculating the time, figured Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua should have arrived home by now, so he called them. "Zhou." Jiang Haixing answered Jiang Zhou's call. Jiang Zhou smiled and asked, "Dad, are you home yet?" "We're here. We've just gotten home and figured things out," Jiang Haixing said with a smile. "Okay, we just finished eating." Jiang Zhou smiled and called the three little girls over. "Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger, come and call your grandpa and grandma," Jiang Zhou called out. "Hello, Grandpa." "Hello, Grandma." The three girls called out in unison. Chapter 250. Jiang Zhou buys a courtyard house. Good, dear granddaughter." Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua felt much better upon hearing their voices. Jiang Zhou handed his phone to the three girls so they could chat with Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanxue, "Let's go downstairs for a walk." Su Wanxue nodded. Li Mingyao smiled and said, "Xiaoxue, why don't you take Jiang Zhou to look around the neighborhood? We can take care of the three little girls." She also wanted to create some private space for Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue smiled and nodded, then took Jiang Zhou's hand and went downstairs. The two walked step by step along the stone path outside the residential area. "Let's go take a look at the courtyard houses," Jiang Zhou suggested. Su Wanxue looked at Jiang Zhou with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'd like to buy a courtyard house," Jiang Zhou said. "Huh?" Su Wanxue was a little incredulous when she heard Jiang Zhou's words. She didn't expect that Jiang Zhou would want to buy a courtyard house. Nowadays, courtyard houses are not as comfortable as high-rise apartments. In addition, more than 10 families are crammed into one courtyard house. If you want to buy one, the property rights issue is a problem. Moreover, those houses are expensive and inconvenient to live in, Su Wanxue advised. Living in a courtyard house is quite nice. It's convenient for taking care of family members, and these houses are quiet and have good earthquake resistance, so I think it's worth checking out, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. It's worth noting that in later generations, courtyard houses sold for astronomical prices, with a single house costing tens of millions and possibly even hundreds of millions. Moreover, its location is excellent, situated near the Forbidden City, and even built directly in front of it, a prime location. Hearing Jiang Zhou say this, Su Wanxue did not object to his decision. In fact, she thought Jiang Zhou made a lot of sense and agreed with him. So the two of them headed towards the courtyard house. The courtyard house was in the city center, so Jiang Zhou led Su Wanxue for about 10 minutes before arriving at the courtyard house. He looked up and found that the courtyard houses were really magnificent. The courtyard houses were neatly arranged and looked quite spectacular. There were not many tall buildings around the courtyard houses. This location is really nice. Su Wanxue couldn't help but praise when she saw the place. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, "Yes, this location is really good." He also thought the location was good. This courtyard house was located next to the Forbidden City, and it was only one street away from the Forbidden City. The property prices on this street were not low, and this location was beyond the reach of most people. Moreover, there are no shopping malls or entertainment facilities here, and the residents are mostly elderly people. This kind of environment is very suitable for living. In addition, this location has another advantage. which is that it is quiet and there is no noise. So it is also better to live here. Let's go. Let's find a real estate agent first and see if they have any suitable properties, Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanchue with a smile. Okay, Su Wanchue nodded. They went to the agency, gave them the address, and the agency immediately gave them a warm welcome. The real estate agent was a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a suit, and looked very energetic. When he heard that a young man had bought the property, he immediately perked up. The property prices here were not cheap. Most people couldn't afford them. What type of room are you looking for? The agent asked. We'd like to see a courtyard house with traditional Chinese decor, Jiang Zhou said. Oh, I see. Let me introduce you first, and then we'll introduce you to our services, the agent said. He first introduced the basic situation of the courtyard house to Jiang Zhou and the others. This place isn't very big. It's only 250 square meters in total, the agent said. 250 square meters is too small. Do you have any bigger ones? Jiang Zhou frowned. The agent was even more surprised upon hearing this. So small. In such a prime location, a 250 square meter apartment is already quite expensive. Yes, how big do you need? The agent asked. It will cost at least 300, Jiang Zhou said. When the agent heard their quote, his eyes lit up. No wonder they're rich. They want something this big all at once. This must be a child from a wealthy family. Yes, look at this house. It's 328 square meters with 7 bedrooms and a spacious, square yard, perfect for planting flowers and trees. It also has its own 100 square meter yard, and the property rights belong to one person. Is that all right with you? After the agent finished introducing the house, he looked at Jiang Zhou and his group and asked, Okay, take us to see what's going on. Jiang Zhou nodded. Okay. The agent nodded. You two wait a moment. I'll go in and report first, the agent said to Jiang Zhou and Su Wanchue with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded, and the agent ran inside. Soon the real estate agent came out of the house and said, Let's go. I'll take you there. Jiang Zhou replied. Su Wanchue and Jiang Zhou followed the real estate agent into the courtyard house. The courtyard house is decorated very elegantly in a traditional Chinese style, with many classic decorations, making it easy to recognize the blend of classical and modern elements. There are tables and chairs set up in the middle here. Your family can chat, play chess, drink tea, and so on. It will be very pleasant, the agent explained as they walked, hoping to help Jiang Zhou and Su Wanchue get acquainted. Yes. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanchue nodded. The agent led them to the living room, where the furniture was antique and had a lot of charm. Come and see another room. The rooms are all connected. This is the master bedroom, and there's a study next to it, the agent said. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanchue were very satisfied with the bedroom and study. The study also had some calligraphy and paintings on the walls, including a landscape painting that looked very old and gave people a sense of vicissitude. Afterwards, the agent showed Jiang Zhou and Su Wanchue the rest of the house and asked, Are you two satisfied with this courtyard house? It's very nice. This place is perfect for living, and the house even has a small courtyard. What do you think, Wanchue? Jiang Zhou said. Yes, I like it here too. This courtyard house is really nice, and the environment is also very beautiful. Su Wanchue nodded, expressing her satisfaction. The agent smiled broadly when he heard them say that. If I can sell this house, my sales performance will definitely be high. It's such a good deal. I'm sure I can get a commission. Thinking of this, the agent's smile widened, and his mood became more cheerful. Afterwards, the agent led Jiang Zhou and Su Wanchue back to the sales hall. We've already seen it, and we plan to buy this house, Jiang Zhou said. Chapter 251 The Warmth of a Young Couple. Are you sure you want to buy this house? The real estate agent looked at Jiang Zhou with some surprise, not expecting that he actually intended to buy the house. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, Yes, this is the set. How much does it cost? This one comes fully furnished, so the price will definitely be higher. Normally we would have to pay 42,000 yuan per square meter, but I'm giving you the price of 40,000 yuan per square meter now, the agent said. The total is 13.12 million yuan. As the agent spoke, he used a calculator to perform calculations in front of Jiang Zhou and the others. When the results came out, he was both surprised and delighted. A courtyard house worth 13 million. I'll buy it right away. He didn't expect the sale of the house to go so smoothly. He had been preparing for a long time, but Jiang Zhou bought the house in one go. Okay, you can draft the contract on your end, Jiang Zhou said. Okay, the agent replied, thinking to himself, I'm rich this time. She then went to draft the contract, while Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue sat on the sofa waiting. About 10 hours later, the agent drafted a contract and quoted the price. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue reviewed it and found it acceptable. Seeing that Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou weren't haggling anymore, the agent was even happier because she couldn't offer a lower price anyway. This was already the lowest she could go. She smiled and said, the contract is all drafted. Can you take a look and see if there's anything you need to revise? The agent handed over the contract. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue took the contract, looked at it, and then handed it to the agent, saying, okay, no problem. I've already made a profit from this courtyard house I bought. If we calculate based on future property prices, this courtyard house will be worth at least 500 million yuan. After Jiang Zhou finished speaking, he signed the document and then took out his bank card and handed it to the intermediary. The agent immediately took the bank card happily and began swiping it to make the payment. The agency processed the application quickly, and after completing all the formalities, Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou left. The real estate agent, with a smile, saw Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou to the door, saying, take care, and have a pleasant life with you. Okay, sure. Su Wanxue nodded, and she and Jiang Zhou walked out of the sales hall. The real estate agent watched Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue leave, a smile appearing on his lips. He had made a killing this time. He had already made half the profit from the sale of the house, and now he had earned another sum of money, which made him very happy. He glanced back at the courtyard house and thought to himself how lucky he was to have met such a destined young couple. He must be incredibly wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy the courtyard house without even blinking. This is the first time I've ever met such a generous and extravagant person. He felt very satisfied after making such a big sale. After Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue came out, they went directly to the courtyard house. Su Wanxue wanted to clean up the area. I'll help you, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Okay, Su Wanxue agreed with a smile. The two people entered the courtyard and began cleaning. The two cleaned the house first, and Su Wanxue wanted to sweep the snow in the yard. Seeing this, Jiang Zhou immediately stopped Su Wanxue, saying, I can handle this. Don't move. There's so much snow, and it's cold. Don't catch a cold. It's all right. I'm not that delicate, Su Wanxue said. No way, Jiang Zhou said firmly. All right then. Su Wanxue had no choice but to compromise, knowing that Jiang Zhou was worried about her. Then, Jiang Zhou picked up a broom, while Su Wanxue sat beside him watching. Jiang Zhou would occasionally look up and exchange a smile with Su Wanxue. Just a quick cleanup will do. It's cold outside, Su Wanxue instructed. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. Su Wanxue got up and went inside to fill a pot with hot water, thinking she would warm herself up afterward. Su Wanxue watched Jiang Zhou for a while, but couldn't resist. She picked up a broom and went into the yard. She stood in the middle of the yard, next to Jiang Zhou, and started sweeping the snow. When Jiang Zhou looked, Su Wanxue was sweeping the ground under a tree. He smiled and shook his head. Immediately, an idea came to him, and he secretly took his broom and hit the tree above Su Wanxue's head. Oh! After Jiang Zhou hit her, he heard Su Wanxue scream. All the snow that had just fallen from the tree landed on Su Wanxue's head, and Jiang Zhou chuckled as he looked at her like that. Hearing the sound, Su Wanxue turned around and looked at Jiang Zhou. She found that Jiang Zhou was looking at her and smiling very happily. Her cheeks immediately turned red. Then she picked up a broom and swatted at the tree branches above Jiang Zhou's head, and the snow fell on Jiang Zhou's head. Haha! Su Wanxue saw that all the snow on the branches had fallen onto Jiang Zhou's head, and she laughed again. Now Jiang Zhou's head was covered with snow. Looking at her masterpiece, Su Wanxue felt incredibly happy. Seeing Su Wanxue smiling happily, Jiang Zhou also laughed and picked up some snowflakes from the ground, throwing them at Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue wasn't afraid. You see, she often played with snowballs with others when she was little, so she wasn't afraid of snowballs. So she picked up the snow on the ground and threw it at Jiang Zhou. The two of them threw snowballs at each other like children playing a game. The two of them had a lot of fun. All right, I was wrong. Wanshue, I admit defeat. Jiang Zhou quickly surrendered when he saw that Su Wanshue was tired of playing. Let's see if you dare to ambush me again. Su Wanshue looked at Jiang Zhou with a grin. After Su Wanshue finished speaking, she took a small amount of snow and put it inside Jiang Zhou's clothes when Jiang Zhou wasn't paying attention. Jiang Zhou shivered from the cold, while Su Wanshue laughed incessantly beside him. Seeing Su Wanshue smiling so happily, Jiang Zhou also smiled, feeling exceptionally cheerful. He hadn't felt this kind of joy in a long time. All right, stop fooling around. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Yes, I haven't seen this much snow in years, Su Wanshue exclaimed. Jiang Zhou took Su Wanshue's hand and said, From now on, you can see it every year. Su Wanshue nodded gently, then turned her gaze from the distance and looked at Jiang Zhou with tenderness in her eyes. Jiang Zhou, you're so kind, Su Wanshue said with a smile. Jiang Zhou smiled happily when he heard what Su Wanshue said. He asked, Want to build a snowman? Sure. When I was little, my dad often took me to build snowmen. Su Wanshue immediately nodded with a smile. Jiang Zhou smiled, picked up the shovel from the side, and began to work. Su Wanshue, who was helping out, said, When I was little, I even wanted to take the snowman home and keep it as a keepsake. Back then, I didn't know that snowmen would melt. Haha, Dad definitely won't allow you to do that, Jiang Zhou laughed. Chapter 252, Giving My Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law a Surprise. Su Wanshue nodded and said, Yes, he tried to reason with me, but I was too young to listen. I insisted that my dad make me a little snowman to take home. I even put it in my desk, just in case they threw it out while I was sleeping. Did you cry when you woke up the next day? Jiang Zhou teased Su Wanshue. Su Wanshue blushed, and then said, When I woke up the next day, I opened my desk and found a puddle of water inside. Then I cried. My parents heard the noise and came in immediately. They asked what happened. Later, I said that my snowman was missing. They said that it had melted. They kept comforting me. Later, my dad went outside and got me another one. Your parents didn't throw you out, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. After saying that, Jiang Zhou had already made the two snowmen into two balls. Su Wanshue looked at the bare snowman and said, Oh dear, we don't have any carrots here. I'll figure something out. After saying that, Jiang Zhou picked up 3 stones from the side and pressed them into its eyes, then put his mouth on it. If the conditions don't allow it, you'll have to make do a little, okay? Seeing the snowman like this, Su Wanshue wanted to take off her scarf and give it to the snowman, but Jiang Zhou immediately stopped her, saying, I'll do it, don't get cold. After saying that, Jiang Zhou took off his scarf and put it on the snowman. It looks great, Su Wanshue praised with a smile. Don't cry if it melts, I'll just build you another one, Jiang Zhou joked with a smile. Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanshue blushed, glared at him reproachfully, and said, Humph, I'm all grown up now. Okay, don't cry, I'll spoil you, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshue ignored Jiang Zhou and looked at the snowman, saying, If only we had a camera, we could take a picture of it. There will be another opportunity next time, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshue smiled and nodded, then looked at Jiang Zhou, whose head was covered in snow. Su Wanshue smiled and said, We can say we've grown old together like this. Are you willing? Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshue. Are you willing? Su Wanshue asked Jiang Zhou in return. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, I'm willing. The two looked at the snowman, their hearts filled with warmth and happiness. Let's go. Let's drink some hot water to warm ourselves up, Su Wanshue said at this moment. Jiang Zhou smiled and looked at Su Wanshue, saying, No need to drink hot water. I have other ideas. Huh? Su Wanshue looked at Jiang Zhou, blinking her eyes in confusion, and asked, What method? Jiang Zhou bent down, picked up Su Wanshue, and walked into the house. Hey, Jiang Zhou, what are you doing? Su Wanshue exclaimed. Jiang Zhou laughed and said, Let's take a hot bath together. Su Wanshue blushed and immediately knew what Jiang Zhou was thinking. Jiang Zhou carried Su Wanshue to the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon came from inside. Much later, Jiang Zhou carried Su Wanshue out, who was wrapped in a bath towel. Su Wanshue's face was flushed. Jiang Zhou placed Su Wanshue on the bed, then lay down beside her and held her in his arms. Su Wanshue leaned against Jiang Zhou's chest, feeling the warmth from his body, and her face turned bright red. Su Wanshue felt Jiang Zhou's breathing, and her heart raced. Jiang Zhou's heartbeat sounded like a drumbeat in Su Wanshue's ears, making her feel flustered and confused. "You're still shy after all this time?" Jiang Zhou said with a smile, looking at Su Wanshue. "Who's shy?" Su Wanshue pouted, unconvinced. "Okay, don't be shy." After Jiang Zhou finished speaking, he reached out to take off Su Wanshue's bathrobe. Su Wanshue was startled by Jiang Zhou's actions. She quickly grabbed Jiang Zhou's hand and said, I don't want it anymore." Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshue with a smile. After a while, groans were heard coming from inside the room. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou hugged Su Wanshue and said, "Sleep for a while, we'll go back later." Su Wanshue was too tired to speak. She simply nodded, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshue sleeping soundly, smiled, kissed her forehead, and then lay down as well. They both fell into a deep sleep. Ding 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 ding. Soon, a bell rang. Su Wanshue groggily opened her eyes, picked up her phone from the bedside table, and saw the caller ID. "Mom." Seeing the caller ID, she immediately woke up. She sat up immediately. "Mom," Su Wanshue said. Li Mingyao said, "Xiaoxue, you and Jiang Zhou haven't come back yet? It's almost time for dinner." "Okay, we'll be right back," Su Wanshue replied. "Okay, come back quickly. I'm hanging up now," Li Mingyao said. Su Wanshue responded and then hung up the phone. She glanced at the time. It was already 5:30 p.m. Jiang Zhou woke up at this moment and looked at Su Wanshue, asking, "Did Mom call?" "Yes, they're calling us back for dinner. Get up quickly." Su Wanshue glanced at Jiang Zhou. After saying that, Su Wanshue was about to get out of bed to get dressed, but as soon as she got out of bed, her legs went weak and she almost fell. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshue and quickly helped her up. "Are you all right? I'll carry you back," Jiang Zhou said, then picked Su Wanshue up in his arms. "I'm fine, put me down." Su Wanshue struggled to get Jiang Zhou to put her down. "I just wasn't paying attention for a moment." "Okay, can you walk by yourself?" Jiang Zhou asked with a smile. Su Wanshue glanced at Jiang Zhou and said, "Okay." After saying that, she struggled to get out of Jiang Zhou's arms and put on her shoes. Jiang Zhou smiled at her and said, "Let's go. Mom's waiting for us." Su Wanshue nodded and looked at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou glanced at Su Wanshue, then took her hand and walked outside. When the two returned home, Li Mingyao looked at Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue and said, "You two are back. Come and eat." "All right," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. "Come on, sit down and eat first," Li Mingyao said. Su Wanshue and Jiang Zhou sat at the dining table. "Come on, eat more." Li Mingyao put some food on Jiang Zhou's plate and asked Su Wanshue, "Mom, don't just keep putting food on Jiang Zhou's plate. Eat more yourself too," Su Wanshue said with a smile. Li Mingyao smiled and nodded, then lowered her head to eat. After the meal, Jiang Zhou helped Su Wanshue clear the dishes, and the two went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. "I'll take a shower. You rest," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshue looked at Jiang Zhou, then stepped aside to let her wash. Her legs are still a little weak. After tidying up, Su Wanshue looked at Li Mingyao and Su Mingzi sitting on the sofa and said, "Mom and Dad, shall we go for a walk?" "It's so cold outside," Li Mingyao said. Su Wanshue said, "It's all right. It's good to go out for a walk. It's not good to stay at home every day." Li Mingyao and Su Mingzi smiled and nodded, then stood up. Su Wanshue looked at the three little girls and said, "Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, let's go out." "Okay." The three little girls replied, then got up and ran towards Su Wanshue. Chapter 253. My parents-in-law are shocked. Jiang Zhou bought a courtyard house. Su Wanshue helped them put on their coats, and then went into the bedroom to get a scarf for Jiang Zhou. After the family finished getting ready, they went straight out. On the way, the three little girls were very excited and kept chattering. Su Wanshue and Jiang Zhou both looked at them with smiles, and Jiang Zhou patted their heads. As we walked, we arrived at the courtyard house. These courtyard houses are so big and beautiful. Su Wanshua exclaimed, looking at the courtyard houses. Su Mingze looked at the courtyard house and said, "It is indeed very big. A whole house is basically over 400 square meters. Yes, the environment here is good. In particular, it's rare to see such a large courtyard house. Usually, it's a dirty and messy place where many people live together." Li Mingyao chimed in. "Yes, I think it's great too. It's quiet and the air is fresh," Su Wanshua added. Su Mingze smiled and said, "The environment here is quite nice, but the price is exorbitant. I heard that a set like this costs tens of millions." "Tens of millions? That's too expensive." Li Mingyao's mouth dropped open in surprise. Su Wanshua looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, "If you two like it, Jiang Zhou is planning to buy a set here." "Don't make it too expensive," Li Mingyao hurriedly stopped her. "Although the environment here is nice, it's too expensive." Jiang Zhou then took out his key from his pocket, opened the door of the courtyard house, and said with a smile, "Come in and have a look around." Li Mingyao and Su Mingze looked at Jiang Zhou in shock. "Xiaoxua, how come Jiang Zhou has the key?" Li Mingyao asked Su Wanshua. Su Wanshua smiled and pulled Li Mingyao inside, saying, "Let's go. This is our new house." "What?" Li Mingyao and Su Mingze both looked at Jiang Zhou in shock. "You'll find out when you come in," Su Wanshua said mysteriously. Li Mingyao and Su Mingze followed Su Wanshua into the courtyard. They looked around and were both shocked. The three little girls had already been attracted by the snowman in the yard and ran off to play in the snow. "When did you buy it?" Su Mingze looked at Jiang Zhou in shock, then asked, "This afternoon?" Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. "How much did it cost?" Li Mingyao asked. 13.12 million, Jiang Zhou said. "What? 13.12 million? Li Mingyao and Su Mingze exclaimed at the same time. "A house costing 13.12 million. How much is that worth?" Li Mingyao and Su Mingze are simply unimaginable. 13.14 million. If we calculate based on a standard wage, how long would that take? Su Mingze found it hard to believe. 13.14 million is an amount that most families can't earn in a lifetime, let alone buy. "I still want to look at houses," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Then, Su Wanshua led Su Mingze and Li Mingyao on a tour of the courtyard house. Before they knew it, it was New Year's Eve. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshua got up early and dressed up nicely. After breakfast, Su Mingze took out Spring Festival couplets and window decorations from the cupboard. "Here we go, let's put up the Spring Festival couplets," Su Mingze said happily. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger all gathered around after hearing this. "I'm helping my grandfather. I want one too." The three little girls rushed over, chattering away as they helped. Su Wanshua stood at the door watching this scene, a satisfied smile on her face. Jiang Zhou also went over to help. The family was very happy and quickly finished putting up the Spring Festival couplets. "Shall we make lanterns?" Su Mingze suggested. Okay. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger all agreed. This was something Su Mingze had promised them yesterday. They even went out to buy materials for making lanterns. Su Mingze took out some materials and began preparations. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger chattered excitedly about what kind of lanterns would look best. After Su Mingze finished making the basic frame of the lantern, he took out a sheet of Xian paper, a brush, and ink, and began to write. After writing it, he pasted the rice paper onto the lantern frame, and then used the rice paper to draw a few more wicks. "All right," Su Mingze said, putting down his pen and ink. "Marvelous." Bauer, and Xianger clapped their hands happily, their faces full of smiles. Su Mingze gave them Xian paper and told them to draw one themselves. Seeing the three girls like this, Su Wanshua immediately instructed, "Don't get it on yourselves." "Understood," Bauer and the other two replied in unison. Seeing that Su Mingze was watching the three little girls, Su Wanshua ignored them and went to tidy up elsewhere. After a while, Su Wanshua came over and saw that the three little girls' faces were covered in ink. Haha, Su Wanshua couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yuehua came in and saw the three girls like this, and couldn't help but ask, "What happened? How could you be so careless?" Su Wanshua shook her head and said, "It's nothing, just that the three little girls got some stuff on their faces while they were drawing." After saying that, Su Wanshua looked at the three little girls and said, "Hurry up, I'll take you to wash up, Otherwise it won't be able to wash off later. As Su Wanshua spoke, she pulled the three little girls toward the restroom. After lunch, Jiang Zhou and the others rested for a while before starting to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Grandma, do you think we're having dumplings tonight? Bauer asked from inside the kitchen. Yes. It's New Year's Eve, let's eat dumplings. Li Mingyao said with a smile. They make dumplings every year for Chinese New Year. After Su Mingza prepared the dumpling filling, Li Mingyao started making dumplings. Su Wanshua helped from the side. Mommy, I want one too. Bauer also came over. You guys don't know how? You'll get it all over your clothes later. Li Mingyao replied while kneading the dough, then put the dough in a plate, picked up a rolling pin, and started rolling it out. The three little girls wouldn't listen. They each brought over a small stool, climbed up, and started working. Grandma, we want some too. Xianger called out. Bauer, Xianger, and the other two nodded at the same time. Li Mingyao was at her wits' end with the three little girls, but she couldn't refuse them, so she could only spoil them and give each of them a piece of leather. Su Wanshua held up a dumpling wrapper and taught the three little girls, watch how Mom does it. Put the meat on the dumpling wrapper, but put a little less. Don't put too much meat, or it won't turn out right. Then, hold one end of the wrapper and squeeze the dumpling wrapper inwards. The three little girls nodded and listened attentively, wanting to be like Su Wanshua. Su Mingza was quite happy to see them so happy. Alright. Chapter 254 Lunar New Year's Day. Finally, Su Wanshua finished wrapping the leather bag. The three little girls learned very well, and Su Wanshua looked at their finished products with anticipation. As a result, the three little girls' package made everyone laugh. Haha, look what you've made. Su Wanshua laughed, clutching her stomach, then pointed to the dumplings on the table. Haha, my adorable granddaughters are so amazing. Su Mingza and Li Mingyao smiled as they looked at the dumplings on the table. She truly was their beloved granddaughter. Jiang Zhou walked over and looked at the dumplings the three girls had made. One was shaped like a ball, one didn't even cover the meat, and the other was completely deflated. It's okay, just learn from your mothers. Jiang Zhou comforted her with a smile. The three little girls pouted. Jiang Zhou pretended to help make dumplings, and he leaned over to Su Wanshua and said with a smile, Wanshua, teach me. He learned how to make dumplings in his previous life, and now that he's been reborn, he wants to try it out. Su Wanshua also wanted to see Jiang Zhou make dumplings, and said with a smile, I'll teach you, and we'll see who makes the prettier dumplings between you and your daughter later. Okay, I promise my dumplings will look better than my daughter's, Jiang Zhou said with a smile, then picked up a dumpling wrapper. Su Wanshua was directing Jiang Zhou on how to wrap the dumplings, how to press the dumpling wrappers inward, how to make the wrappers smaller, and how to prevent them from breaking. Alright. After Jiang Zhou wrapped it up, he handed it to Su Wanshua. Looking at the dumpling Jiang Zhou had made, Su Wanshua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This doesn't look like the first time you've made it. Jiang Zhou's dumplings are very delicate and beautiful. You taught me well, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshua gave Jiang Zhou a coquettish look. With everything prepared, the family sat down at the table to have their New Year's Eve dinner. The table was laden with dishes, including braised pork knuckle, braised pork belly, steamed pork with rice flour, for happiness meatballs, and dumplings. Let's start eating, Su Mingza said with a smile, looking at everyone. The three little girls immediately started eating. Dad, Mom, let me toast you both, Jiang Zhou said with a smile, raising his glass. Oh, Jiang Zhou, you silly boy. Come on, let's drink together. Su Mingza said, raising his glass as well. The three of them bumped into each other. Cheers. Su Wanshua also raised her glass. Cheers. The family raised their glasses together and drank this New Year's Eve toast. Come on, eat your vegetables. Li Mingyao smiled and urged them to eat. The three little girls were especially happy eating dumplings. After finishing their New Year's Eve dinner, the three girls helped Su Wanshua and Li Mingyao clear the table. Good girl, go play in the living room, Su Wanshua said with a smile as she took the bowls from the three little girls. The three little girls nodded and obediently ran to the living room to watch TV. Looking at the three children, Su Wanshua and Li Mingyao exchanged glances. This kind of happy life is the most beautiful. After washing the dishes, Su Wanshua and Li Mingyao went to the living room to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The three little girls fell asleep on the sofa while watching. After they were sound asleep, Jiangzhou gently carried them back to their room, covered them with blankets, and then turned and left their room. Su Mingze looked at the time, and it was already 11 o'clock, so he got up and said, "You guys should go to bed early too." Su Wanxue and Jiangzhou nodded with smiles, and Su Mingze and Li Mingyao left. After Su Mingze left, Jiangzhou looked at Su Wanxue and said, "Let's go back to our rooms and rest too." Su Wanxue smiled and nodded. After returning to their room and washing up, Jiangzhou and Su Wanxue lay down on the bed. "It feels like our New Year celebrations are similar to yours," Su Wanxue said with a smile. Jiangzhou nodded. "Actually, it's pretty much the same, but there are still some differences in Beijing, since the temperature here is much lower. Moreover, dumplings must be served at their New Year's Eve dinner." "Yes, I also feel that the New Year went by very quickly and was very fulfilling," Jiangzhou remarked. In Beijing, during the Spring Festival, every household hangs lanterns and firecrackers, and pastes Spring Festival couplets on their doors. "Yes, it's been a long time since I've spent Chinese New Year at home," Su Wanxue said with a smile. "I feel this atmosphere is great. Perhaps it's the influence of traditional culture," Jiangzhou said with a smile. Su Wanxue smiled and nodded. "Get some rest. We're going to visit relatives for the New Year tomorrow." Jiangzhou nodded, hugged Su Wanxue tightly, and smelled the light fragrance emanating from her. He was in a very good mood, and before he knew it, he had also drifted off to sleep. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Jiangzhou woke up. Looking at the beauty in his arms, a satisfied expression appeared on Jiangzhou's face. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the happiness of the moment. Time passed slowly, and Jiangzhou gradually fell asleep. He didn't wake up until around 7 in the morning, while Su Wanxue was still sound asleep. Jiangzhou was reluctant to wake Su Wanxue, so he gently kissed her forehead and got out of bed. The whole family got up one after another and went to the yard together. "Happy New Year, Mom and Dad," Jiangzhou said with a smile to Su Mingze and Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao and Su Mingze also smiled and said, "Happy New Year." Li Mingyao took a large red envelope out of her pocket and handed it to Jiangzhou, but Jiangzhou immediately waved his hand and refused. Li Mingyao insisted on putting it in his hand, saying, "Take it. Everyone gets one." Su Mingze, standing beside him, chuckled and urged, "Hurry up and accept this. It's a red envelope from us. You can't refuse." "Yes, put it away quickly." Jiangzhou had no choice but to take it and put it back in his pocket. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Su Mingze and Li Mingyao both laughed, and then went to prepare breakfast. Jiangzhou went to the three little girls' room and saw that they were fast asleep. Jiangzhou smiled and pinched their cheeks. "Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, get up quickly." "Ugh, Mom, Dad, please let me sleep a little longer." Xianger opened her eyes groggily, yawning as she looked at Jiangzhou. Bauer and Bayer also huddled under the covers. Jiangzhou smiled and said, "You should get up now. We're going to pay New Year's visits this year." Bauer and Bayer then slowly got out of bed and got dressed. Xianger kept trying to burrow deeper into the blankets, but Jiangzhou simply pulled her out and helped them put on their new clothes. After washing up, the three little girls immediately ran out. "Happy New Year, Grandpa and Grandma. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune." The three little girls looked at Su Mingze and Li Mingyao. "Happy New Year. Come on, Grandpa and Grandma are giving you red envelopes," Su Mingze said with a smile. The three little girls skipped and hopped happily to Li Mingyao and Su Mingze. Li Mingyao and Su Mingze also took out red envelopes and gave one to each of the three little girls. The three little girls were overjoyed to receive the red envelopes. The three of them skipped and hopped over to Jiangzhou and Su Wanxue. Chapter 255, calling the whole family to Beijing. "Grandpa and Grandma gave us red envelopes," Xianger shouted happily, then rushed to Su Wanxue, snuggled into her arms, and affectionately called out Mom. "Mommy." Belle also rushed towards Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue smiled and caught the three little girls. "Mom gets a red envelope too," Su Wanxue said with a smile, taking out a red envelope. The three little girls cheered happily and each accepted a red envelope from Su Wanxue. "Happy New Year, Mom," the three little girls said in unison. Su Wanxue laughed. The family enjoyed a happy breakfast together. After breakfast, the family got ready and went out to visit their elders for the new year. Today, they first went to visit Wang Wanhua and Li Liangping to offer New Year's greetings. Li Mingyao had originally planned to bring the two elderly people over this year, but they were unwilling to come and celebrate the new year together, so she had to give up on the idea. "Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year," Su Wanxue said with a smile as she walked up to Wang Wanhua and Li Liangping. Wang Wanhua and Li Liangping both laughed. "Happy New Year, Xiaoxue." "Happy New Year, great-grandmother and great-grandfather," the three little girls called out sweetly. Okay, Happy New Year." Wang Wanhua and Li Liangping nodded happily. "Here, take this red envelope." Then the two of them each gave a large red envelope to the three little girls. The three little girls happily accepted the red envelopes, saying, "Thank you, great-grandfather and great-grandmother." Wang Wanhua and Li Liangping were overjoyed to hear the three little girls' sweet voices. We ate lunch at Wang Wanhua and Li Liangping's place. After finishing their meal, Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou left the three little girls with Lin Yuehua and Su Mingze. Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue out to see a movie, something he had planned yesterday. He had already picked out the movie. They were going to see Fat Choi Spirit. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou arrived at the movie theater and lined up to buy tickets. Jiang Zhou looked at the movie scenes around him, feeling a mix of emotions. He really rarely watched movies, and he couldn't even remember how many he had watched. There were a lot of people coming to see the movie today, mostly couples. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered the movie theater. After all, everyone likes handsome men and beautiful women. Jiang Zhou, carrying a bucket of popcorn, took Su Wanxue's hand and walked into the movie theater, found a seat, and waited for the movie to start. "Wanxue, have some popcorn." Jiang Zhou handed a piece of popcorn to Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue smiled and took the popcorn. "You should have some too." After eating one kernel of popcorn, Su Wanxue stuffed the popcorn into Jiang Zhou's mouth. Jiang Zhou said with a satisfied smile after eating a piece of popcorn. The movie started playing quickly, and Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue watched it attentively. The movie was very comedic and hilarious, and the two of them couldn't help but laugh. The theater was filled with laughter. After the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Zhou called Jiang Haixing. "Hey, Zhou." Jiang Haixing's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dad, Happy New Year," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. "Happy New Year." "Dad, what are you doing?" Jiang Zhou asked. "Your mother and I are at home." "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Jiang Haixing asked. "Well, why don't you come to Beijing?" Jiang Zhou asked. "Aren't you coming back?" Jiang Haixing asked in surprise. Jiang Zhou said, "Well, you guys came to Beijing, so you might as well stop by for a visit. I bought a courtyard house here in Beijing before the Lunar New Year, so you guys should come and take a look." "What? You bought a courtyard house?" Jiang Haixing asked in shock. He remembered that courtyard houses were considered expensive, costing at least several million yuan. Jiang Zhou laughed. "Yes, I bought a courtyard house." "How much?" Jiang Haixing asked. 13,120,000, Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Haixing, did he hear that right? 13,120,000. Jiang Haixing asked again for confirmation. "Yes." Jiang Zhou replied affirmatively. Jiang Haixing was somewhat shocked. "But then I thought about it again. Zhou is no longer an ordinary person. He can earn a lot of money now, so it's not surprising that he can buy a courtyard house worth more than 10 million. However, Jiang Haixing still felt it was a bit too exaggerated. He asked, "Zhou, how big is this courtyard house you bought?" "Including the courtyard, it's a total of 428 square meters," Jiang Zhou answered truthfully. "This courtyard house is for our whole family. I want to renovate the courtyard and decorate it so you can have tea and do whatever you want there." "This is too extravagant," Jiang Haixing exclaimed. "It's okay, I think it's fine," Jiang Zhou said nonchalantly. Jiang Haixing was also pleased. Jiang Zhou continued, "Invite your fourth aunt, grandpa, and grandma. My house hasn't been heated yet. We'll start heating it after you arrive. Then we'll spend the Lantern Festival here in Beijing and let them all come and have some fun." "Okay, I'll ask your fourth aunt and the others to see if they'd like to go to Beijing," Jiang Haixing said after thinking for a moment. "Okay, then you can contact them later," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Okay, then I'll say that, Jiang Haixing said. Okay, that's settled then. Jiang Zhou smiled. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Haixing told Lin Yuehua about Jiang Zhou buying a courtyard house in Beijing. Lin Yuehua was shocked, but also very happy to hear this. In this way, all the relatives came over, and they all lived together as a family, which made things perfect. Call Jinhua and ask if they have time, Jiang Haixing added. Okay. Lin Yuehua smiled, and immediately took out her phone to dial Jiang Jinhua's number. Jinhua, what are you doing? Lin Yuehua asked when she got through to Jiang Jinhua on the phone. Second sister-in-law? I'm watching TV right now. Jiang Jinhua smiled. Oh, it's like this. Zhouzhou bought a courtyard house in Beijing, and he wants to invite us all over for a few days to celebrate the Lantern Festival. Do you have time to come and visit for a few days? Lin Yuehua asked with a smile. Jiang Jinhua was shocked and exclaimed, My God, Zhouzhou is so amazing. She actually went to Beijing to buy a courtyard house. She knew that Jiang Zhou wouldn't be coming home for the new year this time. But he quietly bought a courtyard house in Beijing, even though she had heard that courtyard houses were extremely expensive. Jiang Zhou actually bought a set and even invited them over to play. This child is so kind. She never imagined that she would one day be able to go to a big city like Beijing, but she never expected that she would have such an opportunity this time. Yes, Zhouzhou is spending the Spring Festival in Beijing this year. They bought a courtyard house there. I just found out, Lin Yuehua said. Chapter 256, the finale. Sure, of course our whole family will go. When are we coming? Jiang Jinhua asked with a smile. It's not confirmed yet. We'll contact you later to see when it's convenient for you. And then we'll come over, Lin Yuehua said. No problem, second sister-in-law, Jiang Jinhua replied. Okay, I'll go get busy now and wait for my call, Lin Yuehua said. Okay, second sister-in-law. Goodbye. Lin Yuehua hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Haixing, saying, Jinhua and the others have time to go. Okay, give Mom and the others a call, Jiang Haixing said. Let's go and talk to them directly. They have nothing to do at home, so they'll definitely have time to go, Lin Yuehua said after thinking for a moment. Good. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing got up, and Lin Yuehua found Jiang Fan and said, Fan, pack your things. We're leaving for Beijing in a bit. Why are you suddenly going to Beijing? Jiang Fan asked. Zhouzhou called us and said he bought a courtyard house in Beijing. He invited us all to come over and celebrate the Lantern Festival there, Lin Yuehua explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's face showed surprise, and he said, This kid bought the house so quickly. Yes, we even bought a bigger one. He's really willing to spend that much, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Although he was surprised that Jiang Zhou had bought a courtyard house in Beijing, he knew that with Jiang Zhou's financial resources, he could easily buy a house anywhere he wanted, so he wasn't worried. Okay, I'll go pack my things, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Lin Yuehua nodded and said, Okay, then I'll go with your dad to pick up your grandparents first. Jiang Fan nodded. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing went straight out, but to save time on the way, Lin Yuehua still called Chun Xiuhua to tell her about the situation. Chun Xiuhua was overjoyed upon hearing the news and quickly agreed. She also wanted to see what kind of house Jiang Zhou had bought in Beijing. This was a big deal. When Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua arrived at Lin Hao's place, Chun Xiuhua and Lin Hao had already packed up, and they simply packed some clothes. Seeing Chun Xiuhua and Lin Hao carrying their luggage, the neighbor smiled and asked, Where are you going this time? My grandson bought a courtyard house in Beijing and said he's inviting us to come over for a visit, Chun Xiuhua said happily with a smile. The neighbor exclaimed in astonishment, My goodness! Your grandson is truly remarkable, so filial, and he even knew to invite you two over for a visit. We are so envious. That's right, Chun Xiuhua said proudly. Her grandson always manages to surprise her. Let's go, Mom and Dad, Lin Yuehua said, then walked outside first. Lin Hao and Chun Xiuhua hurriedly followed. Back home, Lin Yuehua called the others, and after agreeing on a time, the group set off for Beijing. Jiang Zhou and Lin Yuehua arrived in Beijing with a group of people. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou went to pick them up. Zhou, Xiaoxue. Lin Yuehua said happily upon seeing Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue. Dad, Mom, third aunt, fourth uncle. Jiang Zhou and Lin Yuehua called out with smiles as they looked at the group of people. A group of people were very happy to see them arrive. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone got into the car and went to the hotel. Zhang Zhou and Su Wanxue had already booked a hotel for them all, the most famous royal court hotel in Beijing. A group of people walked into the hotel and couldn't help but marvel at its luxurious decor and service. Moreover, the price must be very expensive. For an ordinary family, it would probably be difficult to afford such a nice hotel in their entire life. Lin Yuehua and a group of people entered the elevator and went upstairs. This was the first time Jiang Jinhua and her group had visited such a luxurious hotel. They were so amazed by the opulence of the hotel's interior that they didn't dare blink. Jiang Zhou handed them the hotel room key and said, "Put your things away first, then you can go out." Good. Everyone agreed and went to put their things away. Li Yufan looked at the luxurious furnishings and facilities in the hotel room and couldn't help but sigh. This cost a lot of money. She had hardly ever been to a place like this in her life, and she couldn't help but gasp at the hotel's luxuriousness. Moreover, she hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to bring them to Beijing, such a big city, and she was very touched. Last time, when Jiang Haikan passed away, he went back and even helped Jiang Heshui's daughter, Jiang Xiaolan, find such a good job. Now they've bought a house, and their family is getting better off. All of this is thanks to Jiang Zhou. After everyone put their things away, Jiang Zhou led them to the courtyard house. Li Mingyao and Su Mingze were there with 3 little girls. Jiang Jinhua and her group got off the bus and looked at the courtyard house in front of them, feeling a mix of emotions. This courtyard house looks very traditional. Many of them had only seen it on television. I never expected to see this courtyard house with my own eyes now. Jiang Zhou is really amazing. Jiang Jinhua and the others were very surprised and excited. Wow, it's so beautiful, Jiang Jinhua exclaimed as she looked at the courtyard house. At this moment, the 3 little girls rushed out and ran towards Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing, saying, "Grandpa and Grandma." So cute. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing both liked the 3 girls very much. They hadn't seen the little girl for several days and missed her terribly. Su Mingze and Li Mingyao also came out, smiling and saying, "Everyone's here. Happy New Year. Come in and sit down. Happy New Year, in-laws. Happy New Year." The group followed him into the house with smiles on their faces. They hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to have such a large courtyard house. "Zhou, isn't your house too big?" Jiang Jinhua said, looking at the courtyard house. "There are many people in my family, so we need to buy a bigger one," Jiang Zhou replied with a smile. Jiang Jinhua smiled and nodded. This courtyard house was even bigger than their house at home. Wang Xingyu also arrived, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw the luxurious and grand courtyard house in front of him. His cousin is really amazing. In less than a year, he managed to build such a large courtyard house in Beijing. He believed he couldn't do it, nor did he have the financial resources. However, he also wants to learn from Jiang Zhou and strive to be as capable as Jiang Zhou. "I want to buy a house soon so my parents can enjoy life too." "Don't stand there, everyone, sit down," Su Mingze said with a smile. Yes, please sit down," Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Jiang Jinhua and her group sat down and looked at the various fruits and snacks on the coffee table. Su Mingze brewed tea for everyone and invited them to eat fruit and drink tea. "Everyone has worked hard during the new year. Have a cup of tea," Su Wanxue said with a smile. "Xiao Xue, don't bother, we'll do it ourselves," Jiang Jinhua said with a smile, waving her hand. "Okay," Su Wanxue said with a smile. Jiang Jinhua picked up the teapot and poured them a cup of tea. Then she took a sip, and the aroma immediately filled her mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Good tea, good tea." Jiang Zhou got them all, Su Mingze said with a smile. Everyone praised and admired Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou has already shocked them enough over the past year, and he's leading them to get better and better. They were overjoyed. In the following days, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue took Lin Yuehua and the others around Beijing. Seeing the bustling scene of Beijing, they couldn't help but feel envious and longed to visit the city. Today, for the Lantern Festival, we're planning to celebrate in a traditional courtyard house. At this moment, they all arrived. They've been staying here for several days now and are already quite familiar with the place. They all loved the courtyard house and thought the environment was wonderful. Come, Let me teach you how to wrap glutinous rice balls, Wang Wanhua said with a smile. What is yuan xiao? Jiang Jinhua asked. Wang Wanhua thought for a moment and said, it's the same as the tang yuan you have there. We call it yuan xiao here. She smiled and said to Su Wanxue, Xiao Xue, do you know how? Su Wanxue shook her head. I haven't learned it. Come on, I'll teach you, Wang Wanhua said with a smile. In no time, everyone gathered around, eager to know how the glutinous rice balls were wrapped. I've already prepared the filling. You can just take these meat fillings and shape them into a ball, Wang Wanhua said. After preparing the filling, she had them knead it directly. After everyone had kneaded the dough into a circle, Wang Wanhua stirred the filling evenly, and then added it in and stirred again. Okay, Wang Wanhua said. Your tang yuan are wrapped in dough, but our yuan xiao are rolled out, Li Mingyao explained. So that's how it is. Jiang Jinhua suddenly realized. All right, let's give it a try, Wang Wanhua said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she took a few piping hot glutinous rice balls and started rolling them. Soon, the glutinous rice balls were ready, and Zhang Zhou and the others had also prepared the meal. Su Wanxue handed the glutinous rice balls to Zhang Zhou, and then everyone took their seats in turn. The whole family sat around the table, looking happy and harmonious, which was very heartwarming. Come on, let's all raise our glasses and wish everyone a happy new year and all your wishes come true, Zhang Zhou said with a smile. Everyone raised their glasses, clinked them together, and took a sip. Thanks to Zhou, we were all able to come to Beijing to celebrate the holiday, and thanks to Zhou, our lives are so wonderful, Jiang Jinhua said with a smile. She also realized that if it weren't for Zhou, none of them would have had such a happy life over the past year. All of this is thanks to Zhou. Zhou is truly a benefactor to everyone. Come, let us toast you. Don't be so polite, we'll get better and better. It's getting better and better. In the days that followed, Zhang Zhou's business grew bigger and bigger. As he introduced more and more games and the number of users of Wang increased, Zhang Zhou began to enter the field of internet payment and to make early investments in areas such as online shopping, online group buying, and online ride-hailing. However, he did not monopolize these areas. He only occupied a portion of the market share. Moreover, he does these things not just to make money, but more to benefit the people, so that they can buy high-quality and inexpensive products, truly eliminating the middleman. He also handed over the mobile payment company to the government for control. In the internet business, he has reached the top. He established a new type of equity partnership and started poaching high-tech talents in the field of chips from all over the world. He only takes 1% of the shares in the company, and the rest of the shares will be given to these talents, so that scientists can shine in their fields while also receiving high rewards. A perfect ending.